Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for waiting patiently. It is now 1:15. I'd like to establish our meeting. We're on page 11, top of page 11 from the Committee on Planning and the Economy, Councilmember Kia Aina.
I move that Committee Report 352 be adopted and Bill 64, 2023, FD1, CD2 as amended pass third reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
This bill relates to use regulations.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend? Councilmember Kia Aina.
Yes, I move that the bill be amended to the hand-carried FD2 OCS 2024-1073.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation of the amendment.
My amendments in the hand-carried FD2 propose to do the following. For the following use standards, references to transient occupancy of less than 30 consecutive days would revert back to references to transient occupancy of less than 90 consecutive days as set forth in the CD1 version of the bill that passed second reading at the council meeting on November 7, 2024, relating to rooming standards, bed and breakfast home and transient vacation unit advertising, unpermitted bed and breakfast homes and transient vacation units. For the following definitions, references to transient occupancy of less than 30 consecutive days would revert back to references to transient occupancy of less than 90 days as set forth in the CD1 version of the bill that passed second reading at the council meeting on November 7th, 2024, relating to bed and breakfast homes, rooming, transient occupant, and transient vacation unit. Second, my amendments will revert provisions relating to large wind energy generation facilities back to the provisions set forth in the CD1 version of the bill that passed second reading at the council meeting on November 7th, 2024, including retaining the 1-to-1 setback ratio based on the height of the wind turbine from all property lines and 10 times the height or a 2.5 mile setback, whichever is greater, from property lines of any zoning lot located in the country, residential, apartment mixed use, or resort zoning districts, limiting any repair, maintenance, or component replacement for existing large wind energy facilities to an incremental amount not to exceed 7% of the original height of the facility, or up to a maximum of 575 feet, whichever is the lesser facility height, provided that the facility operates under and within scope of its approved land use permits and must comply with the 1-to-1 setback requirement, requiring that in the Ag 2 and Ag 1 zoning districts, a minimum of 51% of a zoning lot area suitable for crop production or livestock and poultry keeping be dedicated to crop production or livestock and poultry keeping for as long as the large wind energy generation facility is in operation, as evidenced by a farm plan that shows the area and percentage of the zoning lot to be an active agricultural use and includes information about a farm or ranch's resources, goals, business plan, and timeline to engage in crop production or livestock and poultry keeping. And Chairman, I will reserve the rest of my comments on the underlying bill for discussion.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now turn to testimony. We have 15 registered in-person testifiers and 35 registered remote testifiers. So what I'd like to do is first take the in-person registered testifiers, the remote testifiers that have registered next, and then it'll open up to the community for non-registered testifiers here first and then remote. So starting with the registered in-person testifiers, I have signed up Senator Kirk Favela first, followed by Micah Munetaka. Aloha, Senator. Thank you for waiting patiently.
And I did really sign in. I'm not doing it because I senator and not going first. I did sign in first. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and council members. I just want to, say I support the second floor draft, and I just don't want this thing to be a grandfathered in. And the 1.25 miles, we take them, but that's not what I want. I want the windmills to come down. Those windmills was tricked into the Kahuku community and misled the community of Kahuku from day one. So when I got into that square building, I didn't know nothing about these turbines. I never know what the devastation that it does to insects, birds, and the land, especially that. Nothing gonna grow around where the turbines is at. What it takes to run the turbines, oil, fuel, fossil fuel that they want to get off of, which they never will. These turbines should never have been built in the first place. Should have never been tricked and built in the first place. Twice I'm going to say that because they lied to the community. You know why there is no active study now, or maybe they do now, have an active study of what turbines do to culture. Look at every single turbine that you see on every single commercial. How much houses is there? How much homes is there? Zero. Because the reason why they never have an active study back in 2019, 2020, when we all was out there trying to stop these ugly turbines, because it wasn't meant to be built by human beings. Residential was never supposed to be built. This was about money before the people. So I thank you for whatever you guys are trying to do, but I'm here today to tell you right now, as a state senator, right now as an individual, I'll never support another turbine in our state, in our islands, anywhere, period. If I had my way, they all come down. Thank you guys, appreciate you guys' time. God bless.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, sorry. Oh, yeah, and then the 90-day, the other one was I support the 90-day, not less, sorry. But yeah, I support the 90-day too. Okay, thank you guys. Aloha, God bless.
Aloha, thank you. Next, we have Micah Munekata, followed by Tony Kawai.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Council. Micah Munekata here on behalf of the Ulupono Initiative. Testifying today with comments on Bill 64. Appreciate everyone's attention to this matter and to where we've come today. It's been about 3.5 years contemplating this measure and really updating something that really needed to be updated. Special shout out to Chair Kiaina, all your work on this, council members, to Pola and Wire, a lot of attention obviously with your various districts. Today I'm testifying on some of the agricultural items with regards to Bill 64. just wanting to continue to reiterate that agricultural land, both our Ag 1 and Ag 2 lands, are extremely precious, and we need to find ways to protect our agricultural production, specifically when we talk to how important it is for our food security. What does our agricultural industry mean to us? If we really care about it, we are going to find ways to protect that, make sure that we're producing in different ways. So you'll see in our testimony, we do still highlight some of the issues that we find in our Ag 2 districts around meeting facilities, K-12 schools, even nature-based recreation. We think that there's some issues to really truly consider even on our Ag 2 lands. I think it's important that we think, should we be allowing some of this on our Ag lands? Or should we be actively producing on these lands? For us, we really wanted to highlight the need to really to elevate what production means to our city and county of Honolulu. So thank you again for all the work to get here, and appreciate you folks really listening to a lot of the input of the agriculture industry throughout this process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Tony.
Chair, I had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Councilmember Wire.
Yeah, appreciate the testimony and mahalo, Chair. I just wanted to check, given those thoughts, was the preference to just pass the bill out today, or would you prefer that the Ag Stakeholder Group have an opportunity to review it first?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember. I think we've come a long way. There's quite a bit that has gone into this bill that really meets a lot of what our stakeholder group was seeking out to get. So I wouldn't like to see it deferred today. We'd actually like to see it move forward. I don't know if there's a possibility to look into some of these Ag 2, maybe in the discussion, to really look at some of these definitions to define it further. I think we're kind of in that last point. So I'm not sure if it's really pertinent to do it now, but we do raise some concern with.
But they're not
things.
substantive or not necessary.
To be quite honest, it's something that maybe we might be revisiting later on as well, Councilmember. But for now, I think that there's been a lot of effort and a lot of work to really get this bill in a pretty good place for our agricultural stakeholders.
Okay, meaning that you might come back and ask for changes to allowed uses?
Yeah, and provide input. I also want to highlight, Councilmember, if I may, there's a resolution that's being taken up later this afternoon with the Agricultural Development Task Force, which again, Chair, appreciate your support on that. That group can help to maybe support what the Department of Planning and Permitting maybe interprets when it comes to some of these things that we've highlighted, whether it be nature-based, schools in our ag lands and stuff to that nature. I think, again, we always just have concern with how production competes with some of these other uses. Historically, there's been quite a bit of challenge when it comes to that, and agriculture always loses. So it's something we really should think about. Maybe not today with this measure, but definitely a larger discussion that maybe the task force can take up, and then potentially other future legislation down the line.
Okay, appreciate that. As long as the goal isn't to just push it out and then create all these uses and then come back and change it to create non-conforming uses, but I understand the sentiment, so mahalo for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for Micah? Seeing none. Next, we have Tony, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Is it Tony Kowal or Tony Kawai? Aloha.
K-Wall.
Kowal. Thank you.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the council. I'm Tony K-Wall with Terraform Power, representing the Kahuku Wind Farm. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide comments on Bill 64 relating to large wind energy generation facilities. We've appreciated the productive conversations balancing immediate community interests with the reliable energy needs of island residents. The final FD1 CD2 that was passed unanimously by the committee on November 21st represents this balance, and we strongly support this final draft. With compromises, this draft achieves a middle ground. It imposes new setback requirements and strict operational standards, yet offers the ability to repair and maintain existing projects without precluding facilities from earning the possibility to participate in future Hawaiian Electric procurements. Any proposed floor drafts that revert to earlier versions take a harmful step backward and are directly putting at risk jobs, grid reliability, and energy affordability. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, members. Any questions for Mr. Kewal?
Chair, it's brief.
Councilmember Tabola, please.
Do you know if the Kuku Windmills gave the community benefits package that was due?
Yes.
You guys did. What did you guys give it in cash?
It was through a third-party administrator, HCF.
Thank you.
Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Next, we have Elizabeth Rago. Kaili. Aloha, welcome.
Aloha, Council. Get my little phone. My name is Elizabeth Rago Kaili, and I'm a resident of Kahuku testifying in support of the floor draft of Bill 64. Council, in 2017, I was one of the named plaintiffs in the DLNR contested case against the Fossil Fuel Wind Turbine Corporation, AES, to protect our Hawaii state mammal, federally designated endangered species, and a kinolau of our kanaloa, the opeapea. We won that case. This set off a series of events, protests, and court cases that led to over 200 of our Hawaii residents from all over the state to be arrested, which ended in a sore loss with the Hawaii Supreme Court. Corporate interest was prioritized over our endangered species, our kumulipo, and our ancestors of Kanaka of this land. But during this time, other issues came to light, primarily concerns related to the proximity and height of turbines. While I can appreciate that it is not in the scope of this council to support our community in protecting our endangered species, it is in the purview of this council to protect our community now. I humbly ask this council to support Councilmember Kia'aina's second floor draft, Bill 64, including the 1.25 mile setback from any property lines in Kahuku, and the removing of the paragraph that grandfathers in the existing turbines that do not meet the setback. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we have Joshua Kaina, followed by Melissa Kaonohi Kamit.
Aloha, Joshua Kaina. I just want to share that I'm a supporter of Floor Draft 2 by Councilmember Kia'aina. I'm also a supporter of clean energy, but I'm not a supporter of shady energy. And the reason why I say shady energy is because I live in the shadow of the industrial wind complex. When I say I live in the shadow, it's not a stationary shadow, it's a strobing shadow. Have you ever been to a haunted house? And in a haunted house, you have strobe lights. The strobe lights are there to disorient you so the shady creature in the corner can come out and scare you, right? So it elicits disorientation, it elicits, vertigo, it can trigger epileptic seizures in those who are photosensitive, which there are people in my community who struggle with that. So I do not support language that would grandfather in their current wind generation facilities, nor am in support of the lowered allowance for shadow flicker. Right now, November and December is when the sun travels across the turbines, industrial turbines, one of which is within half a mile from my house. And the first time it happened, I was in my room, natural light was coming in, I was doing some work, and then there was just blinking, blink, blink in my room. I thought there was planes flying over. I kind of got into a fight or flight response, and I'm like, hey, what's going on, you guys, what's going on? We realized that it was the sun setting behind the turbines, and it does this every November and December for more than 10 minutes a day. We have to put up, light canceling drapes, and it engulfs our whole village. So I just want to share that this is my testimony, and I am in support of Floor Draft 2. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is Melissa Kaunohi Kamit. Aloha.
Aloha e Chair and Council members. O wao o Melissa Kaunohi Kamit. I am standing here before you today as a representative of La Hui Foundation, a nonprofit that was founded by 5 passionate individuals who saw the need to raise the voices of our community, voices that were not being heard in the fight against the turbines in Kahuku. Since 2019, we have been living in the constant shadow of nothing short of a nightmare. The toll it has taken on our health, our homes, and our community is immeasurable. Despite all of this, we deeply appreciate the efforts of those who have worked tirelessly to prevent further turbines, long-term leases, and developments that would bring more of these structures too close to our homes. Today, I stand in strong support of Councilmember Kia Aina's second draft proposal, which excludes grandfathering provisions and preserves the 1.25-mile setback. The proposal gives us hope, and for the first time in years, I can see the possibility of a brighter future for my ohana and my community. I have stood here before and I have shared my personal journey of caring for a son with seizures and the devastating impact of turbines on his health. These turbines are too big, too close, and the effects of are undeniable. But with this new draft and proposal, I can finally imagine a future where my son can live and come home without shadow flickers. I look forward to the day I can go to work and not hear the sound of turbines as I try to educate our keiki as I work at Kahuku Elementary under those monstrous things. In my hands, I hold today the expungement letters of some of the 200 plus kia'i who stood together in solidarity, locking arms along with me, and they all said, "Aole turbines." We will not back down. We will continue to fight for our community and our future. Mahalo nui for listening to us, for hearing our voices. We are strong and we will never give up. A'ohe hana nui ke alu ia. No task is too big when done together. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. Next, we have Jessica Dos Santos.
Aloha Chair and Council members. My name is Jessica Dos Santos and I'm a lifelong Kahuku resident. I strongly support Chair Kia Aina's second floor draft of Bill 64. The 1.25-mile turbine setback is the essential bare minimum to protect the community's health and safety. Existing turbine projects must not be grandfathered in, as this would allow turbines like those in Kahuku to operate indefinitely despite well-documented concerns about shadow flicker, infrasound, and other safety risks. These turbines are too big and too close to schools, homes, and families, and might possibly be leading to life-altering health impacts, including sleep disruption, tinnitus, and increased seizure risk for children for many of our friends and families. Therefore, all existing turbine projects should be in compliance or cease to operate. And there should be no pre-approvals for developers and large-scale projects, such as those encircling our Kahuku community. By adopting the second floor draft, the Council can prioritize the well-being of communities over corporate interests. Please support a more equitable energy transition. I also support the changing of the language around short-term rentals from 30 days to 90 days. Mahalo, thank you for your time and commitment to protecting our residents.
Thank you. Next, we have Carlos Mozo.
Aloha, Chair, Council. Thanks for this time. I'm in support of 64. However, I feel like I'm settling. That's still not good enough. I work too as a sub at the high school. You come out of the classrooms and you hear them. They're looking right at you. Most of the time during the year, you're downwind from these turbines. As of a month and a half ago, the fire alarms didn't even work at the high school. There's no emergency plan. We don't know what kind of chemicals. We don't know anything that's up there. There's no plan. Also, the light flicker, not only the houses, you can see it on Kamehameha Highway by Gunstock for 3 weeks out of the year. And when you're driving, that flicker hits that road, On top of all the speed bumps, it's a pretty dangerous road. You can get the light flicker at angles and even in La EA. Over 200 people were arrested from a town with barely over 2,000 as a population. You had teachers, professors, church leaders from many different denominations. You had people who couldn't coach because now they had that on their record, people with a clean record. Never caused a problem. This isn't right. Absolutely not right, and I expect more from all of you. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have Sergio Acubillo.
Good afternoon, Chair Waters, and Vice Chair and members of this council. My name is Sergio Alcabili. I'm the Executive Director of the Hawaii Workers Center. I had originally submitted testimony opposing Bill 64, but just given Vice Chair Keaina's amendments and proposals, I would like to rescind that and just offer comments if possible. You know, our organization helped with the expungement clinic for the Kahuku community to clear some of those records. And it was just really appalling just to see, just to stand there in front of these windmills. For it to be so close to a park, for it to be so close to an elementary school. I know we wouldn't do this type of thing to some of our affluent communities. I know we wouldn't do it to some of these other places where people would be able to fight back. But I'm really proud of this community. I know I'm not from that community, but I'm just here to support my brothers and sisters from the Louis Foundation and just ask that we make it right. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Sunny Unga.
Aloha, this is Sunny Unga on behalf of Kahuku Community Association and many of our keiki and our residents and our kupuna who could not be here. We strongly support Councilmember Keaina's second floor draft. We greatly appreciate the Council's recognition of the need to increase setbacks for large wind generation facilities by implementing a 1.25-mile setback. Renewable energy projects, particularly industrial winds, can have detrimental impacts when sited too close to schools and residential homes. Blade throw, tower collapse, fire, shadow flicker, audible noise, infrasound negatively impact individuals and families who live near turbines worldwide, including our own Kahuku community. Adequate setbacks remain the most effective safety measure to lessen, prevent, and even mitigate these negative impacts to host communities. This increase to a 1.25-mile setback represents a significant progress towards a just, equitable energy transition. This demonstrates a commitment to respecting the need of the Kahuku and future communities while safeguarding our collective future. We ask to continue to listen to our community and for a just, equitable transition. Mahalo.
Next, we have Brian Miyamoto, followed by Mary Freeman.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Council. I'm Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. Let me start by saying agricultural land's primary use needs to be agricultural production. That being said, the Hawaii Farm Bureau appreciates the efforts of the Council and DPP on trying to update the land use ordinance. We know it's a Herculean task. We want to especially mahalo Vice Chair Keaina, Councilmember Tupola, Councilmember Wire, who majority of our Oahu ag land is in your districts, for working with the farmers, and for the entire council for considering the input of Oahu's farmers and ranchers to ultimately come up with solid land use policy that truly supports agriculture. This is not a perfect bill. 280 pages, how can it be perfect? But 3.5 years of working with the council, working with DPP, we think we came up with some good, solid changes that will really protect our agricultural lands. I want to echo Ulupono's comments on the land, on the Ag Development Task Force, on the task force that is being considered later. The task force hopefully can take up some of the concerns that we still have. Concerns with the farm plan, concerns with nursery restrictions, concerns with other uses that is articulated in testimony, especially the nature-based recreation. We are all for nature-based activities, but recreation may not be appropriate for agriculture, and we have that in testimony. But also, the task force can consider the updates, continued updates to the LUO, IL dedication, invasive species, and again, ensuring that farming is a primary activity on agricultural lands. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council, for considering the Hawaii Farm Bureau's testimony. Aloha.
Thank you, Mr. Miyamoto.
Quick question, Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Wire.
Mahalo for your testimony and all the work that you do. I was just curious, could you walk me through the reasoning of why you'd prefer that we pass it first and then have the Ag stakeholder group review the Ag portions and not have it be postponed to then have the stakeholder group review, the final version?
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. On the surface, postponing may be prudent, but it's already 3.5 years. Are we ever going to come up with a perfect bill, perfect language that everyone, council members, the stakeholders behind us, it is a huge 280-page bill. And we believe that if the council would consider refinement, and we're speaking only for the agriculture sector, the agriculture portions, to refine and continually update the agricultural portions. We don't want to see anybody get caught from, if it does pass, to maybe when the next update is. We are concerned about that and the negative impact and the reduction in agriculture and the protection that may be lost. However, 3.5 years that we as a stakeholder group, you as a council have been working on, we hate to see a lot of that work be for naught. And we're not suggesting that. It could continue on, but that uncertainty, council member, we believe that a lot of effort, and we, again, speaking from the ag sector, a lot has been put in, a lot of considerations have been taken in from the council. Working closely with not just the council, but also DPP, we believe we're at a point where agriculture, we can move forward.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mahalo.
Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Tupola.
Just really briefly, thank you so much for your testimony and for all the work from the Farmers Bureau. I will say that Councilmember Kiaina and I are committed to really making this Ag Task Force address any type of things that might have got left behind or things that could get better. So I'm looking forward to that being the next follow-up step, and I would agree. Hours and hours and hours of time, our farmers' time that they could have been using to grow, were spent understanding this bill, and so I'm hoping that we can move those amendments forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councilmember Kiaina.
Just comments. So first of all, thank you. And Ulupono Initiative and the Coalition and a multitude of farmers across Oahu for providing input. As you said, it's not perfect, not just for ag, but for some of the other uses. But I do believe we made progress. And I do encourage anyone that should this move forward, that we work on if people have technical amendments. Of course, you'd have to work in concert with DPP to potentially go back to the Land Use Commission. With regard to the line of questioning by Councilmember Wire, he is a member of our committee, and at any time.
Point of order, is this a question for the witness, or is this a comment directed at myself?
I'm making a comment with regard to them, you asking them that why we shouldn't postpone this. The fact of the matter is,
Point of order, I believe she's directing her question towards me,
I'm asking a question to him.
Councilmember Kiaina, if
My
I could ask
question
you
is,
just to ask the question.
have you ever asked him to introduce amendments on your behalf, which he seems to be having a concern over? Has he ever introduced, has Councilmember Wire ever introduced amendments that you have concerns over? And the reason I'm concerned about all of these lines of questioning is because he sits on the committee, and I felt that we did a thoughtful.
Point of order, is there a question?
Councilmember Kiaina, perhaps we could take care of that during discussion.
Thank you.
Is there a question for Mr. Miyamoto? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Miyamoto. Next, we have Mary Freeman, followed by Mitchell Tynans.
Thank you, Chairman Waters. Council. My name is Mary Freeman. Most people call me Mickey. So those of you that know me as Mickey, it's me. I am here speaking on behalf of the legislation for the Airbnbs out at Ko'olina, or not Ko'olina, out in Eva Beach. There's been talk that at Ho'akalai, this wasn't introduced properly, that all of a sudden Airbnbs are going to be out at the resort. It's a resort area. A precedent has been set with Waikiki, Ko'olina, and Turtle Bay to allow for the transients. There's complaints about traffic. Usually when people come in on a vacation, there's one vehicle, not a home where there may be 4 or 5. So I do not see an addition of traffic. It is a resort area. It's adjacent to the resort. But as I said, a precedent for this has already been set. And there's an attitude about people on the west side that were insipid, feckless, and basically inept. Not true. We are coherent of what is happening. I see no reason not to go forward with this. I had family that just came. My little hovel isn't big enough for 4 additional adults, so they had to stay out at Ko'olina. Ko'olina got the revenue. The little shops out there got the revenue from my family that Eva Beach could have been getting, and Kapolei. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you hearing me. Any questions?
Any questions, members? Seeing none, thank you.
No.
Next, we have Mitchell Tynans.
Sorry. Hello, Chair, council members. My name is Mitchell Tynanis. Speaking as a lifelong Eva Beach resident, I'm asking you to give support to Bill 64 relating to transit accommodations in the A2 land next to a Seiko resort zoning. We've been waiting a long time to see the Ocean Point Ho'akalai project completed. Some people are complaining that about the general things that occur in the development area. I feel like some of these, their expectations are unrealistic. There are always visitor accommodations plan. No, excuse me. There was always visitor accommodations plan for that area. They have the resort zoning that was approved a long time ago because it would increase the jobs. Bill 64 does not change that. Transient accommodations in the A2 land makes sense because the other resort areas have the same allowance and the community benefits and the economic boost, as the previous speaker has said. This change is not going to increase traffic on Ke'oni'ula because those home units have been approved already. Let me go back. Also, Haseko has already completed their affordable home commitments in the very beginning of the project. This is going to help them finish the project that we have been waiting for. Please support this. And on the other end of the Bill 64, I would like to thank the council members, Chair, and council members on the ag component / farming, because I'm an avid beekeeper myself, and you guys listen to the concerns that the apiarists and beekeepers had, and you guys made the accommodations as well and the changes. So thank you for that as well. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, members? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Chris Bruns, followed by Mark Anthony Clemente.
Aloha, thank you for, I'm feeling really faint. I'm sorry I can't give you my testimony right now. I'd like to give it, if possible. It's written, and I feel like I'm going to faint, so I just can't do this right now.
Yep, please. You can hand it to our clerk, but do you need medical attention? What do we got here? Next, let's go on to Mark Anthony Clemente. We'll take your written testimony, copy it for the council members. Mr. Bruns.
Aloha, Winala Kako, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the council. Mark Anthony Clemente on behalf of the Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters, in strong support of Bill 64. Standing on my written testimony, but just want to highlight a couple things. The first thing we strongly support is the provisions for the joint development agreements. The second thing we support is the option of using homes and additional alternative visitor accommodations in the Ho'okale area. This area is already zoned A2, medium density apartments, and it sits next to land that is zoned for resort. It makes sense because we have seen that this is a successful combination in 3 other sites, Ko'olina, Turtle Bay, and Waikiki. Having this allowance would help bring jobs to the Ewa area and boost our local economy. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Clemente. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you. I'd like to now move to remote testifiers, and then I'll come back to allow anybody else who's in the chamber to testify. Next, we have Law Isaki.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. How about Stu Simons?
Hello, Chair Waters and City Council members. This is Stu Simmons. I am a housing advocate. I am in strong support of the floor amendment, FD2, introduced by Vice Chair Councilmember Kia Aina. I'd like to thank her for her hard work and for making this a floor amendment. My concern originally with the bill was at the last committee meeting, and I believe this was done by mistake or maybe a misunderstanding. There was language put into the bill that would allow short-term rentals to be allowed for 30 days or less. The current law is 90 days, and the floor amendment corrects this mistake and keeps the current law at 90 days or less as the definition for all short-term rentals. So I'd like to see the floor amendment passed and the bill passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Sharon Kirshner.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Next is Tara Rojas.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, but before I begin, just want to let you know, this bill is so large and there's so many different areas that I would like to testify on that it's hard to put all of them together, but I'll do, the best that I can. Because I want to speak up against the Kahuku wind turbines, as well as this Ewa Beach, the resort area. So basically, I just wanted to say that, how many more warnings, does Hawaii need regarding water crisis, our resources, and just, and land and aina theft. So there's limu decimation. We are in a limu management area. We're in a water crisis. So please keep that in mind, as you cannot just do things as has been planned from, way before. We were in a sewer crisis last year, February 2023 in Ewa Beach. And with the sewer line failure, we still have EV desecration, and we have electricity insurance costs going, sky high on this island. So I hear people of the same thoughts that I am that are supporting this version and measure of it, but it's much more than just changing it from 30 to 90 days. It's the long-term lasting impacts that this will have on Ewa Beach, as well as, the Kahuku. And when the testifier said about, look at Ko'olina, Turtle Bay and Waikiki, there are community that are against Turtle Bay turning into Owaikiki and against Eva Beach turning into, again, these areas. What may have been in the plan for long ago, you need to readjust because, again, we are in a water crisis. And by the way, tomorrow is a CRI meeting in which the Navy will finally reappear at the meeting. So people need to stand up because our water is in crisis as well as the cost. So I am against the development in the Eva Beach area. I'm against the wind turbines on land and in ocean. And please keep this in mind as you move forward. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Don Bruns.
Bill 64, supporting Chair Kia Aina's proposed deletion of the wind turbine grandfathering paragraph. The paragraph added in the 11th hour, it passed that committee with reservations about that paragraph. In my written testimony is a stack of peer-reviewed research detailing the adverse health effects from wind turbines. I'm concerned the text related to Bill 64 hints that the PUC would be the safety mechanism to protect the residential areas from re-upping the too close turbines. Knowing the hundreds of people who testified for almost a decade against Napua Makani, yet the most dangerous wind farm in the world was allowed by them. In the most recent PUC meetings, Kahuku residents quit going because they're dismissed and steamrolled over. We don't want wind, we want solar. We don't want community benefits packages because they do nothing to make our homes habitable. In this wind-funded study, they documented residents were impacted around 45 decibels of low-frequency sound and severe impacts at above 57 decibels. At our house, the 0.8 hertz insomnia frequency is 53 decibels when the wind is 10 miles an hour and 60 decibels when the wind is 18 miles an hour in Kahuku, and it's windy almost all of the summer, and our house is 3 miles away from the wind turbines. If you adopt the grandfathering paragraph, you will be responsible for grave injustice against the Native Hawaiian-dominated community and their neighbors. You are making the most consequential decision of our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Austin Salcido, followed by Calais Salcido.
Hello, City Council. Yeah, I stand by my testimony, my written testimony strongly, and I'm kind of really upset as far as my appearance here at this past 2 hearings that I try to put in incorporating amendments to it for the purpose of group living housing. For agricultural land too, of course, we want conditional use permits. When we come to residential and country zones, to have state monitored operations of group living housings, not a chance, because they're not transparent to the neighborhood boards. The way it's written right now, I wanted the P to change to C. We permitted conditional use permit to be monitored equally by the city DPP, as stated on page 4 and page 5 of this, page 4 and page 20 on this new amendments that you folks had made. So I oppose of this in paragraph 21-5-50, group living is regulated, and for group living, state regulated. No, I want it equally involved with the language for the city DPP to be equally involved with this for transparency. State is not transparent. I wanted that language to be put in. That's what I asked for the last amendments hearing that I was here to testify. So I stand by my testimony for the purpose of unsafe conditions. These group living operations, group living facilities is too close to the schools because of alcohol and drug treatment areas, drug treatment centers. For that measures, these operations, like in Makaha, we have an operation, a 20-bed now. Not only 8 already requires a conditional use permit, but these state operations is not transparent. They're going to forfeit the chances for our neighborhood board to bring attention and awareness to the community. And this operation in Macau is near commercial sales of alcohol beverages. That's going to be adversely affecting those who's going through alcohol and treatment rehabilitation. So that's why I'm saying this has to go through the neighborhood board for collaboration and transparency. State is not transparent. And more so of contracting, subcontracting, allowing to go behind the state to allow for monitoring, and yet some contracting for their operations in residential and country zone areas. So I stand by my testimony. Any questions, please ask.
Any questions for the testifier members? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we have Calais Salcido.
Aloha, I'm Calais Salcedo. I'm here on behalf of being a voice of some of the kupunas and the children that do not have a voice in my community. We live on agricultural land, and I really oppose this bill because it's giving the state the full power of authority to overlook on us, the constituents, okay? We're taxpayers. We don't want you folks to pass the full power over to the state. And we don't think that, you know, I honestly like to trust our legislatures and our representatives we have. But why am I holding this up? If any of you have a nonprofit organization, whether it's bed and breakfast, nonprofit organization, whether it's buying drug addiction, transitional homes, if you have a nonprofit organization, you're making your money, okay? But your money is being invested into more properties. Agriculture properties. We cannot eat the windmills. We cannot stop enabling the landowners, agriculture, to be self-sustainable. So if you are a nonprofit organization or have one, please do not vote on this bill because you're part of the problem. Blind money.
Thank you. Next, we have Sharon Dodge.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Next, we have Evan Owe.
Mr. Chair, this testifier is also not logged on.
Okay. Is Benjamin Sadowski available? Hello, please proceed.
Aloha, Chair, council members. Ben Sadowski with Unite Here Local 5. Just highlight a couple of issues from our written testimony. So we support the amendment in the floor draft preserving the definition of vacation rentals as being up to 90 days rather than 30. But we do not support modifying the land use ordinance to allow vacation rentals in the A2 zoned parcels in the Ho'akalei resort area. This is a highly specific issue. It pertains to one project and one developer, and it should be considered on its own. And you know, transient vacation units are legally allowed in A2 zones within 3,500 feet of resort zones of 50 acres or more. This is not 50 acres or more in this case. However, the bigger point is the city shouldn't give away something that benefits developers without demanding something in return. This project has been modified multiple times over the years. For example, one of the original conditions attached to the development was about affordable housing. There had been requirements as to the percentage of affordable for sale versus for rent units. That was modified in 2002 because the council asserted that there wasn't a housing shortage in EVA anymore at that time. And it's not clear where that's at right now, but those are the sorts of issues. The affordable housing, there was a jobs creation issue that was tied to the Land Use Commission approval, one of the Land Use Commission approvals. These are things that should be negotiated. If the developer is going to get something of value, and when I say of value, I mean being able to market land and homes that can be used as vacation rentals in addition to just being homes is more valuable. So it is kind of a giveaway, and we should be getting something in return. This should come before council separately and we believe that it should be rejected from Bill 64. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Stosky?
Chair.
Councilmember Tupola.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to state that later in discussion, I'll be discussing exactly what was required for Haseko to build affordable, build for market value, and then also for the resort. So I'll go through all those numbers. But also in my district, besides Ho'okalea, I have Ko'olina and I have Makaha as resort areas. So I will delineate exactly what is allowed per the law and how the unilateral agreement that was written between DPP and them stated those things as such. But I just wanted to thank you for coming forward and making your comments, but I'll clarify some of that when I speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Richards, followed by Keikoa McClellan.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I'm testifying in support of Council Kia'aina's updated board draft, removing a paragraph grandfathering in the two closed existing turbines. 6 years ago, I analyzed the Kahuku Wind Farm's environmental impact statement. At the time, I testified to the PUC that the EIS was flawed and biased in how they presented the human health hazards. The EIS ignored what it's called dose and distance. The EIS used studies of windmills that were half or one-third the height, turbines that were half or one-third the size and the power of the ones built in Kahuku. And then they installed turbines that were even larger than those that were in the EIS, that were proposed in the EIS, considerably larger. So in short, if they had looked carefully at the EIS, it would not have been approved. They should never have been built in the first place, and they should be removed. If the council concludes that it's a health hazard to have new wind projects less than 1.25 miles from homes and schools, then the existing windmills are unsafe for Kahuku. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Keikoa McClellan.
Aloha mai, Chair Waters, me Vice Chair Kiaina. Me na kuhina o ke kulana kauhale o Honolulu, haole ku maki kia o ko. For the record, and for the Olelo Hawaii impaired online today, I'm Keikoa McClellan, spokesperson for the American Hotel and Lodging Association. We stand mostly on the record in support of Vice Chair Kiaina's FD2 preserving the definition of short-term rentals as 90 days or less. I would like to note the tremendous amount of community support for the preservation of this definition at 90 days, to include a press release that went out yesterday, including Unite Here Local 5, Hawaii Good Neighbor, the Hawaii Hotel Alliance, Save North Shore Neighborhoods, Hawaii Thousand Friends, the American Hotel and Lodging Association, Save Oahu's Neighborhoods, Keep It Kailua, and a plethora of other affordable housing advocates and organizations throughout our islands. But don't take my word for it. DPP's own consultants confirm that it is more difficult to enforce a 30-day short-term rental versus a 90-day short-term rental. Lease translation, as is, it's in fact easier for us to enforce the laws on the books than if we were to change it. Happy to answer any questions that you folks have of the work that we're doing to support the great laws that we have on the books here for you. And mele kalikimaka to you all.
Thank you. Councilmember Kia'aina.
Thank you so much for testifying, and
My
thank
pleasure.
you for working with the coalition of various industries, business, labor, community groups, housing advocates. The 90-day requirement seems to be a challenge for DPP on the enforcement side, and I know that you've been in contact with the various folks who are following what they're doing with regard to enforcement. Do you have any specific recommendations on how they can improve on enforcing the 90-day requirement?
The Department of Planning and Permitting is doing great work on a number of fronts. We've already seen, for example, the time that it takes to get a permit shrink. So we know that when presented with a challenge, DPP can meet the mail. And we're confident that they can do that here. Granicus is a large company. They consult not just for the city and county of Honolulu, but for many organizations across the country. And we reached out to their own consultants on this issue, and they told us that it is in fact more difficult to enforce a 30-day rental than a 90-day rental. I'm quoting the strategic account executive with Granicus, John Spuler, who's supporting the city's working group on these enforcement efforts. Now, the reality is we know exactly how many long-term rentals in Honolulu are being rented, but probably used as a short-term rental. The number is 2,538, so it's quantifiable. So Granicus believes that compliance software at SimLive can extract the reviews, compare them to calendar dates, and screenshot the steps in the booking process for each listing on each platform. There are 8,500 rental units with 20,000 listings right now that we've identified. And the 90-day or less short-term rental designations make the enforcement easier to extract that data. So we know that it can be done, and we know that the administration is working in real time to roll something out that will enforce the laws that this council worked very hard to put on the books that are there. So we appreciate the FD2 to preserve the definition of short-term rental as 90 days or less. Obviously, AHLA and our members, 164 hotels throughout Hawaii, most of them right here in the city and county of Honolulu, have other issues with Bill 64 that we could talk about. But this issue, singularly important to the housing of our member employees, is the reason that you have Local 5 and AHLA standing side by side saying this is more important than anything that we're talking about.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. McClellan? Seeing none, thank you.
Mahalo.
Next, we have Edward Jones. Just press the on button. There you go.
Thank you. My name is Ed Jones for Kama'aina Occupied Short-Term Rentals, Oahu. Aloha Chair, Vice Chair Kia'aina, and members of the council. Mahalo for all of your efforts on modernizing the land use ordinance. Vice Chair Kia'aina, this is a tremendous achievement that will serve us for decades to come, and it wasn't easy to do. We ask for that in the final bill that it make clear that the owner-occupied renting, these are the ones that rent their own property, the property that they own, they're located on the property, for any period, move it to under the home occupation category, and because it's not commercial. The governor, the mayor, and the case law support this position. Also, it is compliant with Act 17. Owner-occupied renting is, the behavior of the tenant is the same as a member of Ohana that's living in the residence. Kupuna need to be able to make a living so that they are not chased out of paradise. The exact language that's recommended is in the testimony that we submitted. If you don't have that, I can make sure that you have that in your, I see everyone nodding their head, so I appreciate that. A resident who comes to our gathering place for a few days to access medical care may be of limited means. They may not be able to afford that hotel room. Mahalo for your kind consideration of this non-controversial recommended change. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Next, we have Kelly Lee. Kelly Lee.
Aloha, Chair. I'm Kelly Lee, the president of OSTRA, representing thousands that participate in legal and mid and short-term rentals on Oahu. We support FD1, CD2, and oppose FD2. We oppose the change to 90 days as renting for 30 days is currently legal and remains a vital component of our housing market. This change would eliminate temporary monthly housing for our residents and essential workers. Residents transitioning between homes or facing temporary displacement, as well as essential workers like nurses, military personnel, students, and visiting labor force. This housing was vital for residents affected by the Red Hill crisis of the Marco Polo fires and continues to be needed on Oahu. As the most populated and economically active island, Oahu cannot afford to eliminate an entire housing segment. Please vote no on this last-minute floor draft to preserve midterm housing on Oahu. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have David Tanoy, followed by Gil Revere.
Aloha, council members. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify on behalf of Bill 64. I'm here, my name is David Tanoy. I'm speaking on behalf of Haseka, Hawaii, in full support of Bill 64. I'd like to thank the council members, especially Planning Committee Chair Kia Aina for her leadership and guidance and resolve in getting this Herculean task through. It's a huge bill, as mentioned, 280 pages, almost 4 years in the making from Bill 10 to Bill 64. And I think it's about time that we move forward and we can iron out the wrinkles as we go along, as they pop up. But in particular here, I'm here to support the amendments to Section 5-5-70, which allows bed and breakfasts and TVUs in the A2 zoning districts adjacent to the resort area in Ho'okale. We think this is, it's consistent with the long-range plans for Oahu. It's allowed in other secondary tourist areas as far as Waikiki and Kolina, as well as Turtle Bay. And we think it's just the final step in the final phase in the development of the resort area and commercial mixed use for the Ho'okale and Ocean Point development. I'm available to answer any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions for the testifier?
Chair.
Councilmember Tupolo.
Briefly, Mr. Tanoy, thank you for being here. What were the amount of affordable rentals that were required in the unilateral agreement in addition to the resort zoning?
Well, affordable rentals, I can't get the exact number, but
Affordable housing, yeah.
Yeah, overall, well, right now I think they built almost 800 affordable housing units in the Ocean Point, Ho'okale. And actually it's more than what was required in the unilateral agreement at this point. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any follow-up questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Tanoy.
Thank you.
Next, we have Gil Revere.
Aloha. Hi, my name is Gil Riviere from Wailua, and I just want to thank the chair, vice chair, committee members, everybody that's worked so hard, and all the staff to build this bill. It's a heavy lift, and I want to commend you on the hard work and attention. In particular, mahalo for this last floor draft. I speak in support of that, which removes the grandfathering clauses for the wind turbines. That is obviously really important, as you've heard from so many people. I'm in support of the 90-day definition of what is a short-term or long-term definition. So those two amendments are greatly appreciated. And the third item I want to address today is the accessory agriculture. I appreciate the inclusion of verbiage that requires a primary agricultural operation to be in existence before an accessory activity can be approved. So for those reasons, I'm in support of these this bill and these amendments. Thank you very much. Aloha.
Thank you. Next, we have Christine Otoza.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay, is John Otto available?
Chair, the testifier is also not logged on.
Okay, I saw Sarah Chinin here. Hello, welcome.
Oh, hello, I've been before the city council before. Sorry. And I submitted a written testimony. I really was confused because when I was told about this by Christine Oroza, it was 359 pages long. I couldn't get past the first 5 pages because it was amendments on amendments. And so I wrote a kind of a non-bill related thing about protecting and preserving our Hawaii. And you guys are the ones that will. And I ended it with asking you, what is your vision for Hawaii? Because that's what it starts with. What do you envision Hawaii to be? Do you want concrete and glass and wind turbines? And what do you want? Because that's what you're going to leave to our kids. And as an old lady, I'm very opinionated, and I love old Hawaii. I love trees, I love old neighborhoods, and who's preserving that for us? So, but I'm opposing the bill just because it's too long, and I would rather see it broken down into smaller segments which a person like me can understand and read, and amendments upon amendments, and so that's why I oppose it. But thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Eric Robinson.
Good afternoon, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kia Aina, council members. My law firm represents the Hawaii Hotel Alliance, and we offer comments on Bill 64 and support Vice Chair Kia Aina's amendments to restore the 90-day provision concerning transient vacation units. So this bill represents years of hard work to, one, keep tourism in appropriate zoning districts, and two, to make sure we protect the character and fabric of our residential districts. The Hillstra lawsuit that we had a couple years ago presented a roadblock to enforcing the council's prior hard work to rein in transient vacation units. And the state legislature just this year passed Act 17, which removed that roadblock. I asked the council adopt Chair Kia Aina's floor amendments and also consider adding a phase-out period for existing transient vacation units that rent for 30 to 89 days. That's expressly allowed by Act 17, and it's a little carve-out that was not able to be enforced against as a result of the Hillstra lawsuit. And I'd also note that Bill 64 distinguishes between rentals to residents and rentals to transient occupants. Happy to take any questions the council may have.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Matt Lopresti.
Aloha. I'm testifying in opposition to Bill 64's amendment by Councilmember Tupola. I'd like to amend my written testimony to say opposing just this particular special carve-out for Haseko to make $500 million with nothing in return. I will also note I'm not just testifying on behalf of myself, but on behalf of the Townhome Association that I'm the president of, 128 owners who live right next to the place that is being suggested to change to short-term rental areas. I'm also the former rep for the area, and for starters, this amendment has not been transparent. It came up all of a sudden. I found out about it 24 hours ago. My neighbors have been freaking out and calling me and calling former Councilmember Pine, who I know also sent you testimony in opposition. Please read that, because there's facts there that counter the narrative that's being given by other people. I know that Haseko has been giving innumerable opportunities to come to the neighborhood board to talk about changes. They've never talked about this at all. I go to their meetings, their coffee hours, and they've never talked about it. But all of a sudden, out of the blue, there's this last-minute carve-out. And if the council member is so confident that the people will support this, then introduce it as a separate bill and let it go through the democratic process, because at the state legislature, this would be illegal. You can't add things to a bill at the end that haven't been discussed and haven't had testimony on it before. You can take things out, but you can't add a big thing like this, and this is a big thing. So to quote my colleague, former Councilmember Pine's statements on this, this idea of including short-term rentals has always been opposed by the EBA community in past discussions. This is why vacation rentals were never included in various council drafts of Haseko's most recent rezoning when she was our council member. The A2 parcels, these were a compromise. These were a compromise for the developer to build workforce housing in exchange for the rezoning. And now there's another deceptive practice that's taking place here with the help of certain politicians. This is outrageous. They've changed this project so many times, and they've been found, guilty of deceptive trade practices. And now we have this going through at the last second of this bill to do the sneaky use change instead of a zoning change. I ask if the council has even considered the impacts this will have on our community. So the Safeway down the street is now going to charge tourism prices for our groceries instead of local prices. It's going to negatively impact my home value and the home value of all the people in this resort association. And by the way, as far as I can tell, I'm the only person testifying in this from the resort association. Yeah, there's other people from Ewa Beach that are there, but they don't live in the resort association where I live right next to it. And we do not support this. If you really are confident about it, take it out of Bill 60, this bill, and let it go through the process on its own. Lastly, the false narrative, I just got to hit this point again, that this has always been the plan. That's not true. It is definitely not true. It's a last minute thing. It's nonsense. Please look at Councilmember Pine's testimony in opposition. Look at mine. John Clark, our neighborhood board chair, was here, and he had to leave twice because it's taken so long. He submitted testimony saying that the neighborhood board has asked Haseko to come, and they've not come. That gentleman from Haseko there, and I'll end with this. That guy, you take a look at him. He's going to leave with $500 million extra because these units they're going to be allowed to charge market rate at least $500,000 more. If it's $1 million more for these, that's $1 billion that we give Haseko for nothing in return because of some political favor. It's outrageous, and it's a mockery of how this process is supposed to take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Chun James.
Chair, can I just...
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Councilmember Tupola.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lopresti, for being on. I will be addressing some of this in my comments. Just wanted to make it clear that we had the discussion twice. Councilmember Kiaina was very mindful that we didn't even vote on it in committee the first time. We agendized it for discussion, and then we agendized it again for a vote, and then we agendized it again for the second reading, and then we agendized it again for third reading. And I did reach out, and I did ask people in the community. I am going to go over the unilateral agreement. I am aware of what Haseko has done as far as their benefit. I'm aware of the number of homes they're required to do for affordable housing and which ones were for this zoning. And so I will be sharing more of that in my commentary. And I did ask prior to this a few years back if we could take this one and Ko'olina, which both of those were incorrect in the maps, if it could be corrected. And it was suggested to me that we take it all together with the land use ordinance. I did wish that we could have done it separately, but at this time we're taking it all together, and we had plenty of ample time to give conversation to this point. And there are other people that have been in favor, but I will make more comments when we are in discussion. Thank you.
So if that was a question, I'd like to respond, because if you have done outreach, then
it wasn't a question. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
The neighborhood boards
There's
never
no question on the table. Sorry. And I did give you ample time to testify. Next, we have Chun James, followed by Suzanne Young.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
I am so appreciative of all your effort, but we really need to defer Bill 64. More public participation is needed, as you can tell through the testimony. And it's better to do it right the first time at the start. Based on my observations, major corporations, hired lobbyists, employees, special interest group are in the driver's seat because they can. It's their paid job. But most of our grassroots people are unable to keep up with so much because 283 pages of technical language this is not a romance novel. This is really, really time consuming. And I just want to say, I submitted written testimony. I want to say I have great concerns about communications. It seems that the communications corporations are given the free range to do anything they want and everywhere, including residential neighborhoods. And nothing is said about public health impacts. There is nothing said about public health impacts. These towers, 5G towers and so forth, can be just as detrimental to some people as those turbines. I also am concerned about the agriculture section. Again, there is feelings out there that it is corporate who is trying to boss the small farmers around. We have desktop farmers in Aloha shirts who are trying to impose their style of farming on our local farmers. No local farmer should be forced to monetize or to use corporate-style owning methods of farming. Being a farmer is a chosen way of life. Oahu residents must have the civil rights to choose their lifestyle and their own style of farming. Some choose to live in condos, some choose to live in residential homes, some choose to be city mouse, some choose to be country mouse. But considering that Hawaii imports 90% of its goods, anyone who is interested in farming should be highly encouraged in their communities and not boxed into a tight bureaucratic box of legislative rules and corporate agenda. So in light of all this, I know that you have spent a lot of time, but today's adoption is an arbitrary date. Please defer, because it's better to do it right, and there is still so much to discuss with the grassroots. And I also submitted testimony about the fact that—
Thank you, Ms. James. If I may ask you to wrap up your testimony.
Yes, I will. There is a part on page 32 that I'm very concerned about, that corporate owners of 50 acres or more can have farm housing, but they can also evict those farm housing. Okay, then what is going to happen to those housing on those 50 acres that they have developed? Also, what is the relation between the important ag lands? 50% of corporate ag lands and other farmlands are going to be set aside, and then you're talking about 51%. So it seems that the ratio is very convincing. If we are going to protect ag lands, we got to fit all the puzzle together in a logical way, and I don't see this happening. So thank you so much. I know you put in a lot of work, but it is so important to just do it right the first time and allow grassroots participation, much more grassroots participation. Mahalo again, and Merry Christmas to you all.
Thank you. Next, we have Suzanne Young.
Aloha, Chair Waters and Council again. Councilmember Kia Aina, we applaud and have great gratitude for the work that you put in for this bill and the changes that are there. We have one issue that we are opposed to, and that is reverting back to the 90 days. We have testified over and over again of the importance to local residents, but also workforce, people who are not residents. I heard the attorney reference there's a difference between residents and non-residents, but there are traveling nurses and contract workers who are not residents, but they need housing between 30 and 89 days. And so if you put 90, you are going to force these individuals to not have an opportunity for housing. And I will say, with regard to enforcement, DPP has been, I know, in contact with Kauai, and Kauai has been the leader in enforcing short-term rentals, and their focus is on 30-day and below. And so I think that the enforcement of 30 days is where we should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Young, I had a quick question if you're available. Apologies to bring you, but just wanted to see if you could provide some insight on what Kauai was doing that made enforcement better, or if there's some, you could flesh that out a little bit
So
for
if
us.
you understand where the Kauai bill is, theirs is actually, I believe, at 180. But Ka'aina Hull there, and he's spoken to all of the local department DPPs, including Honolulu. Their focus is on 30 because that is where the problem is, and that is the easiest. And once they bring the 30-day under control, they have pretty much gotten their short-term rentals under control. There is no issue with greater than 30 days. You know, when we met with the mayor, when we were dealing with Bill 41, he acknowledged the transient tourist person that creates problems in the community are between 7 to 10, 14 days. It's not over 30 days. So I don't know why people are focused on this 30 to 89 days. That's not where the problem is.
Mahalo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Tupola?
Oh, thank you so much, Ms. Young. No, just really quick, thank you for mentioning Ka'aina Hall, because I just want to say that he did so much good work on Kauai, and I studied their whole model, and it's so effective. So thank you for giving him props.
I did have a follow-up question. Ms. Young. No, it's okay. I just want to clarify. So the law on Kauai,
apologies.
the
My
law on
apologies.
Kauai is 180 days, but they're only enforcing 30 days.
Correct.
And is that based on the federal lawsuit? Or is that?
No,
just
it's based on what is practical for them.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
And
Okay.
and when they have focused on the 30, the community is okay. Things are great there when they're doing that. So it's managing resources as well.
There's no reason why we couldn't do the same, right? Pass the law at 90, but enforce the 30.
Well, my realtors behind me, when they have to advise their clients and do disclosure, that doesn't work.
But you're saying it worked on Kauai.
How Kauai chooses to do that versus what our realtors have to do here on Oahu and representing their clients is completely different.
Okay, thank you. Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none. Okay, next we have Karen O'Mahony.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Thank you. Next is Mike Foley. Mike Foley.
Aloha. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee or the council. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My testimony is in opposition to the bill, mainly because of some of the testimony I've heard today, including the testifier, Ms. James. I think she had some very good points about just needing to take some time to address some of the issues that are still out there. This is an incredibly complex bill. Of course, it affects all of us through the land use ordinance, and there's still some issues, obviously. So taking the time to work through those issues in committee seems like the right thing to do rather than create chaos by passing something that we just need to fix later. But I do want to just say mahalo to the council members who have worked so hard to address all the public comments in the committee. I know Chair Kia'aina has been very supportive of a lot of the comments that came through, and definitely this bill has really made some very important changes that make it very close. So my opposition is not as strong as it would be otherwise. So thank you again for all your leadership. That's it. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. Next, we have Samaria Dow.
Aloha. Yes, I just wanted to thank all of you again for all the many years, it seems, that you've been working on this, and I look forward to hearing Council Tupola's discussion later with more details. I just wanted to say that I also disagree with the changes for the developers to change the apartment district into short-term rental. We have such a housing crisis. To make anything less than 4 Hawaii people just can't happen already. It just can't. I wanted to thank the previous testifiers also, Robinson, Chinen, Lepresti, James, and Rojas for their comments, because I wholeheartedly agree that this shouldn't pass as is. And I know that you spent many hours and many days working on this, but it needs more work. So I'm hoping that we can get more people on board so we can make this right the first time. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's all the names that I have that are registered testifiers. I'd like to turn it over to now unregistered testifiers. If you can, please line up this way, and we'll take you one by one. So please start by saying your name. Hello and
My name
welcome.
is Lori Thorson, and I am a recipient of the Section 8 program. I initially came to testify on Bill 46, but then I heard about 64, so this is what I wrote. I do not think it is wise to reduce short-term rentals from 90 days to 30 days. However, I do understand why landlords would prefer 30 days. This allows them to adjust their rents accordingly to make a decent living if renting out a Ohana unit. It is a fact that landlords are currently unable to receive HUD's fair market value for the rentals if they rent to Section 8 recipients. Because of the illegal policies, Hakeem Owen Safi, the executive director of the Hawaii Public Housing Authority, has fabricated and is enforcing, which is to use low comparables in all rent reasonableness determinations, allows the contract rent to be consistently reduced for all Section 8 rentals, which increases the amount of subsidy Hakeem Owen Safi is stealing from the Section 8 program. Again, landlords will never receive HUD's fair market rent for their rentals if they rent to Section 8 recipients. The fact is, long-term rentals need to be available to the community, but there has to be a caveat that landlords will be fairly compensated for their rentals. The illegal policies that are being enforced by Hakeem Owen Safi must first be addressed, so that landlords can at least receive HUD's fair market value for their rentals when renting to Section 8 recipients. You can read facts about the corruption in the Hawaii Public Housing Authority at my website, which is titled governmentcorruptioninhawaii.wordpress.com. In my fraud chart attached to this website,
May I ask that you please wrap up your testimony?
proves Hakeem Owen Safi has stolen over $106 million from the Section 8 program since 2015, and he continues to steal approximately $1 million each month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Council members, Natalie Wassa for the record. I have not signed up for testimony on this, but I had to make a comment. First of all, thank you so much, Councilmember Kia Aina. I have watched this process, and I really, really appreciate all the work that you did going through iterations on different sections, making it as easy as you could. Thank you so much. But I want to make a comment. I was shocked at the thought that a legislator would even suggest that you could put into a law something and then not enforce it. That is extremely unacceptable. So I wanted to clarify, to mention that, because it's just, we cannot have that. And then just for the record, I support 30-day rentals. The 90-day, as has been stated by several others, I think is just too long of a period. So thank you for letting me make my comments.
Aloha, I'm Peter from Maka'a, and I came to speak on a few things, mostly Bill 64, but I'd like to see it completely stricken down. It's too complicated, it's too long, there's too much piled in a one bill, and most people don't have time or the wherewithal to make sense of it all, and it's just too much. And as far as our vacation rentals, it's meant to be for the mom and pops to make a supplemental income, not businesses. All these people buying up these places and turning them into vacation rentals. Now you get the mom and pops that can't do it because they're all bound up with laws and this. So I really came to say we need to protect our ag land and our country zoning land, and it's for ag and our residents. Group living doesn't make any sense to be involved in ag land, and we're trying to be self-sustainable out on the west side, and I believe we should be go to work. I spent 2 hours one way to get to work, and I don't get nonprofit working just to pay my bills. So how does people get these grants that are nonprofit to pad their pockets? Aloha.
Chair,
Councilmember Tupola.
just a real quick question. I just want to clarify that Restore, Reconnect, Revive is a program, not a nonprofit, and it just brings together other nonprofits like Catholic Charities, Kealoha West. It's just a way to bring everyone together, but actually does not run that program. We have it at River of Life as well as the LMS Church, who are the main hubs that run the hub of resources. There's no grants for it. It's not city funded at all. $0 going to it. It's just a collaboration of community entities of people that want to help with homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Aloha, Chair Waters and members of the City Council. My name is Isaiah Sato, and I work with RM Tao Corporation. Today, I'm here on behalf of HASECO, and I wanted to clarify some of the statements that were said earlier. So the first thing I wanted to touch upon was the 2016 HASECO rezoning or unilateral agreement. So the 2016 UA did not cover the area in question. You know, there was no discussion about prohibiting short-term rentals in that area. The area that that we're requesting short-term rentals on was separate and was approved in, back in the 90s with HASECO's original UA. I also wanted to touch upon a little bit on the area geographically that we're asking for. The amendments apply only to a specific undeveloped area within Ho'akalei Resort that's zoned A2. This is not a rezoning proposal, but rather an effort to allow short-term rentals in this designated area right next to the resort land and lagoon. This is separated from the existing housing. It's not touching any existing housing. There's a golf course between, and it really is part of the resort mixed-use area. I also wanted to quickly clarify that these units will be residential homes, so they'll be sold, as regular owner-occupied home. This request will allow property owners their flexibility to use this as their primary residence or to operate them as transient vacations. HASECO is offloading all of them and selling them all. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions for the testifiers? Councilmember
I just would like to say thank you. I don't have any questions, but if council members have a question of a developer or the department, that is the appropriate time. But this is, when you testify, you come up and you say your piece, and this is not for people to come up and rebut others. Okay, that's all I'm trying to say. So I'm just trying to say that you already testified. I appreciate you coming, but that's not what your role is here. If the members have questions of you, then we'll ask you. Is that okay? Thank you.
I'll ask a question, Chair.
Councilmember Tupola.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, because I think in a previous testifier, what I heard, and then when I look back at the map, now I can understand what they're saying. I think what they're asking is whether or not current homes that are already zoned are now going to change into transit vacation units. Is that what's happening, or have these ones not been built yet?
These ones have not been built yet, so we're not touching the existing homes at all. This
Okay,
is all for,
so I wanted to clarify that because a few people said that, and I just want to make sure that anything that is already existing in EVA in that area, none of those are changing zoning, none of them are going to be, it's ones that haven't been built yet because the resort area hasn't been built yet, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Next testifier.
Aloha, City Council, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES. So thank you, council members and your teams for all the hard work. And English is actually not my first language, it's my second language. And it's been really nice to have the staff explain everything relating to the permitting process. Whether we're immigrants like myself or working at McDonald's or a custodian or a super famous actress or the president, it's nice to be able to come and get everyone to sit at the table to talk about building a brighter future in this land use ordinance permitting process. This is how equity is built in the zones, right? Thank you, Councilmember Tupola, for trying to propose amendments for building sanctuaries and facilities relating to cats. I'm not sure if it will be successfully enacted. I've stood by Popoki Place because it's a statewide concern to manage cats, and if DOA and DLNR can provide land, the city zoning and land use process still needs to allow for what can be considered as unrestricted statutory parameters. And besides Popoki Place, the other cat cafes and rescues we work with could need flexibility of minor conditional use permitting, so boarding facilities and sanctuaries can be built in more zones to operate home-based businesses to rescue cats. So to allow minor conditional use permits in more zones is ideally what can be done to provide flexibility for cat rescues. So for an example of more restrictive permitting in this land use ordinance process, there was a debate about halfway houses, right? And Waianae, and the facilities there should be considerate of school boundaries, which I do agree with. Although a few of my friends are ex-convicts, I do have to agree that while incarceration and recidivism can be addressed by funding more halfway houses and programs for inmates, yet they shouldn't be built everywhere, and perhaps only in neighborhoods in which it makes sense. So yeah, as we come to a conclusion with this topic, we're all acting in the best interest of the city and its citizens, and I'm just so happy for all the hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we also have someone on this side who'd like to testify.
Aloha, members of the City Council and supporting people. I appreciate the opportunity to express ourselves, even on short notice. I believe we need to bring up an amendment to change the wording in the clause about residential homes being considered commercial. I believe that they should all be considered residential. I realize that this would open the door a crack for vacation or short-term rentals. However, the short-term rentals that are being spoken about now, and I appreciate everybody that reaches out, Tupola, Ki'aina, and our Mayor Blangiardi has come to meetings, and we have quotes from him saying that he is not targeting kupuna who need to make a little money in order to live. I am one of them. The latest legislation has slashed my income by 75%. I wonder how many of you could live on that. Anyway, I believe that the mayor has stated that he is not after us. He is after investors who come in and often buy 20 houses. I don't know how anybody could buy 20 houses here. But anyway, they leave them either to appreciate or turn them into short-term rentals under a management company. That's not right. And he should be against that. There are probably fewer than 500 of us on this island that do short-term rentals or would like to do short-term rentals as kupuna and make a little extra money so that we can earn a living. I don't think that's an unfair request. And I would request that you change the classification of housing to residential, making that possible for us. And I appreciate all the time. This is an every 10 years bill, and I know you have spent tons of time on it, and we appreciate it, and we especially appreciate those of you that go out into the community and listen to us. And I hope you'll do that on this change. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify that hasn't had an opportunity to testify? Mr. Arakawa? Oh. Can we do ladies first, Mr. Arakawa? Thank you. Please proceed.
Aloha to our city council members who have worked very hard on this. I would like to support the Costro proposed amendment to Bill 64. COSTRA is Kama Aina occupied short-term rentals on Oahu. In other words, as someone said earlier, the moms and pops, the kapuna who want to earn some money in order to keep up with the cost of living here. Home occupation use, page 25. I would like to be able to use assets that I've developed, my own home, so I can keep and maintain it. This is not because I haven't lived within my means. This is because our family had only one breadwinner and awful disease, Parkinson's, and we required 7-day-a-week, 24-hour caregivers. So I would like to be able to do a mom and pop, rent a couple rooms, and so would other mom and pop operations who have a cottage on their property. We're not buying a whole bunch of homes and or having a party house. Please keep the income and jobs on the island, because we hire people to make renovations and to clean the homes between guests. It's better to keep it here among our people than to have it go off island to corporations. We're not a threat to them. We have a completely different product. Let me quote our mayor, as was mentioned before.
Actually, I've been pretty generous with our time. Can you wrap up your testimony rather than
Yes.
quoting the mayor?
Mayor Ben.
Actually, I'm asking you not to quote the mayor. If you could wrap up.
Thank
your
you very
testimony,
much
please.
for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else who wishes to testify, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Waters, member of the Honolulu City Council. My name is David Arakawa. I'm testifying on behalf of the Land Use Research Foundation of Hawaii. And we're testifying in favor or in support of Bill 64. We'd like to thank Council Vice Chair and Planning Committee Chair Kia Aina for her hard work, and all of the council members and Department of Planning and Permitting staff, the hard work on this bill, Mr. Chair. It's been a long time. It went from Bill 10 to Bill 64. Particularly, we would support the Joint Development Agreement provisions, and we would also support the flexibility for the Ho'okale project in Eva Marina. We would also support the transit vacation unit amendments, and we'd also strongly support the agricultural amendments. I know you folks worked, the committee worked very hard with the Farm Bureau and others, so we'd support all those matters, Mr. Chair. We do have some issues with renewable energy and joint development agreements in Waikiki, but we can talk about that later. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify? Seeing none, members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Tupolo.
Thanks so much, Chair. Yeah, it's been a long morning, but I do want to thank everyone for coming, especially for this bill. I know that many people have said it, and I'm just going to say it one more time. Councilmember Kiaina did a hell of a job. I just really need to thank her for her due diligence. I literally thought it would be impossible to finish this in 2024. I thought that we were going to indefinitely have to carry this on for another couple years, but she kept it orderly, she kept it organized, she kept us informed, we broke it into small pieces. I will say that it was a headache trying to understand everything, and I will, sympathize with those people who said it's too big. It was for me too. It was a lot to understand. I had to break down it in little parts and try to tutor myself on every part of the bill. So I apologize to the public, but some of the things that we deal with are very complex, and we try to break it down as simple as possible. I tried to have little town halls on each of the parts of it so people could give me their input and I could submit amendments for them. So first off, I'm going to start with group living. I want to say to Uncle and Auntie, Uncle Kale, Uncle Austin and Auntie Calais, that I really am working on the group living issue. So right now, anything under 5 clients or 5 residents doesn't need a group living facility CUP from DPP. And because of that, we have them all over Makaha and all over Waianae, and we don't know where these group living facilities are, but that is per the Department of Health law. So it's called adult residential care homes under ARCH, and if you're qualified and approved by DOH to be ARCH, if you have under 5, you don't need the CUP, which is where we're having this problem. So I have a meeting scheduled with them and DPP and DOH to see if we can't resolve that. Secondly, I did want to address the issues or the amendment that I proposed about Ho'akale, and thank Councilmember Kia'aina for allowing us to talk about it various times so that we could really flush through all the details of it. This does not change any of the zoning in that area, and it actually makes the law congruent across 3 of my resort areas, Makaha, Ko'olina, and Ho'akale. I will say that after looking at that map, I can kind of see why there was some confusion. There is an A2 section that's already been built, and we are not changing that. We are not touching it. The part that hasn't been built is the resort itself and this adjacent A2 area that's part of the resort. It's very similar to Ko'olina. In 2016, the City Council approved this land to be a industrial commercial resort mixed use, which was a strategy to make the community like a resort style. The amendments are in line with the Oahu existing development plan. Ho'akale was designated as a secondary resort area in the Oahu General and EVA development plan, alongside Ko'olina, Turtle Bay, Makaha, and Waikiki. This long-term vision for Ho'akale was not a sudden shift, but part of the city's strategy for responsible growth, ensuring the area fits seamlessly into Oahu's border economic and tourism plans. We want to make sure that transit vacation units stay out of the residential area and only in resort areas. The zoning development plans and especially the unilateral agreement are clear. Ho'akale can provide no more than 4,850 dwelling units and 950 visitor accommodation units. To date, they've built 3,976 of the 4,850 planned residential units, and they have been sold to individual homeowners. They fulfilled their affordable housing requirement by providing 787 affordable units at 120% AMI and below, with 361 of those units being below 80% AMI. And they wrote that into the unilateral agreement so that there would be some affordable, some for market, and then some resort areas. These amendments do not force homeowners to use it in this way. It allows them flexibility. I will say that in Ko'olina, where this is allowed, I have less than 30% of my constituents using it as vacation units, and most of them are using it for their own family members to visit. If they do go the route of making it a transit vacation unit, they have to go through the permitting process. They have to comply with all the things that are required for someone to use it as such. These amendments support Oahu's long-term vision, respect the area's existing zoning, and give owners a valuable option. I want to mahalo Councilmember Kia'aina for her collaboration on all the agricultural amendments, which have helped to refine this bill and serve our farming and ranching community. I want to acknowledge the hard work of agricultural stakeholders, especially Brian Miyamoto from the Farm Bureau and Micah Munekata from Ulupono Initiative and Kalani Morse. We have spent countless hours in meetings and working groups to address the concerns of our farmers, from feed stores to agritourism to farm dwellings and animal care. Their efforts in gathering input have been valuable in shaping the agricultural section of this bill. While this represents a significant amount of progress, we know that this Agricultural Development Task Force could help us to know even more and shape the future of our ag land. As we move forward, let's remember that supporting local agriculture is crucial for building a sustainable future for Hawaii. Lastly, I want to make comment about the amendment CD2 that Councilmember Kia'aina did addressing the windmills. The Kahuku Community Association has raised valid concerns that deserve our full attention, and I think her amendments help to appease the community's concern. I support the proposed amendment to increase the turbine setback to a minimum of 1.25 miles or a 1:10 ratio, whichever is greater. This measure ensures that developers will not be able to bypass updated safety regulations by operating under outdated setback standards. Adequate setbacks remain the most effective measure for protecting communities from negative impacts of industrial-scale wind turbines. However, in the future, I do think we might need to reassess the height of the wind turbines and consider decreasing the cap from 575 to 568. This request comes from deep concerns of the Kahuku community, including over 200 residents that were arrested during the Napua Makani Wind project. I thank Pua Makani and Terraform for giving Kahuku some kind of promise of a benefit this year, but I will say that any community benefit from these turbines should go to Kahuku only. Why are the smallest towns on this island plagued with all the clean energy projects? Waianae has the most, but Kahuku has the biggest. As stated by Carlos Mozo, it's a small town with over 2,000 people pleading for energy justice. I was born in Kahuku, and I'm happy to see some K-Town people still out here, still fighting the fight. Josh, Melissa, Don, Sunny, Carlos, and many others who can't be here. Along with Councilmember Wire and Kia'aina, I will keep fighting for energy justice and address the concerns of the Kahuku community, ensuring their voices are heard in this process. We must prioritize the safety and quality of life of our residents. For those reasons, I'm in support of Bill 64, Draft 2.
Thank you, Councilmember Tupola. I have to apologize, members. There are two people with their hands up. Do you mind if I take those last two testimonies before we go on with discussion? Okay, Mr. Clerk, please proceed.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Please proceed. We can hear you.
Hi. Aloha Council. My name is Susan Lamb, providing testimony on behalf of Hawaii Appleseed. We are standing on our written testimony, but wanted to highlight a couple of things. Want to mahalo Vice Chair Kia'aina for her floor draft amendment in returning back the less than 90 days language, but also our testimony also wanted to highlight the rezoning of the Hokulea apartment district, but now understanding Topola's, or Councilmember Topola's description. Yeah, I'm sorry. We'll just stand on our written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Virginia, I believe, testifying. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, thank you. Hi. Hello, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify. I feel like I'm a bit last minute, but I did want to support CD2 for reasonable setbacks for wind turbines. I really have long-term concerns about the impact on humans for those and birds that those wind turbines have on us. I am supportive of the hosted vacation rentals, and I would have been kind of neutral about this whole thing. I only found out last night, less than 24 hours ago, of my councilwoman's kind of reintroducing or reattaching the 90-day minimum for rentals. I feel like you should oppose this bill, or certainly that amendment, because this is underhanded and lacks transparency, has total disregard for the process of input, and I feel like it's pretty undemocratic. Also, it just adds another layer of burden and expense for DPP. If you want to have more housing, give out more housing building permits. Thank you. Hope you all have a good holiday season.
Thank you very much. Members, we're back to discussion. Any further discussion? Councilmember Cordero?
Yeah.
Then Say, then Kia'aina.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much to the Chair of the Planning Committee and all the, not just this current council, but the past councils that have considered this as Bill 10 and the past, as well as the City Administration. I do want to say that I am in support of this current version proposed by Councilmember Council Vice Chair Kia'aina with amendments to the wind turbines. Thank you. Mahalo.
Thank you. Councilmember Say.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. At this point in time, I just would like to state for the record that the draft that I really supported came out of the committee, which is the committee draft 2. As far as the floor draft 2 that is before this illustrious body, I can see the concerns of the residents of the North Shore, which is Kahuku, but more importantly, I'm looking at it from a different perspective. And I apologize to the residents of the North Shore and the residents of West Oahu, where these windmills are located. I'm looking at it from a point of view, and I hope you can understand this. The point of the matter is that we have a state law. By 2045, we are supposed to be 100% off of fossil fuel. The replacement of these particular operating windmills will be very difficult to continue on. And the statement made by one of the testifiers that we're grandfathering all present wind farms. As an investor, you would like to have some assurance that you get a return on your money, but more importantly, the process has taken its place. Like the discussion we had from 3 years ago in Bill 10, you will and find an area through the EIS, through all these studies that we do, which I can appreciate. But more importantly, you've got to go through a process whereby at the end of the process, you've got to get the approval from the Public Utilities Commission. You've got to coexist with the utility company, which is Hawaii Electric. You've got to go and get the developer or the individual who is willing to put up these type of farms, wind farms. The concern for me is this. I don't want this FD2 sending a bad message throughout this country that I love, the United States of America, and throughout the world, if we are going to continue on with wind farms or solar farms as another alternative. I wholeheartedly disagree with any nuclear plans for this state that I love so much. You have already seen the opposition in regards to wind farms in the ocean, where other parts of the United States already have these in place. My point to all of you this afternoon is this. We have to even bite the bullet sometimes. And I apologize to the residents of Kahuku. I was not here when AES developed that particular project. But more importantly, where are we heading for in the next decade if we can't get investors in investing in wind farms or solar farms? What alternative will we have? I am one that always have complained to you. I don't believe in kicking the can down the road. Why? It makes it more difficult for my fellow colleagues. And as it gets closer and closer, like what we're experiencing right now, members and Mr. Chair, landfill, sewer fees, which was brought up last week at one of our hearings. How come from 2016 to today, we didn't have any rate increases? Why couldn't you do a 1 or 2% per year in addressing the secondary treatment plant at Sand Island? For me, that is a concern. The message that we send throughout the country and throughout the world, if Hawaii and Oahu is ready for alternative energy resources. That's why I cannot support the FD2, really. I respect the chair. 3 years ago, we talked about it with Bill 10. And this past 2 years, she's done a fantastic job in breaking it up. Don't get me wrong. Do I have some issues with it? Yes. But in the end, my concern is this, and this is for the record. I hope the City Council future City Council members will address this issue in regards to alternative energy resources. If not, don't tell me we gotta go with, single plastics in addressing carbon monoxide. Don't tell me we gotta do this and that when we can't even address another form of alternative energy. I don't believe in using fossil fuel, waiau or kahe. Maybe we should have introduced a resolution to close it down. But that would be not good for the consumers of Oahu. It will not be good. And finally, I'm worried, where are we moving today with the state legislature in regards to the sustainability and the resilience in regards to HEI? This is the only utility that we have on the county of Oahu. Who is going to replace them with the lawsuits that are pending before them, along with the state and the counties? That is an issue that I think the members of this council should prepare themselves for, Mr. Chair. I sympathize. I don't want it in my backyard, but I have to sacrifice too. For those who don't know where I come from District 5. I swallow for all of the developments that I'm sacrificing for the primary urban center. For those that you want to keep the country. Okay, that's great. But my point to you, Mr. Chair, and members of this council, let us have the opportunities in the future to look at what the state is doing in conjunction. So in closing, I am so disappointed. Why? Where is the state? You force a mandate on the counties that 2045 we're going to be 100% off of fossil fuel? And we're closing the doors in regards to allowing the present operators to continue on, like some of the testifiers once more said, grandfathering it. I don't look at it like grandfathering it. You know, it was just spare parts. And in closing, I am concerned about this county that I love. But if you're going to add more costs to our daily utilities, you think our residents of Oahu and the state would want to live here? You're just adding more and more costs to living in a state that I love so much and a county that I was born and raised in, Palolo. So I apologize, Vice Chair Kiaina, for considering voting no on the FD2, but that is my reasoning why I'm so concerned. Are we looking at the unintended consequences in the out years? And don't tell me we've got to have more housing when you don't have a utility that is going to provide more energy. Because Kahe and Waiau is on its way out in the next 5 to 10 years also. That's the way I feel. Because it's so antiquated. You're going to depend on H-Power? Solar farms? Even solar farms are getting a hard time now. And you just heard it with agriculture. But that's where members, and Mr. Chair, we forget. When we were a territory, when we became a state, our forefathers had designated agriculture as a bigger scheme of things in classification. You have your conservation, no activities per se until you get a conditional use permit. Everybody was afraid of reclassifying ag to urban, and the middle ground was rural. That's why I've always shared with you. 4 years ago, I asked a question to you and to the Department of Budget and Fiscal Services. On solar farms that we have today, wind farms that we have today, it's all on ag classification. Am I not correct? It's not urban, where you have industrial activities happening. The inequity, I think this council has to address in the future as far as what the rates will be. And I believe the legislature tried 2 years ago, and I don't know where we're at. But I'm very disappointed that the Office of Energy is not here. I'm very disappointed that the PUC is not here. I'm very disappointed that the utility is not here. Because these particular developers on the North Shore will never come back and invest in Hawaii with this type of a environment that we have. So in closing, I apologize to the chair. She's done a great job for the past 3 years. But are we looking towards the future also? And what would be the alternative? So in closing, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Vice Chair Kiaina, I'm very sorry I'll be voting no on the FD2, but I just had to get it out because I am, very much concerned. Hello.
Thank you. Councilmember Kiaina, Councilmember, let's go with Councilmember Wire, to Santos-Tam, and close out with Kiaina, unless Councilmembers Okimoto and Tolba want to speak as well. But Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to say mahalo to Councilmember Kiaina for updating or providing the FD1 that reflected the community's concerns around the turbine amendments. I know we also submitted our FD, but appreciate it. And I know we've had discussions, and I understand the sentiment about pursuing renewable energy, and I do think that's something we have to do as a community. But at the same time, we're policymakers, and I do think that if we're dictating a particular setback. Whatever that setback is should be data-based, and it should be applied equally to everyone. And so I do think that just good public policy, it shies away from spot zoning, and we shouldn't be saying one particular community should be required to endure a particular project in perpetuity while protecting every other portion of the island. And so I do think that the underlying policy is there. I think that's often that sometimes policies conflict. I think at all levels, right, we can recognize that. And so I think we've had a healthy discussion, and I'm grateful for Councilmember Kiana's work on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Dos Santos-Tam.
Thank you, Chair. Much of the discussion around Bill 64 today has involved difficult issues in other parts of the island, out in Kahuku, out in Ewa Beach, Waikale. And I want to thank all the stakeholders for being here today to make their voice heard on third reading. For Bill 64, specifically in my district, a lot of things that haven't been discussed because they were dealt with fairly early involve things like facilitating, more revitalization of downtown, helping with keeping housing here in town, and making sure that we have a pathway to do that. And I think that that's really commendable. And those things didn't get mentioned in all of the controversial things, but I just wanted to make mention of that because this is consequential for us. And moving forward, we are going to have to live with the things that we all agree on in the bill. And for the things that there's still disagreement in the community about, we can come back and fix them before, particularly in my district and the issues that I care about, like housing. I think that this is a good pathway forward, at least for the urban parts of my district. I do want to make a note about the FD2, and I'm pleased to see that the FD2 reverts the proposed change to the definition of transient vacation unit and a number of the other associated definitions from 90 days to 30 days and then back to 90 days. As you'll recall, in 2022, we adopted Ordinance 22-7, which was challenged in court. There's a preliminary injunction, and I think that the public message on this bill was that the city's enjoined from enforcing on more than 30 days. But if you take a closer look at the text of what the injunction really says, it says that the enforcement of that ordinance was enjoined specifically, quote, until and unless the city establishes a process to protect the existing nonconforming uses that were in use at that time. And it's actually silent upon future changes that we may make. And I'll also note that the legislature passed Act 17, which allows us to perhaps in the future, as a result of discussion, deal with short-term rentals between 30 and 89 days. And so that change, which had a little bit of back and forth, I want to commend Councilmember Kiana for resolving that issue, which really came to a head in the past few weeks. That was really a red line for me, and I'm pleased to see that that's resolved. So again, in closing, because that was satisfied, we'll be voting up on the CD2 or the FD2. There are, of course, things in here that the community still feels unsettled about, and that's always going to be the case. Any change we make to the land use ordinance, we're not going to have 100% agreement on. But there are always things that we could do differently or could have a discussion on, and I think we as a council are willing to do that. But for the time being, I think we have to move forward, and I'm, again, pleased to see that that change, the TVU language was made in the FD2, which is really, really critical for us to be able to enforce moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to give Councilmember Kiana the last word on her amendment. Councilmember Okimoto or Tolba, do you want to opine at this time? No? Okay, thank you. Councilmember
Thank you, Chair.
Kiana.
Do you mind if I just talk in general about both the FD? Okay, so first of all, I just wanted to thank everybody who's here in person. I know many of you drove a long ways to testify, as well as those online, as well as those who have been with us, not just the last 2 years, but the last 3 years, because Chair Brandon Elefante also had hearings on Bill 10, 2022. And I do apologize that we did not have the luxury to have a red line version, but as I stated previously, it was impossible because it's an entire repeal and replace. So what you would have had is the entire bill cut out in red and then this bill. So you would have had twice the amount of paper that we have now. So let me just tell everybody, Bill 64, 2023, initially introduced as Bill 10, 2022, has been in some form discussed and considered by the council since 2022. Beginning in 2023, the Committee on Planning and the Economy began to methodically review the following uses based on use category in Bill 64. Industrial uses in March and April 2023. Commercial uses in April and May 2023. Residential uses, very complicated, in February, March, and April 2024. Public, civic, and institutional uses in May and June 2024. Agricultural uses in August and September 2024, and miscellaneous uses in October 2024. I made clear to everyone who's been following this process that cleanup amendments were allowed in October and November. That did include the Ho'akale provision. In fact, the advocates for that provision had actually come to my office early in 2023, and my staff had said that the chair, is only considering projects within the confines of the use, and told them they can't provide an amendment, and I would not entertain it. So I just want to make that clear. For each use, my team and I reviewed pages of testimony from the public, advocacy, and nonprofit organizations, landowners, educational institutions, the State of Hawaii Department of Agriculture, and industry groups. My team and I also took multiple meetings with stakeholders and tried our best to consider all the different perspectives and input. We have all tried our best to craft sound, meaningful, reasonable, appropriate, and practical laws to govern the different type of land uses, their definitions and standards, and the zoning districts in which they are allowed. I believe we have arrived at a good balance, and while not everyone may be 100% in agreement with all portions of this bill, I think we can all be proud of the final version of this ordinance, and if we find that any of the provisions need to be revised, we can address it in a separate bill at a later date. I wanted to thank all who were involved in shepherding this bill through the committee and council process, the Department of Planning and Permitting Director, Don Takeuchi Apuna, and her staff, including Elizabeth Krieger, Alex Beatty, Maylin Simeon, the Office of Council Services staff, including Alden Lum, Council Support Services, Lori Hiroka, Perlene Sato, and the rest of the clerk's office, and my former Chief of Staff, Jocelyn Doan, as well as my current Chief of Staff. Lastly, I wanted to thank Vice Chair Cordero, as well as the members of the Planning and the Economy Committee who participated in this journey, along with all of the other council members. And I respectfully urge my colleagues to support not only my FD2 today, but the final passage of Bill 64. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we're on the motion to amend. Noting the objection of Councilmember Say, are there any other objections or no votes? Seeing none other than Councilmember Say, the bill has been amended to the hand carried 2. Any objections or reservations to waiving Council Rule 19G, the 48-hour notice? Seeing none, the 48-hour notice has been waived. Now, members, we are in further discussion on the FD2, if any. Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero.
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos-Tam.
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Say. Councilmember Talba.
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola.
Aye.
Councilmember Wire.
Reservations.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you. CR 352 has been adopted, and Bill 64, 2023, CD2, FD2 has passed third reading. Members, out of respect for the many testifiers in attendance, I think you may have support for the council to take the measures out of order and take up Bill 46 at this time. I know most of the people here are here on Bill 46. And then we can come back. That's on page 13. Excuse me. On page 12. Any objections to that? Seeing none. Okay, we're turning to page 12. Page 12. By the way, members, we have been having problems with Olelo. It's a little bit behind. At some point, I may take a break so that Olelo can catch up. But I do believe we have numerous testimonies. I think we have 103 registered testifiers for Bill 46. So from the Committee on Budget, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 355 be adopted and Bill 46 CD2, which relates to real property taxation as amended, past third reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
It's done. Thank you, Chair.
Dealing with taxation. Thank you. Is there a motion to amend? Councilmember Dos Santos-Tam.
Chair, I move to amend Bill 46 CD2 to the hand-carried FD1, which is OCS 2024-1076/12/10/2024, 3:39 p.m.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos-Tam for the explanation of the amendment.
Chair, this proposed FD1 makes the following amendments to the proposed CD2. It adds a new Section 2 of the bill to amend ROH Section 6-46.3E to provide that monies received from the revenues collected from taxpayers for real property taxes assessed and payable for properties classified for the purposes of real property taxation as residential E may be deposited into the Housing Development Special Fund, and if deposited therein, may be credited to the Affordable Housing Development Account, and renumbers the subsequent sections. In the renumbered Section 3 of the bill, it amends proposed new ROH Section 8-7.1C8C to provide that for property that is the principal residence of one or more of the owners of the property, multiple occupancy periods may be aggregated for the calculation of the 6-month period that will qualify for the property an exemption from the residential E classification. It also amends the proposed new ROH Section 8-7.1C8H to provide that property legally occupied by a person who is on active duty with the Hawaii National Guard or who resides rather than is deployed outside the city on orders of the armed forces is exempt from the residential E classification. It deletes proposed new ROH Section 8-7.1C8P and realphabetizes subsequent paragraphs. It amends proposed new ROH Section 8-7.1C8Q, realphabetized ROH Section 8-7.1C8P as follows. It clarifies in subparagraph 2 that the exemption from the residential E classification applies if the property is a second dwelling that is owned by one or more descendants of a person who owned the property at least 25 years prior to the date of enactment of the ordinance, and deletes proposed clause B from subparagraph 3 and realphabetizes the subsequent clause, and removes the definition of Oahu source since all references to the term have been deleted in the proposed draft. Finally, it amends the proposed new ROH Section 8-7.1H1 to substitute the requirement that at least 20% of the revenues collected from taxpayers for real property taxes assessed and payable for properties classified as residential E under this article may be deposited into the Housing Development Special Fund to be used as provided in 6-46.3E and credited to the Affordable Housing Development Account for the requirement in the proposed CD2 that at least 20% of those revenues be used to support affordable housing initiatives within the purview of the Office of Housing. It amends renumbered Section 5 of the bill to clarify that the exemption does not apply in perpetuity to properties classified as residential or residential A that are subject to a bona fide lease or rental agreement in effect on the effective date of this ordinance. It amends renumbered Section 8 of the bill to provide additional instructions to the revised ordinances due to the amendment in B.4I, as noted above, and makes miscellaneous technical and non-substantive amendments.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now turn to registered in-person testifiers, starting with Natalie Iwasa.
Thank you, Chair. Council members, Natalie Wassa for the record. First of all, with respect to the hand-carried FD1, this has been a controversial bill, and I think that it is not very good policy for you to even consider a hand-carried bill at this time, especially when it takes out or removes a particular exemption that I know some people are counting on. The proposed amendment did not say what that is, and that one is the Oahu-sourced income. So anybody who supported that should mention that. I am adamantly opposed to this. I've been testifying down here at City Council for over 20 years, and this is easily the most horrendous bill that I have ever seen. It is misleading, not transparent. It complicates the system. It's confusing. Multiple documents will be needed for each parcel. or for most parcels. It's unfair. Some of the stuff is none of government's business. It's inconsistent, and it leaves out details and lacks clarity. And if I may, because there are two amendments, I would like to continue if I may. It's misleading because the name is residential E. Now you tell me, how many people are going to see residential E and think, oh my goodness, I'm in the vacant homes tax? No, it would be much clearer if it said empty homes, because that would tell people that they are in a new classification. And I'm disappointed that the proposed amendments did not state this when I asked for it to be put in. The US Census was cited as having 34,000 vacant homes. This is misleading, because if you go to the Hawaii data book, you will see that a whole bunch of those properties are for sale or for rent. There are maybe 19,000 that are vacant. And that doesn't even consider all of the exemptions that you have in here. It's complicated. It adds another classification. It's the fourth one for homes. It requires too many documents to prove evidence of exemption. It's unfair. Why are you having 5 years for a death transfer? How is that fair to the other exemptions? It's for unlivable homes. If somebody is saving money to restore their property, let's say after a storm, after a fire, there's no exemption for that. Because if it goes a certain period of time, then they just are in the vacant homes. Why are you limiting the for sale exemption to one per 5 years? Life happens. That is unfair. It's inconsistent. Nonprofits, if they own the property, they get an exemption as long as they send in the evidence. But if they rent that same property, they don't get it. How is this fair? It's so inconsistent. It's invasive. You are likely, you leave all this for the administration to figure out, likely requiring.
As I mentioned, we have many, many testifiers.
Yes,
I want
okay,
to
I'm
make
sorry, I
sure
just
that we
make-
have a chance to get to everybody.
I'm sorry, I
here
will just
today.
make one more
So
comment.
if you can, please.
One more comment, if I may. The effective date for lessees is extended beyond whatever to the date of the end of the lease. Now, this is going to require tracking, but more importantly, how is this going to be enforced? Are you going to require that all landlords send in their leases for the city administration to look at so that they can determine these? I urge you to vote no. There are so many reasons, and I just touched upon a few of them. Thank you for allowing me to go over my time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Donna Coatils. I'm sorry, I can't read the writing. Is there a Donna K? Hello and welcome.
Sat here all day, and I think I rewrote my speech 3 times. Aloha, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak my opposition to this bill. My name is Donna Coles. Forcing a homeowner to become a landlord or pay penalties is unconstitutional and violates the property rights protected by the Fifth Amendment's taking clause by coercing the homeowner to rent out their property. Homeowners may choose not to be landlords for many reasons: increased insurance, increased GE taxes, property management fees, and landlord-tenant issues. Ernst & Young was awarded a $500,000 contract to design an empty home tax program and to outline the essential steps required for the effective implementation of this program. This was in July 2024, a mere 5 months ago. City Council does not have this report in hand. The contract delivery date is July 31, 2025. How can you decide to pass a bill when you do not have the critical facts to consider? The City and County of Honolulu's workforce as of February 2024 had a 1/4 vacancy rate. The budget director has testified that without having the Ernst & Young report in hand, he is unable to approve this bill. The administrative burden might outweigh the benefits if not managed effectively. I just have a little more. DPP zoning regulations and bureaucratic red tape continue to contribute more to the housing crisis than any other factors. In addition to the Ernst & Young report, the City and County of Honolulu has awarded 2 companies a $2 million contract to help DPP reduce its crippling permitting backlog. This project is also supported by federal funds. It seems like we are using all the federal funds for consulting services and guidance, yet we are here today voting to pass a bill, and we do not know the reports, their findings, and the facts to consider. I urge you to vote no on this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Catherine Matthews, followed by Calvin Hulihe'e.
Boy, it's intimidating up here. Hello, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. My name is Catherine Matthews, and I strongly oppose this bill for many reasons, but I'd like to share one with you. I think it brings many unintended consequences. A very dear friend of mine, somebody who was like a second mother, is 82 years old, widowed, on a fixed income. She would like to move to the mainland where her daughter took a job that paid better. And her home is her only asset. If she moves, she'll lose her home exemption. She'll have to pay this tax. She cannot afford to fix her house up to bring it to a rentable condition. It needs a minimum of $40,000 worth of work to rent it out. And she doesn't have that money. This puts her in an impossible situation. She can't sell it, or she doesn't want, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get that part yet. She doesn't want to sell it because she'd like to leave it to her children and use that stepped up cost basis, and they'd like to have it to come back to stay in Hawaii. They couldn't afford a hotel. So, you know, and hopefully maybe the kids will come back someday and live here. She doesn't want to get rid of it. She shouldn't be forced to, but she will. She can't rent it because she can't fix it up. She doesn't want to sell her only asset that she wants to stay in the family. And the tax will be too cumbersome. What is she supposed to do? It's an impossible situation. There are just so many unintended consequences to this bill that I think it needs to be delayed at least. Get the report that you've ordered, review it further, and just something that I know you are trying so hard to help with affordable housing, but please don't do something now and that you're trying to create more affordable housing and have it come at the expense of island people losing the houses that they have now. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Calvin Hulihe'e, followed by Konohiki. Calvin Hulihe'e here? Okay, we can come back to Calvin. Is Konohiki here? Okay, next is Ray Marquina, followed by Robert St. Ange.
Aloha Chair Waters, Vice Chair, and Council members. My name is Ray Marquina. I oppose Bill 46 as it is. And I ask that its passing be delayed until the $500,000 Ernst & Young report is completed. To pursue passing this bill is clearly putting the cart before the horse. It is not akamai or pono to do so without the data to support the purposes of the bill or its implementation. It seems that this bill is being pushed through just because it sounds good, but has no actual merit. Secondly, I do not have confidence that the city is capable of implementing new systems as we've seen with the failed DPP upgrades. Adding a new tax class will, as the BFS Director Kawano pointed out, will overwhelm their existing system. I am also an owner of rental properties. I am not rich by any means. My 3 kids went or are going to public school. My wife and I simply worked hard to earn what we have, in hopes that it will provide for our family's future needs. However, if one day we decided to keep one of our rentals property empty for whatever reason, isn't that my right as a private landowner? If I am penalized with a heavy tax because I choose not to rent or sell it, well, I believe that would be unconstitutional. Please wait for the report so you can get accurate information to then make the best decision. That would be akamai and pono. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have Robert St. Ange. Apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. Followed by Lori Thorson.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, council members. I rewrote this 3 times today, waiting, thank you. My name is Robert St. Ange. I'm here representing myself and my husband, who's at work today. After 45 years of living, working, and paying taxes in the state of Hawaii, we hope to retire, ironically, in 2027. We live in a modest condo on a low floor in Waikiki. Interestingly enough, our view is of an 18-unit graffiti-covered vacant apartment building owned by the city. We are not wealthy people by any means, but 20 years ago, we bought a small home in New Mexico closer to family. We have never been able to use it, as it's always been rented. HB 46 will force us to remain in Hawaii a minimum of 6 months a year, or it will punitively tax us an amount equal to what would be my entire Social Security check. It's essentially a financial ankle bracelet imposed by the city. To make another point, when I am absent from our Hawaii home, it is not empty. It is filled with our furniture, our food, our personal belongings, the bed we sleep in, and many family heirlooms. It was never intended to be slept in by someone we don't know in order to avoid a punitive tax we cannot afford. On a side note, the city already has a tax cow. Kaka'ako is filled with multi-million-dollar homes owned by folks from outside of Hawaii. They were built by local folks who have enjoyed the prosperity of employment, and the city has enjoyed the property tax revenue in their coffers. With all due respect, I don't believe these young folks can afford the rent for those homes. If you insist on passing this bill, then an exception for local folks like my husband and I, who've lived here for 45 years and are longtime residents, an exception needs to be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lori Thorson, followed by Burton Hamamoto.
My name is Lori Thorson, and I am a recipient of the Section 8 program that is administered by the Hawaii Public Housing Authority. I am opposed to Bill 46. I pray this bill is not passed. The burden to provide affordable housing must not be shifted from the government to property owners. I suggest the government first clean up its own house before being concerned about how property owners manage their houses. I believe it is fraudulent to tax property owners only because Hawaii's government is not managing their own administrative agencies to provide affordable housing. I have provided the fraud chart attached to my written testimony, which HUD figures proves Hakimo Safi, the executive director of the Hawaii Public Housing Authority, has stolen over $106 million from the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program, and he continues to steal approximately $1 million each and every month. Hakeem Mononsafi refuses to administer HUD's landlord incentive program by paying landlords a one-time incentive payment equal to 1 month's rent as an incentive bonus to provoke landlords to rent to Section 8 recipients. Hakeem Mononsafi refuses to issue the Section 8 vouchers it already received from HUD to provide housing assistance to those on the Section 8 waiting list because that money has been stolen too. In addition, only half of the Section 8 vouchers designated to house our veterans, that money has also been stolen. I pray that council members will not pass Bill 46 and instead demand accountability and an accounting of federal funds that are being stolen from the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program by the hands of Hakimo and Safi. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Burton Hamamoto, followed by Ellen Carson. Is Mr. Hamamoto here?
I'm online.
Okay, please proceed.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, Council. I oppose this bill. I am a realtor, broker owner. I have over 40 years experience in the field, and our company also manages over 1,500 rentals on the island of Oahu. So I think I have a lot of experience in the marketplace that we're talking about. This is our arena, right? Okay, so the problem that I have, alongside with all the other testimony that you're going to hear and have heard, is that there's a disconnect to me and some unintended consequences that will probably take place. The disconnect here is that, you know, this bill is to seek more affordable housing, more affordable rentals. And you're seeking to get this from, as I read the bill, you know, people that are non-residents, right? You're a foreign buyer. So you're talking about your buyers from Japan, China, Korea, you know, from Australia, Canada, and the West Coast, like California. Those are the predominant buyers of property off island, right? Because you're making a lot of exemptions for local people that they won't fall into this category. But the problem, the disconnect that I see is, where are all these properties, right? And who are the owners? Where do they own property? Because if you're saying, oh, you know, we're going to create affordable rentals because if we force these guys to sell or to rent, you know, it's going to create more inventory. But if you ask me, oh, you know, where's affordable places? And do these people own properties in those areas? So let's point out, you asked me a question. Oh, how about Makiki? Do these people buy in Makiki? I go, no. Oh, how about Eva? Do they buy in Eva? No. Oh, Waipahu, Pearl City, Aiea, Honolulu Gardens, right? I'll tell you, no, they don't buy over there. Where do they buy? They own properties in like Kakako, in the high-end condos, in Park Lane, the condos that are in Ala Moana, you know, parts of Diamond Head on the Gold Coast, Kahala, Diamond Head maybe parts of Kailua, right? Or all in the beach areas. That's where they're buying. They don't own stuff in the more affordable areas. So if you force them to rent their properties, I mean, these are going to be properties that people can't afford. I mean, the normal person won't be able to afford the $5,000 rents or $10,000 rents that these guys are going to be asking. Or if they sell, this is not going to go to affordable category of people, because these are over $2 million, $3 million type properties. So I see this disconnect. You know, you guys are trying to solve a problem, but you don't really know where this inventory is. And take it from me, that somebody that's in this business, I see this disconnect. I don't know where you guys are looking. I mean, you think that these guys own property in you know, Makiki or on Kapuhua Avenue? No. What inventory are you guys talking about? Okay, so I just want to leave that with you. Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hamamoto. Next, we have Ellen Carson.
Good afternoon. I'm Ellen Carson, in strong support of Bill 46 with request for amendments, as in TDST2, and is detailed in my written testimony. Thank you to the council for helping look for and be bold about finding solutions to our housing crisis. It hurts all of us. It hurts the kapuna, it hurts the younger generations, it hurts working people, and it hurts our businesses. Every empty home on Oahu means there's a family that has no place to live, that's either having to live on the street or leave our islands. Every empty home, regardless of the cause for which it's empty. We need a tax policy change. Our tax policy is encouraging empty homes. We can change it to, for the first time, prioritize local families, not prioritize our housing for our local families and not for recreation, not for investment, not for portfolios. An empty homes tax is the only game changer on the horizon that can help us be able to decrease competition for our housing. That's got to occur. To increase our available housing supply, that needs to occur, and to raise revenues that we desperately need for affordable housing and homelessness. And until we tax empty homes, every time we build more housing, we'll have more empty homes. This has been studied for many years. We have reports from the LA study. We have reports from ORPTAC. It's time to take the decision today and to be able to move forward with this bill. So yes, it can be improved for the future. And yes, we all have some reservations and preferences that could be different for this. But let's do something for Honolulu that can make a better future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Julie Meyer. Julie Meyer. Thank you. Followed by Bob Wilhelm.
Aloha Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kiana, and esteemed City Council members. My name is Julie Meyer, and I am a longtime resident of Chair Waters District 4. I am here to speak in opposition of Bill 46 in its current form. Though its intention is to increase Oahu's inventory for our local residents to buy or rent, this bill in its current form will not achieve this. The majority of first-time home buyers and those in need of rentals will not be able to afford the properties that this bill may be adding to our inventory. I want my son and his family to move home from the mainland, but they cannot afford to buy $1 million property or pay $5,000 to $10,000 in rents. The unintended consequences of the bill in its current state is that it will add more empty high-end properties to the inventory. Also, having 17 exemptions to the bill is an indication that there is a problem with this bill. While well-intended, this bill will not benefit the majority of our local residents. Please do not pass this bill in its current form. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have Bob Wilhelm. Is Mr. Wilhelm here? Okay, next we have Sergio Acubilia.
Good afternoon, Chair Waters, council members. My name is Sergio Alquibili. I'm the Executive Director of the Hawaii Worker Center, and I stand in strong support of this bill. Sorry, my mind is a little bit fried. I know it's been a long day, and there's a lot of smart people here in this room, maybe that oppose it. But for me, it's pretty simple. I mean, every time a good idea comes up, one of the things people ask is, where are you going to get the money from? And I think as in its current form, in the way that Councilmember Santos-Tam is making some of the amendments, I want to support that. I get it. It's okay. I may not be. I may never be a homeowner. I may be a renter for the rest of my life, and I get it. I mean, there's a lot of people here in this room that are gonna have to rent. They may not be able to afford a home, but it does hurt to see when I go through our neighborhood to see empty homes. I mean, knowing that some of those homes could be rented out to people here on the island. I mean, I understand, the strong opposition from the Realtors Association, but at the end of the day, Hawaii is unique in that we don't have, the supply of housing. I mean, basic economics, right? If you increase supply to meet the demand, you can lower prices. And I may not be the smartest guy in the room, but I do know that. And I do know that this makes sense to me. So thank you very much for allowing me to provide testimony and support.
Thank you. Next, we have Roland Kuroda.
Good afternoon, Chairman Waters, council members. My name is Roland Kuroda. I'm back. First, I want to commend the Honolulu City Council for adding the second home exemption for local owners like myself that earn the majority of their income in Honolulu. I'm testifying on behalf of myself and oppose Bill 46. I request the City Council to pause voting on this bill for an ordinance until the independent report by Ernst & Young that was commissioned by this council for approximately $500,000. I believe this report is due next year and during the summer, and I think that would provide a lot more data for you to consider. Also, the San Francisco ordinance has been struck down by Superior Court Judge Charles Haynes. Their empty home tax is now considered unconstitutional. So, again, I think that this bill has its flaws. I think it's not constitutional. Our Hawaii state constitution also has Section 2 and Section 6, which is the invasion of privacy. However, I appreciate all the hard work that this council has provided. I also want to send my aloha to Councilman Se for all your hard work and your service. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Kuroda. Next, we have Jamie Detweiler.
Aloha Chair, aloha Vice Chair, and Council members. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Jamie Adams Detweiler. I'm Hawaii born and raised, property owner of one home here. I stand before you representing my family and friends who are in a position where they own multiple homes, and primarily for legacy. And I know that's been talked about here in the previous hearings, but I think it's important to mention that again. While I strongly oppose Bill 46, I support affordable housing and rentals in Hawaii. I know there is that need, but I believe there are other solutions to this issue. Bill 46 will negatively impact Kama'aina. The empty homes tax would implement another tax increase that will negatively impact our economy. So you're taking more taxes from the people. We are the second highest tax burden state in the entire nation. Research has shown, this research done by Bloomberg has shown that taxing people's empty homes is not helping the housing crisis. Taxation of empty homes in British Columbia, as well as San Francisco, as previously mentioned, has not worked. In fact, it increases the cost of rentals. Bill 46 is a clear violation of our Fourth Amendment. As also mentioned before, it impedes on our privacy under Bill 46, Section 8. This is located on page 7 of this bill. It allows for audits and investigations, as well as inspections. This is a clear violation of our constitutional rights. Did you know that Bill 46 uses the action verb could 6 times in the bill? The word could implies the possibility of something occurring. This is purely bad policy. Some of the examples include the empty homes tax could help to ease these problems, encouraging existing owners to rent or sell vacant housing. It could help to convert existing investment properties. It could increase the affordable housing stock for residents, and it goes on and on. And I know there's a study pending, and I'm glad that there's a study pending. I'd like to discuss more potential solutions and look at the root cause of houselessness and also the at-risk population, many of our younger populations. You know, all 4 of our adult children don't live here in Hawaii. They live in 4 different states because it's not affordable here. So I understand where our young people are coming from, but I think there are better solutions to be had. Again, I strongly recommend that you vote no on this bill until we have more facts in front of us. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have David Corona, followed by Mark Petritz.
Mr. Chair, both testifiers are not logged on.
Okay, next is William Deeb, followed by Michael Brandt.
Team Council, my name is William Deeb. I own 3 properties on the island. 2 of them are long-term rentals, and the third is my second home, which I've always dreamed would be my forever retirement home. When my wife and I first visited the island nearly 15 years ago, we both came to the same conclusion. We wanted to retire and live our lives on Oahu. We found our forever home in Kailua and rented it out long-term until COVID hit. After the tenant moved to the mainland during COVID, we underwent a huge renovation, and being able to have a more flexible work life, my wife and I started using the home ourselves 2 to 3 weeks at a time every couple of months. We support local workers for all of our properties: poolmen, gardeners, pest control, plumbers, electricians, contractors, handymen. We support local businesses eating meals out, car rentals, airlines, catamarans, snorkeling, surfing lessons, Iolani Palace, Bishop Museum, shops, stores, groceries. We've developed a network of friends. We never imagined that we would be penalized by the land that we have become so interwoven with. When I first heard that the council was contemplating this bill, I told the person that they couldn't be correct. Basically, Hawaii is telling my wife and I that we are not welcome there, our investment and support of local businesses is not appreciated, and you want to financially penalize me because I cannot fully yet utilize my personal, private property that I have been investing and paying in for over a decade. What is more, if this passes, I will not be able to afford the penalty, so I will have to sell. Which brings me to the second source of frustration. The sale of my property will not solve your homelessness problem, as locals are not clamoring to rent or purchase properties like mine, which are worth $2 million, $3 million, $5 million, or more. In fact, I genuinely believe it will make the situation worse. This is ultimately not about housing. It's about revenue generation for the city, as was the case with residential A tax class that passed in 2014, that ultimately I had to pass on that additional cost to my tenants. It was a 10% increase immediately with that residential A passing. So that was not to help cost, that made costs worse. As I said, I'm going to have to sell my property that I wanted to live in forever. I'll also have to sell my other 2 rental properties because there's no basis for me having that if I'm not going to live there. I'll have to vacate those premises for both my long-term rentals to sell them unoccupied so that the new person coming in to buy the properties can choose how they want to utilize it. And my guess is the person that comes in will utilize it for their personal use. They'll be able to afford the penalty, and the effect will have 2 more vacant properties, which were occupied. A committed couple wanting to live and retire in Hawaii will be gone. I've heard a lot about unintended consequences, but I don't know that this is an unintended consequence. I believe that the exact purpose of this bill is to do exactly that. It's to eliminate people to generate revenue through sales tax, through property transfer tax, and through the penalty tax, however Hawaii can get it. And I sincerely hope that you recognize the importance of people like myself and many of the people that have spoken today on the economy of Hawaii and the impact that our absence will make on the economy of Hawaii. It will dwarf any proceeds that you expect to anticipate from this bill. I hope you want us as part of your Ohana, and I hope you vote no on this bill.
Thank you. Is Michael Brandt available?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and kudos to the council for your stamina. I joined virtually every other testifier in opposing this bill. Bill 46 claims to target residential properties intentionally left vacant for more than 6 months a year and held only as investments. But this bill would also cause significant collateral damage to properties in active use as residential rentals. It requires a 6-month-a-year occupancy requirement, but also confusingly says that these occupancies must be the principal residence of the renter, which clearly doesn't apply to most midterm rental situations. I also think the specified 6-month minimum is unfair. As a midterm owner, I would love to have my property rented year-round, but that isn't up to me. It's up to the vagaries of the market, and sometimes there are more or less occupancies. There is no other business that gets hit with a hefty penalty for not having enough customers. This bill should simply require that a property be on the market and available for rental to meet the requirements of not being empty. This important bill clearly requires more work. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Brandt. Next, we have Jeffrey Laurent, followed by A. Kai Lorink. Is Jeffrey Laurent available?
I am here.
Welcome. Please proceed.
Give me 1 second. It's just not. Okay, there we go. Okay, Bill 46 should be voted down. The Supreme Court of California, as has been mentioned, has filed a summary judgment against this on November 26th in San Francisco on the grounds that it's unconstitutional for violating the takings clause of the Fifth Amendment. To vote yes would be to vote for an unconstitutional bill that will subject Oahu to many lawsuits. Residential E, the current version of the bill, is an empty shell with no details, no numbers, and no transparency. From 2013 to 23, our property taxes in Kaneohe increased from $3,600 to $17,000, an increase of over 4.5 times due to the residential A classification. It would have been 2 times had it not been the residential A. With the 3% empty homes tax that was suggested in earlier versions, our taxes would increase to $80,000 or $219 per day, an increase of 22 times since 2013. In contrast, in the same period, our taxes in New Jersey, known to be the highest property taxes in the country, increased from $9,000 to $11,000, an increase of just 1.2 times, and 68% of that total is for educational costs, none of which are in taxes in Hawaii. We are being forced against our will to either sell our home, rent our home, or pay exorbitant taxes. It's unconstitutional. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have Kai Lorink, L-O-R-I-N-C.
Yes, I'm trying to, okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you, Councilman Waters. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to provide testimony today to the City Council. I stand before you to oppose Bill 46, which blatantly violates constitutional principles and infringes upon private property rights. This bill represents yet another instance of our council's wasteful practice disregarding the Constitution and the rights of its citizens. Recently, a ruling by the San Francisco Supreme Court declared that the city's empty home tax is unconstitutional. The court found that such taxes impose penalties similar to those previously struck down in other cases, violating constitutional rights by charging for an enjoyment of a right granted by the federal Constitution. This decision underscores the legal vulnerabilities and the constitutional concerns associated with similar vacant property taxes, including the one proposed here in Honolulu. It is imperative that we cease passing legislation that not only wastes taxpayers' dollars, but also undermines public trust. Our constituents deserve representatives who respect their constitutional rights and prioritize their welfare. I urge the council to halt this pattern of enacting unconstitutional and refocus on ethical governance and issue of, and I would like to address the issue of illegal immigration. With 50,000 illegal over, that's what we know about. If it exacerbates our housing cost. Angela Topola, during her tenure as a district representative, supported measures such as granting driver's license to illegal immigrants, prioritizing those that she's not elected to represent over Hawaii residents. This policy burdens taxpayers and worsens our home housing shortage. Instead of taxing residents further, we should address illegal immigration to free up housing for Hawaii citizens. To highlight those responsible for this, Tommy Waters, you voted to extend this. Andrea Topola, you voted to send this. Calvin Stay voted to extend this. You've chosen to overlook our constitutional rights and fleece taxpayers when you actually have people that you aren't elected to represent taking up the housing and you're protecting them. Please represent the American citizen. Please represent the residents of Hawaii. And also I would like to address Angela Topola's speaking to me earlier.
Actually, ma'am, I've given you well over the
Hawaiian language.
minute.
It is
Ma'am, ma'am. Thank you. By the way, I think that's the person who said that our language was extinct, but that's okay. Thank you. Next, we have Luciano Minervi. Luciano Minervi.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for the opportunity. I add an additional interesting point to the problematic. The bill as it is written and as it will be administered will define my little apartment that you see back here as a vacant home apartment. But I've been living here for 40 years, raising my family of 5, just because it is my principal single and only residence made up by 2 tax parcels. So one of the little apartments don't have the homeowner exemption. And your bill is written in a way that will instruct the director to tax me $13,000 a year more. But that will be a false in public act, which actually has legal implication for the state of Hawaii legislation and federal legislation. So please rewrite in a way that there is an exemption for principal single residents that are made up of 2 parcels in which only 1 parcel obtain the homeowner deductions. And also the bill needed to define permitted occupant. Is my wife and myself a permitted occupant to be in this apartment that you see? I also took a picture of the screen because when the city will bill me for $13,000, I can call all the city councilmen as a testimony that my apartment is not vacant. I'm living here. I have my books, I have my bed, I have my paintings, and so on. So, as a former city and county commissioner on housing community development, I like to see that bills and the administration of the bills are done fairly, in spite of the fact that I appreciate all the effort that you did. Thank you and aloha.
Thank you, Mr. Minervi. Folks, we're on number 22 out of 111. We still have a number of people to go. I'm happy to let everyone go over the time limit, but if we could do it within reason. Next is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Don Sakamoto.
Sorry, Ms. Detweiler already testified.
Okay, thank you. Don Sakamoto.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Council members. Thank you for letting me speak. Donald Sakamoto. I just want to let you know at our neighbor board meeting, I'm a member of the neighbor board in Kaneohe. We had an October agenda. We had a discussion about Bill 46, and we took public testimony. And there was a resident, I think Esther Cayeno was there, our council member. And she said she inherited her mother's home. She lives in the mainland. She rented it out to some students. The students were very disrespectful to the home, and they ransacked the whole home. By the time she got them out, she had to spend big money to fix it up, but she don't want to go through that whole ordeal of renting it out. And now she's going to be paying exorbitant tax because her home is empty. And that really made a dagger for us to probably not support the bill. So I just want to let you know that that's the cases where people don't want to rent their home because they don't want to go through this issue with renters that are going to inflict harm to the home, or maybe it's hard to evict them out. So that's all I wanted to say. But I think you should oppose Bill 46. As a resident, I would say oppose 46 for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sakamoto. Next, we have Robert Perkinson, followed by Albany Coate.
Mr. Chair.
Aloha. I'm Robert Perkinson. I'm speaking in favor of Bill 46. I want to commend the council for working really hard to try to carve out exemptions that will protect local families. I know you've been working really hard to do that, and I know that you've heard a lot of opposition. People don't like paying higher taxes. I don't like paying taxes. People who have more money like paying taxes even less. That's why billionaires hire fleets of lawyers to pay no taxes at all. But I think all of you know, and certainly the general public knows, that this is the right thing to do. In the middle of a housing crisis that's impoverishing, constricting, and exiling the local population, we can't leave tens of thousands of apartments and houses empty without making any effort to nudge them into the open market or generate revenue. I know you're hearing a lot of oppositions and flim-flam constitutional arguments that don't have basis and other arguments against, but I urge you to do the right thing and pass the bill instead of sending us back to the first square on the game board. This has been studied for years and years. We shouldn't follow the advice of oil companies and cigarette companies and kill the bill by studying it forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Albany Coate, followed by Levi Brooker.
Hi, my name is Albany Coate. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I appreciate all the work that all of you have done to help try to find the most acceptable solution to help the most amount of people. My concern is that this bill has been introduced and reintroduced multiple times. We've gotten so far this time, and so if we do not pass this bill today, we will be back to square one, as my professor has said. And so we all have a responsibility because housing is an issue that impacts everybody at some level. And so to pass this now, it may be imperfect, it may need some more revisions, but to go back to square one, we will be at the very beginning, and we'll have to start from the very beginning to create an effective bill. I think for students, this is something that's impacting them pretty directly, but I know so many people in my own community who are working multiple jobs, who are going to school, who do not have the time nor the money to afford housing. And with even less quantity available, it's nearly impossible. So I strongly encourage you to pass this bill, and I appreciate you all you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Levi Brooker, followed by Joylyn Shum.
Aloha, this is Levi Brooker. So I've been in the multifamily housing industry for over 20 years. I'm a Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and HUD lender for low-income housing projects. And I don't understand how a city of this size has no pipeline of new affordable housing coming out. Like, why don't you focus on fixing DPP? People don't even bother trying to pull permits. And this type of anti-housing legislation makes nobody want to who's going to develop your housing projects? The local people that can't get through the red tape of DPP that's just completely dysfunctional? I mean, focus on that. The only way to cure the housing crisis is to build more housing. Every city has a housing crisis. The ones who are doing a good job of fighting it are building more housing. You guys are just taking away properties from other Americans who are protected by the Constitution. And frankly, I'm pretty disgusted by it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Joylyn Shum, followed by Nana Isono.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Is Nana Isono available?
Mr. Chair, that testifier is also not logged on.
Okay. Is Rick Phillips available?
Mr. Chair, not logged on.
Next is Fran Villarma Kahavai.
Yep. Mr. Chair, the testifier is also not logged on.
Okay. David Arakawa.
Sorry, right time, wrong place. Sorry. David Arakawa on behalf of the Land Use Research Foundation of Hawaii, and testifying in opposition of this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and all the members of the council who worked very hard on this bill. We'd like to commend the council for addressing all the issues and putting in those exemptions. They will really help local people. There's one exemption that I think we talked about. I couldn't find it in there, and that is for residential properties in resort areas. You know, in the prior bill, we talked about Ko'olina, we talked about Makaha, we talked about Turtle Bay. So there are residential properties in resort areas that were not never intended, but people know already that these units are not going to be rented 365 or 6 months of a year. So we can talk story about that hopefully later. This bill, we oppose it based on several grounds. And the first one is that it's has insufficient facts and justification. It's a hollow bill. There's no tax rate even in it. So it's hard to determine the impact. Secondly, we should wait for the Ernst & Young report. That would provide some information. And lastly, that we should wait for the resolution of the lawsuit in San Francisco, because we checked the California Constitution, the Hawaii Constitution, and of course the US Constitution, similar provisions, Mr. Chair. So that's our testimony. We would say please defer it. It's one of the issues in a toolbox. It could be added. An empty homes tax could be part of a toolbox, but this bill, we feel, is not ready to go yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ben Sadowski, followed by Ted Kafalas.
Aloha, council members, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kiana. Ben Sadowski with Unite Here Local 5. So we have been supportive of an empty homes tax as one piece of a plan to address the affordable housing crisis on Oahu. We believe that by taxing vacant housing, large-scale real estate investors who treat housing as just another asset class could be discouraged from taking units out of the housing supply. We do feel that it's important to ensure that owners of empty homes are not given incentive to convert them into B&Bs or vacation rentals. So to whatever extent the current form of this bill or any potential loopholes therein may create such incentives, council should amend the bill to avoid those problems. I'm not the expert in that, but I just would, had a question with regards to whether, owners might be incentivized to, for instance, use their empty homes as vacation rentals or something like that, even if it were illegal, in order to avoid the tax. In other words, simply breaking a different law and hoping they don't get fined rather than taking the tax. But in general, we are supportive of the concept of the empty homes tax, and we appreciate the movement that's been made on this bill. And hopefully we can get it past the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ted Kafalas, followed by Kelly Lee.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, Council members. Ted Kafalas with Grassroots Institute. We're in strong opposition to this bill. I think there's just a lot of unknowns, and namely why the city paid $500,000 for a study, and we're not going to wait for it. I have concerns I've heard from a few council members and from testifiers that have said, we'll just pass the bill and then we'll deal with it later. That does not seem like good policy making to me. Mr. Arakawa noted earlier there are no rates in this bill. Again, this is not how we pass legislation. This sounds more like a resolution. It sounds like we're supportive of the concept of an empty homes tax, which, that again is not the right way to move forward. I also have concerns about how this bill will be implemented. In Toronto, we saw that 108,000 people were taxed wrongly and had to go back through the appeals process. And this isn't just a couple $100. This is thousands of dollars that these folks are having to pay. There are other ways to address this housing crisis. I do want to commend you all for passing Bill 64 earlier and Bill 51. Those are great measures. We need to make it easier to build housing. We should not be trying to build more red tape and create more bureaucracy for folks that are just trying to create housing. That's the key. And as others have mentioned, there are tons of potentials for lawsuits. I can almost guarantee that if you guys pass this bill, you're opening up the city to future litigation. So I appreciate your consideration. Melek Likimaka, and here for any questions.
Thank you. Next, we have Kelly Lee, followed by Virginia Dudden.
Aloha, I'm Kelly Lee with OSTRA, and we'd like to provide comments on Bill 46. Our island needs more housing for our residents. Although building housing is our #1 solution, it does not make sense to allow the continued growth of empty homes. We support the establishment of a separate residential E classification rather than a supplemental tax, as this should result in less administration and learning curve for the public. We also support the additional exemptions which protect our residents. However, we are concerned that properties rented temporarily to residents would be considered empty homes. Oahu has thousands of temporary furnished rentals that are rented to residents that need temporary housing due to life or environmental circumstances like the Red Hill crisis, which alone required 4,000 residents to be temporarily housed. These tenants often have another permanent home on the island, not meeting the principal resident requirement. We strongly urge the council to orally amend the bill, adding "or temporary" after principal to ensure we do not eliminate temporary housing for our residents. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have Virginia Dudden, followed by Emmy Fritz.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not responding.
Thank you. Next, we have Evan Owe, followed by Jody Liebet.
Mr. Chair, both testifiers are not logged on.
We have Evan here.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Council, Evan Oe on behalf of NIAP Hawaii. We respectfully stand in opposition to this measure. We wanted to note our three main concerns with the measure. Of course, as previously mentioned, there are concerns with the lack of clarity in terms of implementation, as mentioned by previous testifiers. The Ernst & Young study is something that we should wait for as they're continuing to process that. And also on the second point, we should have legal concerns with this measure, of course. We've noted that in previous committees, but with the court, turning down the vacancy tax in San Francisco and ruling it unconstitutional and violation of the Fifth Amendment and takings clause, we do have substantial legal concerns when it comes to this measure. And our third point of concern would also be from a developer's perspective. This does create additional risk when trying to accomplish affordable housing. And we would hate to have a policy put into place which may discourage or disincentivize or create additional risk for those looking to develop housing here in Hawaii. So, for these reasons, we respectfully oppose the measure at this time, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Jody Libed, followed by Jackie Carnes.
There. Got it. Thank you. Too short. Aloha Chair Waters and Council members. My name is Jody Labed. I respectfully oppose Bill 46 in its current form. The bill is premature, and like other testifiers, I urge the Council to defer action until the Ernst & Young study is completed, providing the critical information on the extent of the affected market and the potential costs. Also, there are serious concerns, as others have brought up, about the constitutionality of the bill, especially since the similar measure was overturned in San Francisco. Additionally, the current exemptions aren't able to address all of the situations that could really hurt Hawaii residents. So for example, I recently purchased a small studio minutes from my 95-year-old mother's home, which isn't my primary home, but I use it daily while caring for her. I also pay the higher non-residential owner taxes going into the city coffers. However, this example doesn't specifically fall under any of those exemptions, and I would be subject to the residential e-taxes, which would make it very difficult. I'm not a rich person, so it would make it difficult to pay those taxes. I believe further study needs to look at the unintended consequences that could potentially harm locals and kapunas. Mahalo. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I humbly ask you to please consider deferring the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Although I don't believe we have a non-residential tax, but we do have the Director of Department of Taxation here, which will come up a little later. Jody Libed, thank you. Next we have Jackie Carnes, followed by Mark Pilori.
Mr. Chair, both testifiers are not logged on.
Thank you. Next is Hue Shan Chen, followed by Daryl Macha.
Mr. Chair, the first testifier is not logged on, but Mr. Macha is.
Daryl Macha, please proceed. Mr. Macha, I'm not sure why, but your voice is muffled. Do you mind speaking a little louder? We can hear you, but we can't discern what you're saying. I'm not sure if it's on our side or your side. Mr. Clerk, can you tell? You could call in if you'd like. You're currently on mute. Let's try this again. If you want to try to take yourself off of mute, and please proceed. Members, can you hear him? No, I'm so sorry. We cannot hear you. Do you want to try to call in? And we can look for your number and take you out of order? Okay. Can you share with us the last 4 digits of your... Oh, we can't hear you. Sorry. Oh. We'll look for you, though. Okay. Sorry about that, Mr. Macha. Next, Stephanie Nonaka, followed by Roland Rokoma.
Mr. Chair, both testifiers are not logged on.
Okay. Is Paul Kim available?
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Is Toshiyuki Saegusa available?
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Mamiko Lai?
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Bixa Lin?
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Stephanie Chan?
Also not logged on.
Sunny Lee Oshiro?
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Joyce Tsubota?
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Shozo Kurokawa?
Mr. Chair, also not logged on.
Lorianne Mizoshiri?
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Joshua Horita?
Mr. Chair, the testifier is in person in the chamber.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Horita. Thank you for being here.
Aloha, Chair Waters and council members. We appreciate all your hard work here. My name is Joshua Horita. I represent a broken microphone. Hold on. I represent my family, my father who stood here several times over in front of your predecessors. Over his 50-year career, he developed 13,000 homes focused on blue-collar Hawaii. That 50-year career included several bankruptcies, and it's difficult to provide housing to Hawaii. And I testify against Bill 46 because if he were here, I think he would do the same. This bill has well intentions to provide a greater housing supply to our people, but is the wrong way to go about it. My family fell unintentionally victim to Resee when we bought our home 2 years ago. We closed on October 5th, 5 days after the filing deadline. And we had to pay an additional $4,000 for a property we occupied as owners. Now, I'm not grumbling to the tax department about that it is what it is. But this tax, if we miss the deadline, if our people miss the deadline, the penalty is 10 times what I had to stomach. I can give you countless examples of my clients who will fall into this category. One specifically is a kupuna who we manage property for. She has a few rental properties, and she called me last month saying, I need to move in with family because I can't live at home by myself anymore. So I asked Auntie, do you need help getting your house ready for rent or sale? And she said in tears, this is my home. She wants to come back home. And I didn't tell her that she's probably not going to be able to come back home. But that house will stay vacant with the hope that she will come back home. Auntie will be taxed $43,000 because of her hope to come home. Well intended, but the unintended consequences are too big to bear for our people. This tax equates to 8.2% of the median condo price. If taxed back-to-back years, that's 16.5% of the value of a condo stolen from an owner. Again, the unintended consequences of this bill are too great to bear. I ask you to not support Bill 46. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a number, I've been told by the court that we have a number of testifiers that aren't logged on, but in the event that they may be inadvertently missed, I'll call out their names. So Burton Hamamoto? Testified already. Okay. Audia Crawford? Robert Larwood? Christopher Bjornsson, Alvin Gozun, Mele Bjornsson, Drew Bjornsson, Harry Bjornsson, Jordan Cueja, Jeffrey Ahn, Summer Teruya, Harry Teruya, Barbara Teruya, or Lawrence Moody. Are any of these people here? Okay. Next then is Jennifer Andrews.
Thank you. Aloha, Chair Waters and members of the council. My name is Jennifer Andrews. Thank you for allowing me to testify as an individual in strong opposition to Bill 46, 2023. Let's keep in mind the old adage, failing to plan is planning to fail. An empty homes tax will not create housing for the need of locals. The almost 200 testimonials submitted in opposition is a clear indication how problematic Bill 46 is. No plan has yet been presented on exactly how the unknown revenue will result in housing, including when, where, how many, and at what price point will such housing actually come to fruition. DPP as it is can't process permits for housing today in a timely manner. As a result, many locals could not afford the needed improvements to their homes because the length of time caused by construction costs tripling due to inflation by having to wait years for a permit to be processed and approved. Delays in permit process also result in higher costs and higher pricing for new housing developments. An overhaul of DPP needs to be addressed first. Bill 46 will hurt local families, especially those who are on a fixed income, not just the wealthy. It will not flood the market with housing that fits the needs of the Kama'ana. The City Council should wait for the Ernest Young report and look for the actual data. City Council needs to meet with stakeholders to create housing solutions and develop housing for everyone. Please listen to those who voiced their valid concerns in opposition. I urge you to vote no to this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I believe we have another set of folks who are not logged on, but I'll just go ahead and read their name. Takashi Nishi, Kei Mukaigawa, Nelson Yoyanamori, Alessandra Uehara, Sandra Young, Herwin Hung, Robert Jensen, Gary Eusebio, Sachiko Yanagihara, Rhonda Ching Day, Leslie Keating, Christina Nishiyama. Christina's here? Aloha, welcome. Or Leslie Keating? No. Christina, okay. Welcome. Please proceed.
Thank you all for your time. My name is Christina Nishiyama, and I'm here today to strongly oppose Bill 46 because it will harm kupuna and local residents, just as my other folks here have shared. The bill is short-sighted and premature. The council should defer action and wait for the study to be completed next year to provide current and accurate data. Like the effects of residential aid tax, many won't understand the impact of this new residential e-tax category, leading to missed deadlines and higher taxes. It creates compliance burdens for many of our taxpayers and many other unintended consequences. For many of our kupuna transitioning to smaller homes, for example, they often face a very lengthy and emotional process, just as Josh had said earlier. It takes many years sometimes to accomplish this clearing of a home, addressing title issues where they're forced to the timelines of the court process, and making decisions about the use of that home, which the condition of many of these homes have deferred maintenance and do not meet landlord-tenant code. The proposed residential E classification treats properties with an owner-occupant exemption as empty homes, which many kupuna will face in their transition, triggering a potential double tax, causing financial hardship while they're on a fixed income. While the bill aims to increase housing inventory, the financial pressure could force kupuna and locals to a fire sale if they can't afford these higher taxes, risking the loss of generational homes with no guarantee that these buyers will be local or create affordable housing. And Bill 46 purports to support affordable housing, but allocates only 20% of that revenue to affordable housing initiatives, which fails to meet the bill's goals. I urge you to vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Roberta Wakisaka Felez. Philomar Felicitas. Milika Russell. Brian Mizushiro. Sam Lau. Yao Lee. Andrew Fisher. Mina Dodo. Matt Lepresti.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Lepresti. We can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I strongly support creating a tax on those wealthy enough to own and keep more than one empty home. This will only impact locals who have a third home that isn't empty, in my understanding. And it directly targets non-resident multimillionaires who drive up the cost of living for us all and for local families, while they can't even afford basic housing and need to leave the state in droves. These people should rent out these homes or sell them. Now, the realtors have given an argument that is too limited in scope, I believe, perhaps unintentionally. Julie Meyer, she's my realtor. She's great, by the way. But I think they missed something in their testimony. And while initially this might open up homes for the rental market from Kaka'ako, which might be well outside the range of affordability for people, the main impact that the empty homes tax will have is on development. Right now, the developers are incentivized to build luxury condos for mainland multimillionaires or international multimillionaires instead of affordable housing. This tax helps change that calculation to make it much more reasonable for them to choose to do more affordable housing. I'm sure we all weep for the poor multimillionaires, like the people who say they have $2, $3, and $5 million homes, and goodness gracious, they might sell it if this happens. I mean, tax the rich. This needs to be done. As the council members know, and I'll end with this, the state legislature is clearly considering to claw back the GET from you guys. And you guys know you're going to have to look at raising property taxes across the board because property taxes here have been artificially low for decades. It's why there's so much investment here. These people who don't live here come in and buy up all the land, and then they come to these meetings and oppose empty tax homes and tell us that the Hawaiian language is a dead language. That lady was on that side of the issue. We need to tax people like that. We don't need people like that here. We need local families with homes for local people. Thank you.
Thank you. My understanding is that Mr. Macha is back on. Mr. Clerk, can we try Mr. Macha again?
Hello, Chair. Is this better?
Much better. Thank you. Please
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Daryl Macha. I'm a resident of Waipahu. I also serve as a member on the neighborhood board, but today I am testifying as an individual to express my strong opposition in Bill 46. The claims of 11,000 vacant homes and 189 million in revenue are far from accurate, as stated earlier by other testifiers. As well as the budget director advising, I think we should wait for the Ernst & Young study which will provide accurate data on the true size of the affected market and the potential impacts of a vacant homes tax. Acting now risks facing decisions on flawed data and exposing the city to costly legal challenges. The bill also risks penalizing local families who keep homes vacant for personal reasons, such as saving a unit for a returning child or pausing rental activity for health concerns. Also, Bill 46 allows more than 50% of the revenue to go to the general fund, with no guarantee it will go directly to address affordable housing or homelessness. I believe we should focus on smarter solutions, refining the existing residential A tax, or even expanding down payment assistance programs like you did earlier can directly help local families without creating unnecessary harm. I urge you to vote no on Bill 46 and commit to thoughtful, data-driven solutions that truly address the housing crisis here. Mahalo for the time and consideration, and I apologize for the sound mishap earlier. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate your patience. Next, we have Joyce Peterson, Jeffrey Lewis. If you're here, just say something, please. Ron Bielek, Annette Martin, Robert Wilhel, Louise Matsuno, Rando Higuchi, Susan Lei.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Lei. Please proceed.
Aloha Council, name is Susan Lei, providing testimony on behalf of Hawaii Appleseed, and we would like to provide comments on Bill 46. We have been in support of this bill in the past hearings and the intent of the bill, but the current version lacks language in its provisions that would actually ensure effectiveness, as other people have mentioned. It is kind of a shell of a bill right now, and with that, it introduces a lot of revenue uncertainty, and it causes concern for our organization, especially since there can be no guarantee for substantial revenue dedicated to increasing our affordable housing supply. Just wanted to state that this is especially worrisome for us because if we are not creating enough revenue through exemptions from the tax base, as well as the removal of the current tax rates, we can't put the investment into funding affordable housing development. And as of right now, the current bill does not dedicate a large percentage into development of affordable housing. And as we disincentivize high-end property investments without offsetting it with substantial public funding, it might make affordable housing projects more less financially viable and more difficult to build, which is the opposite intent of what we want this from the bill. So yes, we urge, these are just comments, and we urge the council to consider waiting for the Ernst & Young reports to make sure we can confirm the revenue that would be needed or would be received from this tax, and to include amendments that would ensure that it would go into affordable housing development.
Thank you. Next, we have Kristen Javier, Suzanne Young, aloha again. Please proceed.
Boy, this has been tough. We've met with you all. I'm Suzanne Young, the CEO for the Honolulu Board of Realtors. I represent 6,800 members, but more importantly, they represent their clients who are your constituents. They're the people who you heard from Josh, the Kama'aina local resident who has that home. If that didn't make you emotional for that woman, And what you're about to do with this bill, if you approve it, you need to think about that, because there are hundreds of those Kama'aina people. I know our young people need housing. I've got one myself. I have nephews, I have family, I have someone who lives in Utah. We feel the pain because, as I've said before, realtors are at the front line every day helping people get into homes. So when I hear someone make statements that realtors have $1 million clients and all of that, that's not who they represent every single day. The concerns we have, besides, I'm so surprised of Appleseed changing their position to what we believe, which is defer it. While we say we're opposed, you know the right thing is to defer it because this bill is not ready. I've met with RPAD. Have you? There are 90,000 homes in the residential class that do not have a current exemption. There are 28,000 homes in the residential A. When we asked RPAD, how are these homes going to be treated? They will be treated as Res E. That's over 100,000 homes, requiring local people to file an exemption. Pick one of your 17, and if you can understand it, good luck, because I'm pretty smart and I'm having a hard time understanding what's in every single version that you keep putting out there. This is a serious problem, and we are here testifying on behalf of their clients and residents and Kama'aina who own family properties. Please think carefully about your decision. The most prudent decision is to defer this vote. At a minimum, wait for the study from Ernst & Young. Let's work together. You know I've offered solutions which are much easier. Target those investors that you're talking about at the 3 million level in Res A. We've given you solutions that are easier and do no harm. Let's work together. Please, I urge you to take this seriously.
Thank you. Is Leanne Arakaki here? Or Erwin Paulino? Or Jim Tree?
All are not logged on.
Okay, that is all I have as far as registered testifiers. And now I'd like to open up to non-registered testifiers. Sure, you can go first. If I may suggest that everybody line up in a line going to the left. My left, your right.
Thank you, Chair.
Hello.
Thank you, City Council members. Happy holidays. I'm Chulan Schubert Kwok, and I've been a realtor for 40-some years, and we all fight for housing. We want our kids to stay in Hawaii and be close to us. And of course, this bill has a very significant impact to our way of life and how we treat our neighbors. For those that didn't have a home that need to rent or saving for a long time to buy and unable to buy because real estate keeps going up and our scarcity of land, we well know. And this is a sacrifice for those who have more than one home to help out their neighbors, to allow people to share this aloha and the spirit of giving, to share, and not just to say, because I have a Kama'aina home, I have more rights than you, or I have a $3 million home, you can't afford to rent my home. So pay the tax, help us, help the city grow some housing. So I cannot agree with most of the testimony in opposition because it's a one time to take action. Vote yes, I support Bill 46. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Chair. My name is Ayako Ancheta, and I oppose Bill 46. I know that Honolulu City goes to Japan and makes sister countries there welcoming with aloha spirit. I've been helping clients buying their second homes from Japan who love Hawaii. The neighborhood they're buying into are not in the district you need rentals for. They are in Waikiki, Diamond Head, Kahala. The rent is not even affordable for most local residents. Many are in the resort area with a long-term rentals in excess of $3,000 for a studio. Some are even in hotel condos. The owners, they buy so they can visit Hawaii just a few times a year. If they need to rent it on a long-term basis because of the association rules that doesn't allow short-term rentals, they wouldn't even, there's no point of even coming back if they need to rent full-time. So in Japan, I think they're really watching this bill right now. I believe this bill is not sharing the aloha with a small percentage of second home owners who are only here only a few times a year. They pay big tax. They pay higher residential A. You guys just raised it to $11.90 per thousand on its value over $1 million. And they also pay resort tax, on classification if they're in hotel classified hotel condos. So I urge you to, I really oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Council members. Aloha. My name is Jesse Olson. I am a resident of District 14, which covers the Liliha-Kapalama district. I've been at Kama'aina for the last 20 years, and I am a military veteran. I oppose Bill 46 as it is, on the basis of legal challenges. It's uncertain whether Bill 46 would hold up in court due to serious concerns related to the measures constitutionally. Recently, a similar measure was overturned in San Francisco. Is the City and County of Honolulu prepared to defend this in court? Are taxpayers okay with paying the prevailing party's legal fees? I live in community housing with 3 other military veterans. All of us are dependent on having access to reasonably priced housing. I'm extremely confident that if this bill is ratified, veterans housed in my district will be adversely impacted by price increases. Thank you very much.
Aloha Maikako, council members and General Waters. I live in District 5, corresponding the Palolo Valley, St. Louis Heights, Manoa, and portions of Kakako. I am ESL, first generation, Native American. I am a McKinley grad and a University of Hawaii at Manoa grad as well. Thanks to my community and family today, I'm a local published author, researcher, and a young businesswoman in Hawaii is also home to me. I was made in Hawaii. I oppose Bill 46 as it is. Bill 46 was never intended to hurt local residents, which is why so many exemptions are included, but does not cover every local. Take, for example, the long-term Kama'aina family who, for whatever reason, had to move to the mainland, whether to work, to be closer to grandkids, or who have a home here, and for whatever reason they inherited or owned it for years, they come back home 3 times a year. And when they talk about it, they talk about home being Hawaii, and they intend to come back permanently and eventually. Their home is not empty. It still has Tutu's ashes on the shelf, or for my case, Popo, and their family belongings here. There is no exemption for them, and they will be forced to sell it and rent it with family possessions inside and pay huge tax for it. Bill 46 is basically saying to the Kama'aina, don't come back. We know we have similar reasons why their home is empty, but have no exemption. I want to come back home again and again, and malama aina and a huiho and mahalo.
Aloha, I'm Peter Mulder of Maka'a, and I oppose this bill. The bill sounds great on the surface if you look at rich investors coming to Hawaii, but they're exploiting Hawaii and the culture here. It It doesn't make sense. It's only gonna push the local people out. I mean, we only have, we're getting tax fined at fees to death. Everywhere you turn, like, I'm tired of working, I like to do something else, but no, we get tax fine and feed if we do this or we do that. And we need to save our properties and our homes for our keiki. And this is not gonna help housing for our keiki here on the islands. Well, that's good enough. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Austin Salcedo. I'm in strong opposition of this bill. Actually, City Council, you actually contradicted yourself. The previous bill, 64, it was an opportunity to shut down and give affordable, available housing opportunity. Now you gave the opportunity for the state to take group living housing in their possession without transparency to the community. That's available housing, rentals, and such on. Transitional housing will be consisting of jail diversion programs, all operated by the state. But this is unconstitutional for the privacy rights of any landowners. But you come to Waianae, and you tell a landowner who has signs on their gates, like mine, no trespassing, private land, and you can tell an auditor to come and see and tell me and ask about my business there. That's my constitutional right for my privacy on my lands. Whether I own them on the mountain and the ocean, I do both. And it's my constitutional right when I stay there and how I live on my lands. This bill will give the opportunity and benefit developers and realtor brokers into their possession. But again, this was an opportunity for the City Council to take possession of available housing that should be there, but you guys gave it to the state. That's why I see it. So I'm in strong opposition for all the Kama'ainas on this land that earned their way to what they have, like I did. I wasn't given. I earned what I have, and nobody's gonna audit me. Please, come to the West Side and you have an auditor, ask the question, and there'll be a lot of animosity that's gonna happen. That's my concern. Thank you.
Aloha, Kalei Salcedo. As you know, Austin is my husband for over 40 years. I oppose this bill for number one reason. We're already being overtaxed. And if my second home is going to be taxed because you want money, you better go look at the third world country who's invested in Hawaii. You will find your money there because we're overtaxed. And you're violating my constitutional rights. I did not inherit things. We work our butt off from teenagers, okay? I got grandchildren and great-grandchildren I want to leave my home to. And if it's going to be empty, then let it be to one of they come back home because they want to come back home, but they can't. This is government bullying on all state level and city level. Government bullying. And you ask me what I mean by government bullying? Extortion. Our homelands we try to make a living and still stay on. You're fussing us off. And as for the Hawaiian language, that's my constitutional right. When I was in elementary, I could not speak the language. I had a 2-inch paddle whacking me whenever I speak that language. Now I got it back and you guys want your people who's testifying to take it away. Hell no. But like I said, this is government bullying and it needs to stop because you folks on a certain level, the little people, the Hawaiians, the landowners that's working so hard, is going to come together and we're going to fight the government on all levels because you folks are pushing us out of our hard work and earned money. That's extortion, once again. RICO lawsuit.
Been a long day. Before we start, if I could just make one quick suggestion, Chair Waters. I wrote this down so I don't go off track. I said before my testimony, Walin Christian, I am also a board member for District 14. Before my testimony, I would like to make a suggestion to the chair. Knowing that there are so many testifiers in person on a work day on such an important proposed bill, this bill and also 64, would it be possible to move the agenda item to the top of the day for the benefit of the people who make the time to miss or leave work to stand before this council to make their voices heard?
Great suggestion. And I didn't think that the first part of our agenda would have taken as long as it did, especially the first reading item. So I'll take that to heart.
Thank you.
Suggestion.
Appreciate it. Okay, let's roll. Aloha again. For the record, my name is Walin Christian, and I strongly oppose this bill. As a member of Neighborhood 14, Subdistrict 5, I think somebody's in here in 14, a realtor, an advocate for the people, born and raised in Hawaii, a mother, a daughter, a sister, a friend. Our people are getting raped financially by these taxes. I get it. It takes money to run our county. I get it. But we have got to find a better way. So I'd like to give you a couple things that I looked up. Number one, cons of doing this tax. Implementation challenges. Determining whether a property is truly vacant or being used part-time can be difficult, especially if the property is owned by someone living in another city or house, okay? And I'm talking local residents, okay? Foreigners are a different entity for me. That's a long thing in itself. There may be loopholes or challenges in tracking and enforcing the tax. This is a Fourth Amendment violation, guys. This is illegal search and seizure, and I'm going to read this. I pulled it off the internet. The Fourth Amendment originally enforced the notion that each man's home is his castle. Why is the government telling me what to do with my castle? The right of the people to be secure in their persons, themselves, their homes, papers, and effects against unreasonable search and seizure shall not be violated. You guys are officers of the government. You cannot cross that line. Okay, that was an added. And no warrants shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be. This could be particularly problematic for people who inherit properties, which you heard, have seasonal homes, which you heard, or are in the process of selling, which you heard. As it was stated in previous county meetings, city council meetings, local homeowners, and I forgot that gentleman's name at Kapolei, have a second or maybe third home, bless them, because I don't even own one, and I'm here after 7 hours testifying for the people. Local homeowners have a second home that they have for family members when they come home. Their kids from college, their family members that have moved away due to being priced out of paradise already, and others that are willing to allow to have them stay in their home when they come here because hotel rates are ludicrous, and most of that money does not stay here to help the local people or the B&Bs and the vacation rentals. Number 3, sorry, I'm gonna go over, please forgive me, because I really tried to stay in. Potential for unintended consequences. In some cases, owners may simply choose to leave properties vacant and absorb the tax costs, especially if the tax is not significant enough to deter them. They already pay property taxes. Why are you taxing them again? This could have a minimum effect on the housing market. Your empty house tax will not solve our housing crisis. You've heard it from realtors, you've heard it from homeowners, you've heard it from organizations. Number 4, increases cost for the landlords. This tax will, it says could be, but I'm not gonna use the word could because we heard testimony about the word could 6 times in this bill. This tax will be passed on to the renters. I'm a renter. So if you tax my landlord that, I get hit with it in the form of higher rents, especially in areas with a high concentration of empty homes. This would defeat the intended goal of reducing housing costs for renters. I'm so sorry, Chair, let me finish.
Well,
Number 5.
I need you to wrap up.
Yep, I will. Risk of market distortions, okay? In certain real estate markets, the empty house tax could lead to unintended market distortions, meaning the market's gonna flip. I'm a realtor now. The market's gonna flip, or we're gonna believe something that isn't it. I'm gonna cut this short. Number 6, possible negative impact on investment for local families. I'm really pointing out local families. Investors or local families may be deterred from purchasing properties in areas where an empty house tax is implemented, which could potentially reduce private investment in real estate for our local people or improvement affecting our economy. Therefore, that would leave properties open to foreign investors, which is what we're trying to stop already on both county and state level. This bill will impose financial burdens on property owners and lead to unintended side effects. I'm almost done, I promise. 1 minute, maybe less. What happened, this is a side question, what happened to the HONU program that the city had implemented, and I'm not quite sure where it's at? Oh, it's in Kapolei. Okay, thank you, Andrea. $500,000 for a study, and you guys haven't even waited for that study to come back. That's stealing from the people's taxes. If you pass this bill, then you council members basically steal from the people twice. That $500,000 and this proposed tax. Find another way to solve this, guys, please. I've been here for 7 hours. You guys have been here a little bit longer, so have these people. Listen to the people. The majority of the people have spoken. They are against this
Ma'am,
bill.
I need you to wrap up.
Kill
Please, there's a
Bill,
long line of people who'd
kill
like
Bill
to actually
46.
say
Okay?
a few words as well.
Thank you. Mahalo. Nale kalikimaka.
Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Jaden, and I support Bill 46. I'm here before you today to raise awareness of the time management that has been placed on this bill, and I want to emphasize that the time is now. There is an obvious housing crisis affecting Hawaii, and we need to do what we can to help alleviate that. Passing this bill can help push us into that right direction. I hope you can all consider what is the right choice, and make it accordingly. And I have heard from many of the people in opposition of this bill to wait for the report to make your final decision. And if we cannot all come together to agree on this bill at the moment, then I encourage you guys to push back on this and then wait on to that report. As well, someone testified online saying that fixing the housing crisis, what we need to do is build more houses. This is the same as just saying that we need to build more highways to fix traffic. The issue is not that simple, and we have a way to negate this and create an opportunity to where we can fix things, and it comes with this bill. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Piper Neary, and I'm speaking in support of Bill 46. This is about our future, about young people like me and many others struggling to imagine a life here. Every empty home is a missed opportunity for someone to start a family, build a career, and simply survive. Without action, we're telling Hawaii's youth, Hawaii's people that they don't matter, that there's no place for them in their own home. We're in the middle of a housing crisis, and it's not going to fix itself. The bill won't be implemented until 2027 too, so this gives plenty of time for the report to come out and for us to make minor tweaks. There's really no excuse to start over. This bill has been in the works for almost 4 years now, and it's time we make the decision to pass it. What are we waiting for? If this bill doesn't pass, the message is clear. The next generation's future is being sacrificed for profit. We need bold action now to create a Hawaii where young people can thrive, not just dream of living in. Thank you.
Aloha, my name is Mahelani Ioannis, and I am here in support of Bill 46. I have heard a lot over listening to these testimonies, and from what I've been hearing, it's been along the lines of you can't afford a home there anyway, but at the same time, you're saying that you can't afford to pay the tax, which is kind of crazy to me. So if I can't afford that house, then you can't afford that tax. The prices, I don't know. It's just shocks me every time. So if it costs that much, you have that much to own that home, but you can't pay that tax. I just want to live in a home, guys. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council members. My name is Hannah Sombrano, a recent UH graduate. I thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of Bill 46. I've come time and time again in support of this bill for an empty homes tax, telling you all about the good things that will happen in our communities if this bill is passed. I've also heard, alongside all of you, some of the sentiments of those who oppose this bill about all the administrative burdens or the headaches an empty homes tax will cause for homeowners, about how unfair it is to expect those who own vacant homes to be landlords or to rent them out or sell them. And truthfully, residents, locals, and Native Hawaiians are no strangers to unfair situations, to being forced to deal with unfair situations no matter how hard they work every single day to continue to provide for their families and keep roofs over their heads. And today, as we speak, a majority of our local communities are faced with disproportionate economic burdens exacerbated by our very, very pressing housing crisis. More than half of the Native Hawaiian population live in diaspora for these very reasons. Following a legacy of colonization, illegal annexation, and the continued gentrification of these native lands. You have the power to change that today. Oxford Languages defines a home as the place where one lives permanently, especially as a member of a family or household. Passing this bill will allow homes to serve that purpose. As a young adult that does her very, very best to be engaged in our political processes, passing this bill will reignite my faith that real impactful change can happen in these spaces at the hands of the people we elect to represent our local communities. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Justin Gakai, and I'm here today in support of Bill 46. As a resident and as someone who grew up in Hawaii, I'm so lucky and blessed to call this place my home. As a public servant myself, my only request for people who were here first is to be able to call this place home. Many and many times again, I see people of the community who have lived here on these lands for generations struggle to find a single bed and single bath for less than $2,300 a month. Many of whom have recently been priced out of paradise and moved to the mainland for a cheaper life. Vancouver, Canada's empty home tax allowed them to reduce their city's vacancy rate by 54%. As of 2023, it raised approximately $35 million US dollars from the properties that remained vacant, according to the Economic Research Organization at the University of Hawaii. The passing of this bill could allow more solutions to problems faced by our communities right now, such as homelessness and generating funds for public housing. My perspective comes as an individual who is not a landlord or a realtor, but of an everyday local resident, renting the place that I call home with the person I am building a life with. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, aloha. My name is Javier Rios, and I humbly stand before you today as both a testament to the power of change and the voice of those still waiting for their chance to rebuild. I wholeheartedly support Bill 46 as it addresses the urgent and growing need in our community that I know all too well. Just 4 years ago, I was homeless. I spent countless nights sleeping in my car, battling the uncertainty and fear that what comes with not knowing where you'll be tomorrow. The isolation, the exhaustion, and the hopelessness that define homelessness are feelings I wouldn't wish on anyone. But it was my reality until June 2022, when I finally was able to secure a place. Since that day, my life has transformed in ways I never thought possible. Having to call home gave me a foundation to rebuild, to dream again, and to pursue a future I once believed was out of reach. I returned to school where I graduated summa cum laude with my degree in liberal arts. Today, I'm in my third year at University of Hawaii at Manoa, steadfast on my journey to law school. Each milestone reminds me of how I've come, but also how precarious stability can be without adequate housing. In fact, last month, my lease was due, and I faced the challenge of finding new housing in the market that is overwhelmed by demand and paralyzed by the limited supply. On October 15th, during a walkthrough of the Haikuhale apartment complex in Kaneohe, the entire right first floor used to be once a Montessori building, school, preschool. This property, which contains 3 single-family units, has been vacant for 2 years. According to the residents that live there, they said the owners were foreign investors. This discovery struck a chord with me because it represents both a glaring problem and an incredible opportunity in a time when so many people are struggling to find housing. Leaving these units unutilized is a missed chance to make a meaningful impact. These vacant spaces could become homes, places of safety, growing and hope for individuals and families who need them the most. Homelessness is a crisis that affects everyone, directly and indirectly. It is not just a matter of shelter, but of dignity, opportunity, and survival. I know this because I lived it. I understand how easy it is to fall through the cracks and how difficult it is to climb back up. Even today, the lingering threats of homelessness feels far too close. That is why I am here to advocate for action, compassion, accountability, and solutions. To Bill 46 is a step in the right direction. It represents the kind of leadership that prioritizes the well-being of our community and seeks to create a pathway out of hardship, addressing the housing shortage and utilizing resources like these vacant units can make a tangible difference in the lives of so many. I understand that there are landlords concerned with the landlord concerns and additions of more studies to be done, but we have 2 years to make the corrections because no bill has ever been perfect or had the perfect language by design. And let's leave a legacy for the people rather than just passing the buck due to future endeavors. Council members, I urge you to consider the profound impact this bill could have. Together, we can confront the challenges of homelessness and affordable housing with courage and compassion, transforming our community into where everyone has opportunity to thrive. Mahalo nui loa for your time, your dedication, your willingness to make a difference. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. I'm Shannon Kao. I'm representing myself. This is my first time speaking, so thank you for allowing this. Wow, what a long day. But honestly, where's this money going? You raised the residential tax class A a couple years ago, right? So that went from $10.50 per thousand to $11.90 per thousand. Since then, you have generated over $30 million a year from just that tax class. So where did that money go? You're saying that this bill is supposed to go and help affordable housing, right? Help open up the housing inventory. But it's showing no proof behind it that it can. There's that $500,000 study that you guys just paid for with taxpayers' money just to say you did it. You're not even gonna wait for it to come out and actually research and do the studies that you paid them to do to research for that. You're just gonna ignore it. Like what's it going to matter once we get it and this bill already passes? What was that money for? Can we get that money back and send the study back? What was that allocated for if you're not even going to use it? So that's just where it's frustrating. And then, then only 20% of this bill is allocated directly for affordable housing. So where's the rest of it going, right? And you can't even guarantee, once you sell these houses and get rid of these empty houses because of this tax, you can't even guarantee the next person's not going to misuse it, right? You can't guarantee that it's not going to be a local family that's going to buy that house. So I don't understand, like, there's just so much with this bill that it just needs to be deferred. You need to rely on the facts and basis. This guy's over here telling that there's studies that already been done, but it doesn't show anywhere that it's helpful, right? And if it has, show us that, be transparent about it, you know, because I don't see it. I've sat with our board of realtors, I've sat and watched these councils, and whoever said that there's a major disconnect, it's true. There's a huge disconnect. They think that we're out here, that everybody who's empty house is some rich person or a foreigner, right? And it's not. It's Auntie over here who had that studio so she can take care of her mom. And it's just, so you're not taking care of like the full picture. All you're doing is focusing on what you think can happen because you don't have the studies in hand yet and going off of that. So I guess I just strongly oppose this bill. I really think that you guys should just really defer it. Look at the studies, look at the facts that you paid for with our taxpayers' money, and just take that into account. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in person who has not testified yet? Please proceed.
Aloha, City Council members. My name is Elvie Alvarado, and I'm a political science undergraduate at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. I'm here to express my strong support for Bill 46. I'm coming to you as a student, the same as many of my other peers. We are the future generations. We'll be inheriting the housing market. We will still be here as the housing crisis goes on, with no solution if you do not pass this bill. We are not intimidated by the complexities of the issue and are here advocating in support of this bill. Addressing the concern about whether we have conducted enough studies, there will be 2 years before this tax takes action. In those 2 years, we can refine and further study a solution rather than coming to a complete halt. If you kill this bill, what that says to us students and the future generations to come is that our voice in democracy is still not taken seriously. I'm here talking to you about a housing crisis when I should really be studying for my finals at work, which I called off for, which helps me pay my tuition and helps me pay my housing. But I understand the gravity of the issue and how many people here on Oahu will be affected, priced out of their homes, not their vacation destination. History has shown us that in moments of crisis, waiting for the perfect moment to act often leads to inaction and despair. Real positive change is not born from silence and complacency. It is forged through advocacy, determination, and a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths. We cannot afford to passively hope that the system will correct its course. We must be the catalyst for change, galvanizing support and demanding that our leaders take notice. Your decision on Bill 46 will define whether you choose to stand with us, the future leaders and citizens of this community, or whether you will allow our voices to be silenced once again. Please join us in the urgent fight on the housing crisis. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Keith Webster, and I want to thank Chair Waters and the council for all that you're doing to try to address our housing crisis. It's a huge one, and you know, it's going to take, there's so many parts to it, right? We're not going to solve it with one thing. But you know, one of the things that needs to be done, it seems to me, is we have to change the whole tax culture. I mean, it needs to be where we prioritize housing local people. We want investment in our housing, but it's got to go to housing local people. Now, this is a big change, and it's a big tax. So there's going to be consequences. And I think you've done a good job of addressing the unintended consequences. And many of the objections for the people speaking, you know, I think you've addressed in a lot of your exemptions. Now, this has been studied many times. I don't think that Ernst & Young's study is the thing that's going to tell us, do we need an empty homes tax? That's been brought up over and over. So I hope that you will take a look and pass this, and I think Ernst & Young will be very useful in how to implement the tax, but I don't think it's critical to actually the passing of the tax. There'll be changes, but that's what, something like this, you never have certainty. It's going to require modification going forward, and that's what you've shown the ability to do. I ask you to pass the empty homes tax. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who'd like to testify before I go to the unregistered remote testifiers? Aloha and welcome.
Aloha nui, Chair Waters, council members, o Rebecca Soon Keia, kuvo I ke ka ko ana I ka pila kanaha kumono, standing in strong support of Bill 46. This council knows that housing is far behind a crisis. Our families are really struggling. A lot of folks talked about that today. And I think that that's part of why when a poll was conducted earlier this year, among Oahu voters, 74% indicated that they support the idea of having a residential tax that is higher for homes that sit vacant than for those that are being occupied. I appreciate the perspectives that have been shared about wanting to have more data. I truly do. I think that there's enough data for the policy-making decision that this body is entrusted to make. This third study that we're gonna see, hopefully we'll have some insights, and that can give really valuable information to the administration on their implementation portion, which is a very separate kuleana than this policy level portion. As Keith, just briefly, Chair, as Keith has mentioned before me, there will be an opportunity. There's at least a year, if not more, of rulemaking ahead of this administration. There will be an opportunity to refine the bill. Let's get something rolling so that the administration can start working on something tangible. Lastly, just listening to today's conversation around zoning, this body has done so much incredible work under a number of your leadership to make sure that we're making planful decisions. There are 35,000 homes that we're talking about here. Were all planned, zoned, and built for residential use, for housing. We have some that are essentially asking to waive the use requirements for 35,000 homes and the tax requirements for those 35,000 homes that were built for that purpose. That is nearly all of the households in Pearl City, Kaneohe, and Mo'iliili combined. Mahalo for just being a leader on this, for listening to these voices, for wrestling with these issues. I know that none of you took any of these issues lightly, and it's hard to listen to some of the misinformation in this room today, but I really know that all of you know what's accurate and what's in the bill before you. This is a compromise bill. As much as these exemptions have not been welcomed by all, they address many of the concerns of our community. So mahalo, please vote aye. Aloha.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in chambers who has not testified yet? I'll look to this side. I do note that we have on remote testimony Chun James.
Aloha, I hear you and I feel you. Those of you who are so frustrated with affordable housing, disadvantages, your tuition is high, your health insurance is high, everything is high, your car payments, your rents, whatever. The system is broken. There is no question about that. And it is so irritating to see so many vacant homes that are empty in Kaka'ako and so forth. But unfortunately, what is good in theory will probably not pan out in real life. So may I suggest that legislators, that we need to be solution-oriented. We just cannot provide appeasement legislation. May I suggest a few things? Work with the new White House administration for a constitutional amendment to control foreign investments. That is our problem, not here in Hawaii, but throughout the US. And not many countries have that kind of an open market. And again, the system is broken. The people who are trying to help us fix the housing problems are the ones who are also creating the housing problems for many of us. Ask ourselves, how many billions of dollars have Oahu received from federal, state, city, and other grants for the past 10 years? Where is the result? Ask ourselves, how affordable is affordable? Ask ourselves how affordable it is and affordable for whom? So let's really focus on the solution. And one solution that I want to put out is that every one of our city council members have voted yes for the out-of-control Honolulu rail. And for information, the first hot development, Skyrise, was a luxury condo. So why can we target the out-of-control costs of the Honolulu rail of billions of dollars, and we have plunging billions of dollars? Why can't we channel that billions of dollars to more affordable housing. So let's put our residents first, and let's question and question and question, because we must continue to question those who always seem to want to appease us and who always want to say that they will provide solutions when they themselves are the problems, who create the problems. We cannot continue to have bandage legislation. We cannot continue to have appeasement. And we must certainly also want to focus on solution. And I hope that you can think about those questions that I have posed, so that we can truly help each other out, and that we can truly make sure that our local people, our personal constitutional rights, our private property rights are also part of the solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who's not testified, who'd like to testify? Ma'am, I know you want to do it a second time, but if I open it up to you, I think I'd have to open it up to everybody, and I'd really like to hear from the council members at this point, if there's not anyone who has not testified yet. Okay, members, we're in discussion, but I'd like to start off by saying that really the idea here and what this council has been working very hard at is to provide housing for local people. That's really the idea. You know, the Department of Business and Economic Development and Tourism did a study recently and says that we need to provide 13,000 more units. We're behind. I think we can all agree, those who are in favor of the bill and who are against the bill, that we need more homes. We have a lack of inventory. Like I said with the DBED study, we need 13,000 more. This council, since I've been on here, we've approved almost every housing project that's come before us. Almost every one. I think we didn't approve maybe one, and that's because they didn't want to build affordable housing as part of the project. We waive millions of dollars in fees for developers who are willing to build affordable housing. We waive open space requirements. We've raised park requirements. We've raised parking requirements. We've even waived property taxes to those developers who are willing to build affordable housing. In addition, we appropriate millions of dollars every year towards affordable housing. We now are going to allow housing above businesses. We're going to allow you to build 2 more units on top of your property with an ADU as well as a Ohana housing. And yet still, that's not enough. So Bill 16 is a creative way to try to get local people into homes. It's not the silver bullet. It's not going to solve everything. But what we do know is that it has worked in other jurisdictions. I want to point out, and I think you all can agree with me, we have the highest rent in the nation. The highest rent in the nation. Our median income, our median price of real estate is $1.1 million. 67,000 people left the state in 2022. A gentleman earlier testified where we're getting this information from, and I encourage you all to read UHERO, that's the University of Hawaii Research Organization's 2024 Housing Fact Book. And it breaks it down by county, and it breaks it down by zip code even. And you can see exactly where these homes are being bought by outside investors. Under this UHERO study, 10% of the homes were bought by out-of-staters on Oahu in 2022, and 17% of the condos were bought by out-of-staters. We know just from the data provided by Budget and Fiscal Services that there are over 18,000 real property tax bills that are sent offshore. 18,000. If we could just fill a fraction of those, 18,000. Remember, we're behind by 13,000. If we can fill just a fraction of those 18,000 homes or condominiums, it would make a dent. I do also want to put this out there that, you know, we need, in order to build a home, you need to have a sewer system that works. And what's been proposed, ladies and gentlemen, is doubling your sewer fee. Yeah? Your water and sewer fee will be doubled, and that's before this council. You know, you're asking where this money is going to go to. I'd like to put some of that to that. You cannot build affordable housing unless you can have a toilet that flushes, right? You cannot have affordable housing unless you have the infrastructure, right? So I'd like to see some of that money go towards that. But members, this is a tough call. It really is. And we've heard all of you, and I understand what each of you are saying. The last testifier did point out that the Ernst & Young study, and I met with them, the main thing that they're going to look at is, one, is the juice worth the squeeze? I thought that was an interesting way of putting it. Is the juice worth the squeeze? Preliminarily, they said yes. They said yes, that it is. And the second thing they're going to do is work on implementation, right? Well, I've introduced this bill now, this is the third time, and for the most part, Budget and Fiscal Services has complained that it's going to be very difficult to implement. And I get it, and we heard you, and we didn't pass the bill previously. But that's what this Ernst & Young study is going to help us do. It's not going to be implemented until 2027, tax year 2027. Yeah. And by the way, you may notice after reading the latest version of the bill, there isn't a tax rate in there. We set the tax rate every year. Yeah. So we're not going to be setting this tax rate until the tax year 2027 for empty homes, if the bill passes. But anyway, members, I'd like to open up and get some feedback from you all. Councilmember Tolba.
Chair, thank you so much. I appreciate everyone staying late with us. Thank you guys for doing that. Appreciate your heart. As of right now, so that you guys know, support for the bill, 95 people. Wish to comment, 29, and over 318 oppose. You know, like you guys, the students, at one time I sat in the class and the teachers, speakers came and said, "You are tomorrow's future." You know, when I was growing up, only had one homeless person in my community. I grew up in public housing. So I understand the struggle. I volunteer yearly to do foster family care parties. And every year, I think maybe it can get smaller, but it's getting bigger. It's getting worse. When I was told 30, 40 years ago that we are the future, we're going to change the way Hawaii looks, things are going to get better. And one of the reasons why I ran because I was sick and tired of seeing where this was going. I wanted to be involved in the conversation. So when I hear you and I hear your heart, I appreciate that. But the system is broken. The system is broken and it's bust up. And we are responsible in trying to fix this by doing that, by creating ways so that we can build affordable. But I got three main issues on why I cannot vote on this measure. First, constitutionality. I believe we all share the same concern of making sure the provisions in this bill do not harm local residents. Hours of discussion have led to the introduction of 17 exemptions, some of which are aimed at limiting the impact of an empty home tax on our local residents. I agree with the intent of the exemptions that cater to local residents. However, The fear weighing down on our local residents has led us to exclude exemptions that unfairly target out out-of-state residents, which I believe puts us in jeopardy of non-compliance with the Equal Protection and Commerce Clause of the United States Constitution. We gotta do things fair. It's not our fault, right, in this body that things are where the things are right now. But we're gonna break laws for that? Seeing the legal challenges in San Francisco does not give me confidence in our ability to avoid the same issues. I refuse to support a measure that goes against our federal constitution. Second, the bill is likely to produce a huge administrative burden on BFS and residents. From the time we began the discussions on this measure, I've been in opposition in hopes that we would suspend the process until we had more clarity on the costs and the viability of implementing a tax of this magnitude. This bill has gone through many changes since our first discussion, but we still have no clarity on whether we have the capacity to implement this tax and if it will yield the results that we're hoping for. BFS is currently executing, again, you guys said it many times, taxpayer money, $500,000 towards a study on empty home tax program, which will outline the steps towards an effective program in the city. I think we need to see what the study has to say before we rush into this legislation, though that might do more harm to our local homeowners than actually tackle our housing crisis. Finally, if the intent of this measure is to achieve revenue from a property similar to a revenue that would we have wanted under the original version of Bill 46, which was the real property tax, a 3% empty home surcharge, my office calculated the potential rate of $39 per $1,000 of net taxable value. Currently, hotel and resort are charged the highest tax rate by the city at $13.90. If we applied the rate of $39 for an empty homes, the property tax increase over 1,000%. These are numerous issues that I have with this bill, and I hope that moving forward, we can focus on our efforts like fixing the permitting process and diversifying our economy, because I believe this will address a lot of the affordable housing issues. So thank you, Chair, and I appreciate it. I appreciate every one of you guys coming, and I feel for the young people. I have kids. I have a son that was homeless. So I understand the challenges, and I hear your heart, but we gotta do what's fair. We gotta do what's fair for everybody. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Tupola.
Thanks so much, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Toba, for your thoughts. I want to thank you, Chair, and also co-introducer for the proposal. I have read the UHERO study and many other housing studies, and I do support other proposals. I thank all the testifiers for staying so long. It's 6 o'clock, guys. Good job. Good policy requires many voices, many perspectives. I stand in opposition to Bill 46 CD2, the empty homes tax. And I echo the sentiments of one of the earlier testifiers that asked us to clean up our own house before we ask others to clean up theirs. We have numerous vacant city properties sitting that we could actually convert into affordable housing, but they need to still be developed. And we also need to clean up DPP. Local taxes, such as property taxes, are a primary source of funding for public schools in the United States, but here in Hawaii, our county government does not fund educational initiatives, which is why our property taxes are lower comparison to other states. However, any increase to property taxes can displace local families from Hawaii, which I am against. Fees and taxes are supposed to be used to provide related public services and not as a punishment. While the intentions behind this bill may be well-meaning, it is based on flawed data, it will create tremendous administrative burden, and it poses legal, constitutional issues. This bill assumes that the revenue would bring in more money for affordable housing, but with 17 exemptions and unknown administrative costs, we don't know that. It assumes that it would open up homes for local families, which would only be true if the vacant homes are low income, which we don't know that. And it assumes that it will help local families without considering that local families have multiple properties for many reasons, such as for their own family members. We must also consider the potential for unintended consequences, like the story shared by Mr. Harita about an auntie who's sickly and needs to be cared for, wants to come back home. Housing affordability is a complex issue that requires a multifaceted approach, such as one of the former proposals to adjust our Res and Res A thresholds. We can create more effective solutions to address the housing crisis without causing unnecessary harm. First off, the flawed data. I did ask in committee about the reference to the US Census Bureau, 34,000 homes, and I did study where they got the 34,000 number from and the 7 categories that it was classified in. And I do think that that's not exactly what the vacant homes that we're talking about. So the actual number, we do not know. Once the 17 exemptions are applied, the number of taxable properties will likely be much, much lower. It's irresponsible for us to rely on inflated data for such a consequential policy decision. The administrative burden of this bill would be significant. The requirement for annual documentation from every residential property owner creates a complex, costly tax that could lead to errors, confusion, frustration for residents and government workers alike. The 500,000 Ernest Young study will help us know more clearly if the administrative burden would be more costly than the revenue. It's premature to act without critical data, but also a waste of taxpayer dollars to move without information. Pushing forward without the Ernest & Young study undermines our ability to make an informed, thoughtful decision. During the 2 years that it will take to implement this bill, it will indefinitely be challenged in court. The legal issues are not flippant and they are not small. They are large, and they have been upheld in many courts of law. On October 31st of this year, the San Francisco County Superior Court judge ruled that their empty homes tax was unconstitutional and unenforceable. It violated the Fifth Amendment taking clause, it violated property owners' rights, it violated property owners' rights to allow their own families to live in their apartments or to keep their units empty. The Supreme Court said that we cannot compel landowners to rent their properties. The First Appellate District in San Francisco, against their case, said that they cannot force people to rent units that they don't wish to rent, and they cannot do that without allowing them to offer it to a close family member. The Northern District of California struck down the San Francisco ordinance, saying that they can't force landlords to do this either. E ho'i ka wa'a mai ho'opa'a aku I ka ino. He ho'opena ke ia pila no na kama'aina a ole nā kanaka vai vale no. Malama ka hapa nui o na kama'aina I ko lāko mau hale no ko lāko mau ohana a me ko lāko mau kumua'e. E ka ko'upaha mākou I nā kama'aina a e hā'awi ole nā ho'opena ino ia lāko. I just said, make the canoe go back. Don't insist that it head into the storm. This is old voyaging olelo no eao. I feel like this bill is headed into the storm, into the court system. It affects local families. It's not just for the rich. Many local people keep their homes for personal reasons and for their family members. This bill is an egregious government overreach. Let's help local families, not punish them. Both the Nanakuli and Waianae Neighborhood Board conversations were against this bill, and Auntie Calais said it very clearly. We are already overtaxed and being bullied by the government. And let's be very clear, this tax is huge as $43,000 for Auntie who's moving away to get care. I stand with my community. I urge you to vote no on Bill 46 and focus on smarter, more equitable solutions that will truly help our local families. Mahalo.
Thank you. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty easy in the sense that, I ran on supporting the empty homes tax. And so I think I'm obligated to follow through with the commitments I made to our community. I think I even talked about it at both of the realtors boards that I was at, understanding I know it's not liked. I know there's complexity. I think big picture for me, it's just that we can do a little bit less luxury. And I understand the concerns about affecting, folks unintentionally. And that's why I think passing it is ideal because, of course, admin, we don't control them. We appropriate money. And so if we want them to deliver on this plan, we have to give them a final product that's in force. You know, I think I do trust them to follow through on that, but given that we have so much time for implementation, I think there's more than enough time to address the concerns about the exemptions. And I don't think anything would stop us from setting the Res E rate as the same as Res A for as long as it takes to clean it up. So I don't think there's any worry in my mind that we can't stop it or pull it back. I see this as a part of the process to present something that can then be looked at and included in the deliverable and the evaluation by BFS, because we really are in a housing crisis. And I think part of the bill we introduced today for the down payment assistance program was tackling it from another angle. I think the Bill 40, self-certification for permits we did was one angle. The grant programs that we worked on all together on the Bill 7 projects. I mean, there's so many things we could do. If I could snap my fingers and have, 20, 30,000 units along TOD, like, great, that would be fixed. But I know I've only been here 2 years, and I know I don't think any of us could build. I mean, all of us are term limited at council, so we haven't even been here that long, honestly. So in terms of fixing these problems, I think we have to take every single tool that we can. With 3,000 cities at the 3,000 vacancies at the city, out migration, like, it is a crisis just as much as the youth that came earlier on the plastics bill recognize the crisis. Our youth are at the forefront and are unbiased oftentimes. I was, wasn't perfect. I went to UH, had lots of cool ideas that in hindsight weren't the best ideas, but at the same time, I do trust our youth to understand the struggle that they're facing in the moment. And I think as a community, when we're looking at home access in particular, like that's the crisis and that's the imbalance, and it's getting worse. And I think this is just one of those steps we need to take. And I'm open to continuing conversations about this. I appreciate all the testimony. Daryl, I did read your testimony as well as many of the folks that emailed today. I apologize for not emailing back. We've been in a lot of landfill conversations since yesterday. So open to continuing conversation with everyone on how we can support our youth, housing, our real estate market, and opportunities to get people into housing with like the down payment assistance program. So appreciate all the work that's gone into this model.
Thank you. Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you, along with Councilmember Cordero as the introducers of this bill, and also the Housing and Budget Chairs for allowing continued discussion on this measure. I understand. I know that this measure was definitely well intended, and I recognize that this has been no small task by any means. While I agree that we should be creative when it comes to addressing our housing shortage, I do disagree that the answer is additional taxes. I also disagree with the notion that we can't build our way out of this concern of this issue. If that were true, both our state and city administrations would not be pushing so aggressively to build more housing. The council has approved thousands of new housing units just these past couple of years, as has been mentioned in this hearing, with a projection to build 18,000 homes by 2029. I do not believe we should forego that initiative with a new tax. I recognize that there have been significant changes to this bill with the intent to address concerns by our local residents. However, I still believe that there are issues that cannot be accurately addressed without the completion of the empty home study that was commissioned in the summer. I believe that this bill will negatively impact residents of my district, as well as island-wide, who own second homes as investment properties, Ohana units, and/or are saving their homes for their children that live on the mainland or elsewhere, even within our state, and plan on returning to Oahu. We heard many of those testimonies today. This is a concern that I hear from my constituents while attending community events, and from others also residing throughout the state who own homes on Oahu. Many of the property owners in my district do not want to become landlords and assume the risk of being forced to rent out their family's property to tenants. Several of them do not want to assume the risk of renting to troublesome tenants Situations have been shared with me where property owners, acting as landlords in good faith, have had to expend their own resources, including but not limited to time, money, labor, etc., to repair and renovate their homes destroyed by tenants. These types of situations shed light into unintended consequences that we've heard several times today that many local residents may face should this measure pass. I also have concerns with the purpose of this bill. Are we trying to generate revenue, or are we trying to create additional housing? If this bill is to be a revenue generator, UHERO is saying it will be significant, generating about $50 to $400 million depending on the number of homes not qualified for an exemption. However, if this bill is successful in eliminating empty homes, revenue projections may not be realized and will make for a volatile source of revenue that cannot be relied upon for consistency over the years, creating budgetary constraints for the administration and this council. And as has been stated as well today in prior hearings, I have also expressed concerns with the difficulty that our Budget and Fiscal Services Department will face in order to enforce this tax. With the staffing shortage, the BFS department, our Director Kawano has stated that this will require additional staff to be hired and trained in order to enforce the elements of this bill. And currently, BFS doesn't know how much it will cost for us to implement this tax. This will essentially then create more government bureaucracy and rely on taxpayer dollars to operate. I firmly believe we should be incentivizing people to rent out their second homes if that is what they wish to do. I do not believe it is our job as government legislators to tell people what they can and cannot do with their hard-earned money or their family homes. We have a duty to protect their rights and property, not take them away. Lastly, I believe that this legislative body should not pass bills we should pass bills that are as watertight as possible and that have the least amount of judicial resistance. While the 17 exemptions in this proposed bill are good faith efforts to protect our local families, they also open a wide door for potential judicial challenges. For these reasons, as well as the concerns raised by my constituents and many who have been here today, I will be voting no at this time. Mahalo, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to, first of all, thank all of the testifiers on both sides here in person and online. And I just want to make clear that we all collectively agree that we need to increase our housing inventory, and we're always looking for ways to increase revenue for the city. My concern, which I've expressed earlier, has been the impact on local families, but I do appreciate the authors and as well as the chair's staff. They work very, very hard. In my view, and I'm just gonna go down just real briefly by thought pattern, but at the end of the day, whether it be one family, one local family, or one kupuna who is adversely impacted by this bill, I cannot support it. And some of the reasons that are of concern to me, which I think need to be addressed, is we continue, and we've been doing a good job as a city council for the last 4 years that I've been on, to hold the administration accountable, both budgetary-wise, as well as to make sure that they do what they're supposed to do. And I'm talking about the Department of Planning and Permitting. And while they have a ways to go, they have improved their permitting system. The Department of Land Management, we need to provide you with the tools, and you need to strengthen your capacity to be able to identify not just city lands, but other partnerships with government, state agencies as private developers to put more affordable projects on the books. The Department of Community Services and the Mayor's Office of Housing is also critically important, and with them coming online with a new Department of Housing and Land Management, I think we need to work closely with them to achieve our objectives. I have expressed concerns about the manner of how we're doing this, so I think we all agree with the objectives. I think what we're disagreeing with is the manner of how it is achieved. For me, I believe that the more appropriate course of action is to look at updating our residential A system, and there are a multitude of bills that all of us have introduced. It is, I've said it's antiquated. It is not strategically targeting those who are more well-off, which is, I feel, the target of this bill. What we need to do is tax them accordingly, and I think having a two-tier system is insufficient. We should tax residential A homes that are 3.5 million and above at a higher tax rate than all of the others. I also believe that most of the empty homes would classify as residential A, and we should endeavor to incentivize and not penalize them. And how we could do so is some of the bills that we have introduced, including decreasing their tax rate for those who rent their homes out for 12 months or more. And lastly, with regard to the study, I do concur that it should be completed, but I also believe that all of the hard work that you have undertaken, Chair, with the exemptions needs to be factored in, because at the end of the day, if they factor in the exemptions and find out that it is not achieving the objectives that we would like, then it decreases the value of the overall bill. And so therefore, I don't believe we are, I disagree philosophically on how we are going about it, but I don't disagree with the intent of this bill. So I support your floor draft to address some of the concerns that will be raised, but I will be voting no for the underlying measure. Thank you.
Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much to everyone who has been participating in this process through the 4 committee hearings, the three floor hearings as well. This process, as you've seen, we've received a lot of emails about how much the bill has changed, and that's the democratic process, and that's the legislative process. Listening, hearing, understanding, and being able to respond to that. With that, what we are also responding to with this bill is the fact that there's 56% of households on Oahu who spend more than half of their income on housing. And because of that, I mean, there's some of us here on the council who don't even have the opportunity to even own a home, provide the actual revenue as property owners. And some of us would like that opportunity to do so. And so through this bill, it's not a second home that we're taxing it on. Essentially, it's a third home or a second empty home. I know that it is very confusing to kind of put into understanding or to understand, but once again, it is through that legislative process to do understand what we will be taxing. I do also want to note that I did also have the opportunity to meet with Ernst & Young, and they're a great group, very astute. They watch and pay attention to all the testimony and what we are discussing. And for me, as a budget chair, or even I think it was the vice chair of the budget committee, it was not the will of the council to have the $500,000 study. It was because we were putting off the empty homes tax. The last bill relating to a vacancy or empty homes tax, so that they could determine if, in the city administration's mind, if they could or should do it. But right now, as in my meetings with them, along with that, they will be assisting hopefully with possibly implementation, as well as other parts of the program. So I do want to also note that this bill, legislatively has changed throughout the 7 hearings, and that with that, it's not a supplemental tax. I know that there have been numbers and rates thrown out there, but essentially, if I were to just put it simply, and it's beyond simple, I would be stating it's too simply, and it's not just as simple as what I'm about to say, but it's as if we are just setting a new classification. And numbers that are thrown out there, we don't have the possible numbers yet because we can't set rates for a classification that doesn't exist yet. So I do want to state that. So, hearing the concerns about the 10 times, 3 times as much, definitely taking that into consideration as well. I do want to note that, yeah, I think that was the basis of what I want to note. But thank you to all the members. I do want to thank the rest of the members for participating, especially because it did go through a process of concurrent committees, and that's not as normal, I guess, as we normally have it at the City Council, but that did allow for further discussions between the different committees that it was referred to. And I also, once again, thank everyone who has been reaching out to all of us and provided testimony through emails and phone calls and more. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Dos Santos-Tam.
Thank you, Chair. I think it is abundantly clear to all of us that we are in a crisis, and I don't think there's anyone here who's denying that. And I think we, as a council, and everyone in a position of power, anyone in a position to make a difference in this area, does not take this lightly. This crisis is one that did not happen overnight. It happened over the course of many, many decades. I remember looking at articles in the newspaper from the 1970s about our high housing cost, about the fact that local people can't afford to live here, that we are being bought out bit by bit and piece by piece. And in order to get out of this crisis, we are going to have to respond in big ways and small ways, because this crisis was also made through inaction on the part of generations of folks to adequately address this. And so we all need to play a part in getting ourselves out of this crisis. And so over the course of the past few months, and certainly over the course of today's hearing, I've been taking a few notes. I've heard that there is a desire to utilize the residential A in a more responsible, progressive way, in a way that makes more sense, in a way where those who own these very expensive properties do pay a little bit more. And so everybody who's saying that we should be utilizing residential A is saying the same thing. We're all on the same page, and I don't disagree with that. And I think that in the next year, that is something that we should tackle. So that is critically, critically important. We've also, to your point, Chair, we have been working hard to create more housing, not just by approving projects that come before us, but by making changes to the policies that have held us back from creating housing. We've passed Bill 3 to incentivize apartment construction. We last year passed Bill 8. We have before us in the next few months Bill 31 and Bill 19 and Resolution 24-148, all of which are dedicated to helping to expand our stock of apartments, as well as incentivizing local residents when it comes to city housing projects. And when it comes to DPP, we are going to be pursuing reforms, and we have been, bit by bit, piece by piece. It is hard work. And so everyone who's been engaged in this issue on the residential, now it's a residential E classification, but we can call it the empty homes tax. For everybody who's been involved with this, I invite you to come back, because in the next year, we are going to be working on creating more housing. We are going to be working on reforming DPP. Last year, I proposed Bill 20, which would give DPP some very strong incentives to improve their processes. There's going to be upcoming changes to Chapter 38, which is how the city leases out its own unused properties, and additional permitting reforms. These are all things that we need to do. And I think we as a council need to do what's best for our district. And I think that's where it comes home, literally and figuratively, for all of us. And so in the course of thinking about how this affects my district, I'll be the first to admit, I represent half of Kaka'ako, an area that has been criticized for the plethora of empty units, units that are dark 24/7, that are investment vehicles for people who live on the other side of the world. I remember the newspaper articles when they were first proposing this latest set of towers that got built in the last decade in Kaka'ako. Everyone was worried that these would just be vehicles for investors from overseas. And you walk around, and right now it's 6:30, sun's already gone down. Walk around and see how many dark units there are. That's in my district. And so I'm not afraid to say to those who own these empty units in Kaka'ako, dark windows, that you need to be part of solving this problem that we face here in Hawaii. And I also, as you know, I spend a lot of time in my district walking around or at various events. We're coming up on the holiday season. Next month is the Santo Niño, which is one of my favorite events in Kalihi Valley. And at that event, I'm probably gonna be sitting down at a table of a big Filipino family, 14 people in the house. I worry about them very, very much, and about where they're going to live and how we can take care of them. Almost every other Thursday, I try to walk with the Kupuna Kekaulike Mall. They worry about the rents going up and where they're gonna go. And from time to time, you know, I go out into the rest of my district in the Liha and Pa'oa, and there's college kids who've gone to the mainland. How are they gonna come back? And I think about this a lot, and I see our college kids here. This is the biggest crisis that we face now. It's the biggest crisis we faced for the past 2 or 3 generations in the islands, and we need to be doing as much as we can in every way possible to help address this crisis. And so it's gonna take a little bit of courage, and I'm happy to be supporting this bill with a little bit of courage, knowing that it's not a perfect solution to all the problems that we face, but it is a step to getting things going in the right direction, to prioritizing local residents and making sure that we have the funding to deal with affordable housing, that we have the ability to say to people that want to use Hawaii as an investment vehicle that we need to be prioritizing our local people, and I'm not going to apologize for that. And so I'll be voting in favor of this and moving it forward, and to the extent that it needs tweaks later on, we can do that. But the underlying message here is we need to be taking care of local people first, and with that, I hope we can move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, just as a reminder, we have 2 votes. You had 2 votes. One is to amend it to the hand-carried FD1, and the second vote is on the actual bill itself. I do want to say, though, I've been standing here for 5.5 hours almost, so can I take a brief recess to use the bathroom? Okay, thank you. We're standing reset. Okay, thank you, members, and thank you, members of the public, for your patience. It's now 6:35, and we have a motion on the floor of a motion to amend. Motion to amend. Any further discussion on the motion to amend? Saying none. Any objections or reservations on the motion to amend? Saying none, Bill 46, CD2 has been amended to the hand-carried FD1. Members, any objections or reservations to waiving Council Rule 19G, the 46-hour notice? Saying none, the notice is waived. Members, with your indulgence, there's been a lot of testimony today, and I take all of it to heart, as I know you do. But there is a lot made about waiting for the study to be completed. And I'm going to recommend that we do exactly that. That we defer this until this study is completed. The bill will stay alive. We'll be debating this another day. We'll be taking testimony another day. But that's what I'm suggesting. Councilmember Tupola.
Yeah, Chair, I support your recommendation. I appreciate it. I literally was looking at you standing there that whole time thinking, not only do you have to have strength in your legs, but you have to have patience in your mind for all of this. And I appreciate that you're listening to all sides of the issue, knowing that we're all trying to get to the same goal. So I support that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Councilmember Tobo.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you too. I really appreciate you doing that. I think there's a lot of concern, and I'm just really, really supportive in your recommendation. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I'll defer, and I can understand the reason, but of course, we just express disappointment because I think the issues we're facing need to have been solved yesterday, given the gravity. But appreciate the thoughts.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Dos Santos-Tam.
Chair, I understand your recommendation, and again, as I mentioned, there's going to be a number of bills that we're going to take up in the next year, I'm sure, and I hope that everyone who poured some energy into this discussion and everybody who knows we have a housing crisis is going to help us out in making sure that these bills, Bill 31 and 19 and Resolution 24148 and Bill 20 on DPP and the upcoming changes on Chapter 38, that this get the same amount of attention because it's going to take, as I mentioned, every way that we can to get ourselves out of this crisis. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Chair Waters, I guess I'm so astonished, and I'm happy that you're doing this because I know for myself, I'm going to take your measure that you have. So just forewarning for my staff and all of that's helping, and actually for all those who are opposing. We can hear what Ernst & Young is, but I highly suggest that you all do your own assessment of the current draft that the chair has passed today, and keep an open mind after we receive the Ernst & Young report, which would hopefully take into account the exemption so that we all knew the universe. So I actually think it's a new day for the discussion of the empty homes tax, and I welcome it. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Okimoto.
I just want to also mahalo you, Chair. I want to thank you for listening to us. It's hard sometimes for us because we have to make decisions, and I appreciate you allowing us to listen to our constituents and to the many testimonies and taking this approach to incorporate everything in the decisions. And hopefully we can move forward. And like Council Vice Chair Kiana said, we can start a new day and try to figure out ways to address the housing crisis, which is the intent and the desire for all of us. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you, Chair. As your co-introducer, and the budget chair, I am extremely disappointed that we are going to postpone this. I have mentioned about the delaying tactics that the city administration has done prior in the past 12 years that I've been here, and I think that we need to demand that the scope of work that Ernst & Young has under the Budget and Fiscal Services need to be expanded so that when we do hopefully pass this bill, that it be enacted in a timely manner. And I'm just disappointed. Thank you.
Amen.
I understand. I just think at this point it's the prudent thing to do. Based on all of your results, it seems like we have the majority of you in support. So at this point, Bill 56 is deferred. 46, pardon me, CD2, FD1 is postponed until okay, OCS is telling me I need to actually make a motion to postpone until a time certain. Okay. Is there a second? I can make the motion, right? Lloyd? I can make the motion, right? Yeah, so there's a motion on the floor, second by Councilmember Say. Any objections? One objection noticed by Councilmember Cordero. Councilmember Wire? Okay. Thank you. Noting those objections, so ordered. Thank you, members. It's now 6:45. We're on back to page 11 out of 30.
Chair.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
Chair, I know you have a lot of measures, but there is an ohana, the Mahoy ohana.
Okay.
On page 19, they have a resolution 24-274. No, I'm sorry. 24-252 CD1, naming the campground at Waimanalo Beach Park in honor of George K.A. Mahoy Jr. I'm just wondering if we could put that in order. They have been here since this morning.
Yes, members, any objection to taking a measure resolution 24-254 CD1 on page 19 out of order? Seeing none, okay, so ordered. From the Committee on Parks, Enterprise Services, Culture, and the Arts.
I move that CR 346 and Resolution 24-252 CD1 be amended, be adopted.
Second.
Naming the campground at Waimanalo Beach Park in honor of George K.A. Mahoy Jr.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded, as well as explained. Do we have any testimonies, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have no registered testifiers.
I believe somebody just made it up to the podium. Aloha. Please state your name and please proceed.
Aloha, everyone. Mahalo, mahalo for allowing me to speak ahead of schedule. But I do want to ask of you, Chair Waters, there's actually two here that I'm here to speak about. It's on page 16.
We're on page 19, ma'am.
I know we are, but I think they're connected. They're both connected.
Just procedurally, we need you to speak on this.
Shall I do page 19 first?
Yes, please.
Okay. My name is Luana Mahoy Kama, and I am here on behalf of the families of George K.A. Mahoy Jr. In this particular one, Resolution 24-252, CD1, it reads, naming the campground at Waimanalo Beach Park in honor of George K.A. Mahoy Jr. That is my brother. My brother died in 1999 after serving 40 plus years for the city and county of Honolulu. He was the park keeper at the Waimanalo Beach Park. He was a very instrumental in many of the things that happened at Waimanalo Beach Park. He was a 24/7 man. He took care of the campsites. He took care of all of those people that came to camp at his campground. He was also instrumental in being very community man. He was there for every canoe club that came through there, whether it was from Oahu, neighbor islands, or across the world. They would all knew Uncle George. Uncle George was going to take care of them. He made sure that they were taken care of while they were there with their canoes and with all of the people that came with them. He also was very instrumental in taking care of the carnivals that took place in the park. Made sure the bathrooms were clean, took care of all the people. He actually was security as well for the park. He also did the Gabi Pahinui festivals there at the park. He was a very humbled man, my brother, a musician as well, played with many of the great musicians in his life. He not only took care of Waimanalo Beach Park, he also took care of Makapu'u, he took care of Kaiona, he helped take care of Bellows, he helped take care of Hunana Hiniho. There wasn't anything he wouldn't do because he loved what he did. He loved being around people, taking care of people. Even the tourists would come and humbly, they would seek him out because he was a man of honor, respectful. We look at the jobs of most of our park keepers and we don't give them the credit they deserve. They're not just park keepers. They're a part of us, Kanaka, Hawaii. Because everybody comes there. They're coming to see our island. They're coming to see our ocean. They're coming to talk to the people. And what better place than at the parks? I think it's a legacy that will live on. I believe that truly he deserves this. He deserves that honor. So changing it, and I'm hoping when this happens, I pray that it happens, because I know my mom and my dad, they were campers. But then again, we all were campers. One thing we have as Kanaka is our ocean. We play in it, we eat from it. And Brother George did. He took good care of all of us. So I think it's honorable. I have my families, they're all online from Kentucky, going across America, Ohio. They're sitting now. So that's why I'm glad we're doing it now, because it's very late in the morning, I think, for most of them. Yeah, Washington, Nevada, all the way to Big Island, Hawaii, Maui, and Kauai. Oh, and Molokai as well. So yes, I know they're here, and I honor all of my ohana that's sitting there, because I know they're very happy that Auntie's standing here on behalf of their uncle, their father, their brother. Mahalo, everyone. Mahalo, Esther. I appreciate this time. Thank you for allowing me to speak ahead of time. Thank you. Mahalo, mahalo.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, do we have any other testifiers? Seeing none, we're in discussion. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you. Mahalo for the Mahoi Ohana who have come in person, as well as everyone who's on the U.S. continent or on the neighbor islands. Aloha. It is with great pride that I support the naming of the campground at Waimanalo Beach Park in honor of George Kea Mahoi Jr. In recognition of his decades of dedication and service to the Waimanalo community, Uncle George's 40 years of service with the Department of Parks and Recreation were defined by his deep commitment to aloha, his tireless work ethic, and his unwavering care for others. By naming the campground at Waimanalo Beach Park in his honor, we ensure that Uncle George's legacy will continue to inspire and uplift future generations. I would like to mahalo again the Mahoi Ohana for sharing their love and memories of their beloved brother, father, uncle, and friend. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 346 and Resolution 24-252, CD1 has been adopted. Okay, members, going back to page 11. Back to page 11, members. From the Committee on Budget, Councilmember Cordero. Bill 59.
I move that, okay, hold on. Oh, no.
I move the Committee Report 354 and Bill 59, 2023, CD2 relating to incentives for film studio facilities pass. Second reading, or no? Third reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there a,
Oh, yeah.
excuse me,
I move
is
that
there an
bill,
explanation?
yeah, he did.
Okay, is there a motion to amend?
I move that Bill 59, 2023, CD2 be amended to the posted FD1, and the FD1 makes amendments set forth in the written summary as posted on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero explained the amendment. Do we have any testifiers? I do note that I have 5 registered in-person testifiers. I'm not sure if they're still here. Starting with Chris Lee. Chris Lee, I saw him earlier. Is he still here? No. Okay, how about Maricia Palma Elmore?
Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Jacob Kaupilu Porsanilla.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is also not logged on.
Okay. Kieran Polk.
Mr. Chair, also not logged on.
Okay. Irish Barber.
Mr. Chair, this testifier is also not logged on.
Okay. Mark Anthony Clemente is here.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members. Mark Anthony Clemente on behalf of the Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters. Stand by my written testimony, but just want to shout out the provisions for prevailing wage for the construction and operation and maintenance of the facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Any further testimony, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have 2 persons with their hand raised online.
Okay, please proceed.
Good evening, Chair Waters, Councilmember Kayena, and other members of the City Council, Donald Sakamura. I support this bill because I have a nephew that went to UH to be a cinematographer. And of course, he's working now for a news station, but I think this is a good beneficial for young people who want to go into the film industry. So I fully support this bill, and thank you.
Okay. I believe there's another hand raised.
Yeah, good evening.
Please proceed.
Yes, good evening. My name is Tim Gary. I strongly support this bill. It's long overdue. It's taken way too long. And I strongly support, and I hope you pass it. And it was one hell of a day for you, Calvin. Good night.
Thank you. Any questions for the Honorary Mayor of Waikiki, Tim Gary? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, do you have anybody else who wishes to testify?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Okay, members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Tolba.
Thank you, Chair. In support, the economic incentive in Bill 59 has the potential to provide good paying quality jobs for local people. We often speak of the need of diversity diversify our local economy. With Bill 59, we're getting closer to making that a reality. I want to thank the council for the support on this measure, the administration for the leadership, as well Senator Carol Fukunaga, our former colleague, for being a champion and visionary in this regard. I look forward to getting a film studio built on our island and seeing the ways it can transform the lives of our local people for the better. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none. Any objections or reservations to the motion to amend? Noting no objections or reservations, Bill 59, 2023, CD2 has been amended to the posted FD1. Members, any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero. Councilmember
Excused.
Santos-Tam.
Excused.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
I'm sorry, what are we doing? Oh, yes? Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Say. Councilmember Talba.
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola.
Excused.
Councilmember Wire.
Aye.
And Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 6 ayes, 3 members are absent.
Thank you. CR 354 has been adopted and Bill 59, 2023, CD2 FD1 has passed third reading. Members, moving to the top of page 13 from the Committee on Executive Management, Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that Committee Report Number 329 and Resolution 24-176, Committee Draft 1 as amended, be adopted.
Councilmember Kia Aina for the second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
Requesting the city administration to take the steps necessary to acquire the Queen Theater property, including, if necessary, the preparation of a resolution for the council to initiate proceedings in eminent domain.
Thank you very much. I believe we have a number of registered testifiers, starting with Ardori Yu. Aloha, welcome. Thank you for waiting patiently.
Aloha, aloha, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Say, council members. My name is Adori Yu, and I am the owner of the Queen Theater. I've submitted written testimony, and thank you all for the opportunity to be heard as well. The points I wish to underscore are, I have made substantial progress in phase 1 of my 3-phase revitalization plan in the last month, since the meeting before the Executive Management Committee. Painting is nearly complete. We are taking safety and security measures to deter nuisance and trespassing, and the permit application to refurbish the sign and marquee has been submitted to DPP. These are meaningful and tangible steps I've taken consistent with my commitment to revitalize the property. And I intend to move forward with this plan. To clarify my prior testimony before the Executive Management Committee, my budget and phased approach plan encompasses restoring the theater to leasable condition so that the property, sorry if I may.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So that the property is ready for potential tenants to move in and use. Improvements to the auditorium will include all necessary infrastructure for a new tenant to come in, design, and build out the space for their intended use. My budget does not include restoring the auditorium to any specific use. I am open to any potential uses that bring the property back to a sustainable use that fits community needs, and am working with CBRE to identify suitable anchor tenants. We welcome the opportunity to work with any serious potential tenants interested in making the Queen a gathering space for the community once again. Lastly, I recognize that this resolution was prompted by interest in the Queen reopening. However, having this resolution looming over the property may have a significant negative, though unintended, impact on its marketability and my ability to find long-term lessees. The resolution's intent to pursue condemnation could be viewed as a significant risk that neither potential tenants nor financing parties sought for additional restoration funding are willing to accept. And this resolution could in fact hamper the council and community's end goal for the property as I move forward with my plan. Accordingly, I respectfully ask the council to defer this resolution to allow me sufficient time to follow through on the remaining phases of my plan. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, members. Any questions for Adora Yu? Councilmember Say.
Yes, Ms. Yu, what is the timeline then for phase 2 and 3 that you can share with the council members?
Yes, of course. I have that right here. Phase 1, is the focuses on enhancing the exterior. As I've said, I've already engaged contractors to improve the Queen's facade, including refurbishing the sign and marquee, new paint, implementing security measures to restrict access and illicit activity, and other improvements to the exterior to enhance its overall appearance, and eliminate any potential safety hazards. I have made substantial progress in this phase of my revitalization plan in the last month. The painting is nearly complete, and sorry about that. And just want to reiterate, the permit application has already been submitted to DPP. The projected completion date to account for permit processing is the end of April 2025. Again, these projected completion dates are, of course, subject to permit processing and other exigencies. Phase 2 will focus on the interior repairs and improvements. Plans include preparing the lobby area and second floor area of the theater for immediate use by potential tenants. The projected completion date for this phase would be the end of 2025. Phase 3 focuses on repairs and improvements to the auditorium space. Plans include rehabilitating the auditorium to leasable condition, again, clarifying that it is so that it is ready for a potential tenant to come in, lease, design, and customize based on their specific needs. I understand that the Queen Theater was cherished as a community gathering space, so we welcome the opportunity to work with potential tenants interested in a similar vision and use for the space. The projected completion date for this phase, this is the phase that requires the most work, would be the end of 2026. And again, I just want to stress that all of this is subject to permit processing and exigencies.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? I had a couple real quick questions. So you said that you pulled the permit from DPP. What was the permit for?
That's for the sign and marquee to refurbish them.
Okay, thank you. And I did notice that you began to paint. I think there's a coat of primer on the outside.
No, the painting is actually nearly complete.
Okay, that's great. During the committee hearing, you mentioned that each phase you budgeted about $200,000 per phase, right?
So the first phase I have, well, it's a little bit more, $250,000, and that's because we are just fixing up the appearance and exterior of the Queen in this first phase.
Okay, and as I mentioned before during our numerous conversations, really the idea is that the community would love to see the theater back in use. And one of the things that I think is necessary in order to do so is to fix the roof. Have you hired a contractor or got an estimate on how much fixing the roof would cost?
Yes, I have.
And what would that cost be?
That cost was actually, it was approximately $75,000. And that is because really only the roof for the theater auditorium requires significant work.
Okay.
There's other areas that are just flat that just require more C10 coating.
Okay, so you're saying the roof is going to cost 75,000. You also need to rewire all the electrical,
Right.
the electric wiring within the building, right?
Necessary infrastructure for the building.
And how much is that going to cost?
Well, we have been doing that in phases. So we have done, actually, it was a repair, I think 2021, and another repair 2022, and 2023 last year. And we did a little bit more this year towards the beginning of the year.
So that requires a permit from DPP, correct?
So
And did you pull a permit from DPP to do this electrical work?
electrical repairs, a permit is, my understanding is that a permit is only required when the work is over $2,500.
Okay.
Over, I believe it's a 12-month period.
So you're saying that you've done less than $2,500 in repair on the electrical?
Right, over the last 3 years.
Okay. But you also understand that the entire theater is going to be reworked for electrical,
Yes,
right?
I understand that, and we will be applying for a permit for that.
Okay, and then plumbing as well?
That as well.
Plumbing needs to be redone. Fire suppression system as well, right? Have you contemplated how much a fire suppression system is going to cost in refurbishing and bringing the theater back to life?
So we have not accounted for that because that is part.
Lighting, did you account for lighting and how much that's going to cost?
Yes, we've accounted for lighting. So
Okay.
that would be part of the
And air
necessary
conditioning as well?
infrastructure. No, HVAC system would be on the tenant.
Okay. So in fact, isn't it your idea and what we've talked about over the last 3 years that you wanted to hand over the improvements to the tenant to do most of these improvements? That's been the plan
Well,
so far, right?
It's a little different in that before we were actually, the goal was to find a long-term ground lease lessee. And, you know, at the time it was basically during COVID and after COVID, and the market just didn't prove favorable for us in a project like that. So that's why now we are willing to put in you know, our own investment back into the property for putting in this necessary infrastructure so a potential tenant could then come in and then customize based on their specific need.
Okay, thank you. Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none. Next we have, thank you.
Thank you.
Next we
Thank you
have
for your
Becky
time.
Gardner.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay, is Lori Yamada available? One, two, three, four. Okay, members, I'm so sorry. We have to take a recess. We've lost quorum. Recess. Okay, good evening, members. We're back online. It's now 7:10. Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience who'd like to testify? Please come forward. Aloha, welcome. Please state your name.
Hello, my name is Phillips Payson. I am the executive director for the historic Hilo Palace Theater on the Big Island. I am in support of this resolution. I would love to see the theater back open to community usage. We are in a state nationwide where theaters are not opening up. We are losing them. They are closing their doors. It is absolutely crucial to be maintaining these cultural spaces to provide gathering, educational, and entertainment programming for everyone. They are spaces that bring people from all walks of life together for shared experience to broaden perspectives. I could go on talking about the importance of theaters, but what I think would be of more value is my direct experience with capital improvement projects that the Queen will require to not only be safe, to entertain an audience, but to sustain operations over a long period of time. The palace was closed for a period of 2 decades prior to being taken over by the nonprofit organization Friends of the Palace Theater. We reopened in 1998 after a series of false starts due to illegal operations needing electrical improvements, repairs to our roof. We needed to build an entirely new roof on top of our theater to prevent leaks. We were the first theater in the state of Hawaii to install solar panels to offset our electrical consumption, and something that really enabled these projects to happen was our status as a 501c3 organization. I do not see a realistic path forward with private ownership to accomplish the projects that will need to happen for this theater to be safe. Because we are a 501c3, we are able and eligible for nationwide state and county grant funds that do not require a return on investment from private donors, and it allows us to take earned income from ticket sales of events to pump right back into the building and further projects. Since 2000, we have put $1.5 million into capital improvement projects, improving the theater, including a facade restoration, sprinkler maintenance, sign repair, all done between 2020 and 2022 in peak COVID because of grant funding. If we were not a nonprofit organization, we would not have been able to do that, and we probably would not have reopened post-COVID. Yeah.
How much does it cost to renovate a theater like the Queen Theater? I'd imagine it's very similar to the Palace Theater in Hilo.
The Queen, at its peak, is estimated to house a slightly larger crowd than the Palace. The Palace can seat 500 under fire regulations. The Queen would 600 to 800 people, 5 to 6, so very, very similar. We have built up to an operating budget of $1 million per year. That took us from 2000 up till now to get there. When I took over in 2019, we were barely scraping by, literally living event to event, wondering if we were going to be able to pay the bills and pay our staff. With a diversification of our programming, we have been able to rely on earned income to keep us going with a mix of film, live concerts, musical theater, workshops, documentary, everything. So when cinema goes down, live events take it up. We have a strong balance and sustainable plan to keep things moving forward. It's super crucial to not rely on one thing and one thing only.
During one of our conversations, you mentioned that there's another privately owned theater on the Big Island in Honoka'a, is it?
Yes, the Honoka'a People's Theater is privately owned by a father-daughter team. They've been doing it for 20 plus years. They chug along, but they are not able to do substantial improvements to the building. When they have an issue with their projector, they go down for months because it's up to them to find the private funds to repair things. With a status as a 501c3, any donation made to the theater is a tax deduction. So that is a huge incentive for people, not only to see the theater thriving, but to benefit themselves in the tax deduction at the end of the year.
And is it your testimony today that typically a privately owned theater, it's very difficult for them to raise money in order to refurbish and then operate?
And I cannot see a tenant coming into a space expected to do capital improvement, like providing AC and HVAC systems to a space that they do not own, they have no real stake, and would harness their operations on a month-to-month basis. The Palace would not be able to be where it is today if we were beholden to private investment or the high expenses of rent. We own the building as a nonprofit, so all of the money we take in goes right back into that building and fulfilling our mission.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members, any follow-up questions? Seeing none, thank you. I believe we have another testifier online, Laura Yamato. Unfortunately, we can't hear you, Ms. Yamato.
How about that one? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
All right. So, Laura Yamada from Envision Kaimuki. I'm here to ask for the deferral of this resolution action because as we've seen, from testimony from Dory and this gentleman right that was just before me, there's some promise in having this theater rehabilitated in other ways rather than the city and county taking it over with eminent domain and all that jazz. And if they do, it'll cost us taxpayers money, and city and county does have other ways to spend that money, such as infrastructure and sewers and a new place for the landfill. So I hope that you would defer this resolution, voting on this resolution. And this is really good because I sat through this Bill 46 thing, and it was clear that, people don't want government telling them what to do with their property. So this is sort of like that too. So, give them a chance, I think Dory and a lot of supporters out there would come together and help out and make this Queen jewel in Kaimuki as it was before. Mahalo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers? Hello. Thank you for joining us. Please proceed.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members. Ryan Toyomura. I'm representing Adori Yu and the Queen Theater. I just wanted a couple of comments based upon the prior testimony of the gentleman from the Big Island. My client is not opposed to partnering with any number of entities, including nonprofits. And so as far as lease, rent, and all those things that might be a hindrance to a nonprofit, that's something that she's willing to talk to and is not looking to turn a profit on this. And it's something that she's willing to work with a nonprofit should one be found that could then operate and take over the operation of a potential theater. So she's not closed off to a theater being where it is, we're at the Queen right now. But I think more importantly here is that the potential for this condemnation proceedings really kind of inhibits her ability to move forward with some of the restoration efforts that she's already engaged in. And so, while the gentleman had to scrape up the 1.5 million to do a lot of the renovations, by deferring this resolution, it gives her an opportunity, Dory, an opportunity to really take on some of those costs that a nonprofit would technically have to come up with funds to do and sort of defer it towards her end. And so I think, in the interest of everybody's interest and financially speaking, getting that property up to where it needs to be, where the community's happy with, I think it's important to at least consider deferring the resolution, giving her time to put in those investments. So with that, I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Okay, members, we are in discussion.
Mr. Chair, we have 2 additional persons online with their hands
I'm sorry.
raised.
Please proceed.
Good evening, Chair Waters, rest of council members. My name is Donald Sakamoro. As a blind individual, disabled, I'm worried about the aspects of accessibility for the ADA, so bathrooms, accessibility walkways. I'm quite sure that that will be in their master plan, but kudos for you, Chair, for asking tough questions about the infrastructure of the theater. I commend you for doing that, but I'm concerned about the ADA. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Any questions for Don Sakamoto? Seeing none. Next, we have one more person, Mr. Clerk. Please proceed.
Aloha. I just happened to hear the a gentleman from Big Island. You know, it's very important that we respect private property rights. We have no right really to tell a property owner what she or he cannot do unless there are compelling reasons. And eminent domain ought to be the very last resort. We cannot have government exercising its long arm of the government and thinking that they can do a better job and they have more money and this and that. It's very alarming. I think we need to go back to the city charter, to the state constitution, and to the U.S. Constitution, where it says that private properties is a civil right. And may I just, in the most gentle way, please respect private property rights and don't think, to that gentleman, I don't know who he is. I am all into arts. I'm all into arts and all into culture and all into languages. But there is a line to draw. We should never be in a position where we covet another person's property and publicly say that we can do a better job than that private property owner. She deserves the right to do whatever she can. And like the lady who testified before her, there are many ways to skin a chicken. Allow her the time, allow her the privilege just as a private property owner and kill the resolution. Because if a property owner has something like that hanging over their head, that is a death sentence to that private property and to any possible ventures or help or financing that she may need to restore her own private property. So let's be very clear and draw the line very clearly and not go around coveting and thinking that we can do a better job than other private property owners. Mahalo and good night, and you all have a good Christmas season.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Councilmember Tolba.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to have to vote with reservations. I understand the concerns of the community. But after meeting with the building owner, I believe she's doing her best to renovate the building to be safe, usable space so that the public, so that this measure may not be needed at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Members, any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting reservations from Councilmember Tolba.
There's reservations, Chair. Thank
Reservations
you.
from Councilmember Okimoto. Thank you, members. CR 329 and Resolution 24-176 CD1 has been adopted. Thank you. Moving to the bottom of page 13 from the Committee on Public Safety, Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Committee Report 331 and Resolution 24-248 CD1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Okimoto for the explanation.
Authorizing the use of overt video monitoring in the city and county of Honolulu and West Oahu.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, any discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting, I'm sorry, would you like to testify?
This is Acting Captain Marino Carrera. Just good evening, Chair and council members. Just from HPD, we just want to stress our support for the resolution 24-248 CD1 as amended. That's all. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 331 and Resolution 24-248 CD1 has been adopted. Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Committee Report 332 and Resolution 24-272 be adopted.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Councilmember Okimoto for the explanation.
Requesting the city administration to establish a task force to explore the integration of the Emergency Medical Services Program into the Honolulu Fire Department.
Thank you very much. Do we have any testifiers?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed. If you could start by stating your name for the record. Mind pressing the on button? There you go.
Bad. There, can you hear me? Never thought I'd be saying good evening today. I stayed all day waiting for this, but my name is Adam Ogden. I'm in support of Resolution 272. I'm currently a city and county paramedic. I've been a paramedic for the past 25 years. You know, I reluctantly came in today to voice my my support for this, but I think it's really important. Our department has had a lot of issues with retention because of the call volume and other problems causing, you know, our staff to leave. And the reason why I'm coming to you today is to ask for your support and your help in pushing this merger or establishing this task force to look into a possible merger. You know, a bunch of my colleagues in the past and some of them recently have reached out to the UPW for their support in changing certain things, and they got kind of squashed. We've even had some discussions with our administration, and that really hasn't gone anywhere. You know, and we've even sat in and met up with the mayor and his office, and they were very supportive and super open to listening to what we had to say. It's been a long day, I'm sorry. But you know, if anyone has any questions, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for waiting patiently all day today. Any questions? Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Adam, for being here. I know that your days are long in general, so I really appreciate you being patient with us as we went through our process today. I've asked this question several times over the last couple of years, but none to someone in your capacity. I have asked maybe two questions. If you could describe to me the morale of the employees in the EMS department, and two, on average, how many closures are you guys experiencing, unit closures? Because I get different answers, and I've asked that several times from the department and heard different things. So if you could maybe share your experiences, if you're there firsthand.
Right. So as far as the morale issue, I just want to point out that we have a lot of passionate paramedics and EMTs that love what they do, and can't think of doing anything else. It's something that they've gotten into, and they're very excited about doing their job. As far as morale, I've seen a sharp decline in morale over the past few years. It's getting to the point where people are leaving because of morale. You know, we don't feel like we have a lot of the support that we need from our administration. It's been very tough with the increase in call volume. You know, a lot of the new timers come in and don't have much of an incentive to stay. They're overworked. They don't really have much of a retirement. There's no step increases. There's no promotional opportunity. There's a lack of promotional opportunity or lateral movement in our profession, and it's causing people to look elsewhere. Most of the employees that we have that have left over the past few years have gone to fire-based systems. Most of them have gone to Federal Fire Department, HFD, Big Island Fire Department, State Crash, and other mainland agencies, along with other private ambulance services on the outer island. And some do leave to other medical professions, you know, but a lot of them leave to other professions where they can still serve the public in the capacity that they've been trained in, you know, which was, you know, first responders, paramedics, or, you know, of that nature. As far as the unit closures, we will close a unit. We only have 22 units on the island, right? And this island has a population of about maybe 1 million or so. That's 22 units, and And on any given day, we can close anywhere on average between 1 and 5 units, right? And it's gone higher, and it's been at 1.13 units, you know? And, you know, when you come to work and you look on the roster and you see all these units closed, you're gonna have to work harder, right? And it trickles down to the community. The community has to wait longer. The HFD and the other first responders or other agencies have to wait longer for us. They're waiting on scene. And anybody that tells you that our response times aren't increasing and doesn't affect patient care is not being honest with you. It's because of our unit closures. Very recently there's been I can name 2 units on Halloween that had 40-minute response times. One from Wahiawa, they had to go from Wahiawa to Makaha, and the other from Makakilo to Laie, right? So I think it's very important that we establish this task force to look into a merger that I feel very strongly of being of benefit to not only our departments, but mainly to our community.
Thank you. And I do want to thank you. I know that the situation can be sensitive, and you, as a current employee, I know that it's not the most comfortable thing to do, but I know, and in meeting with you, that you're doing it for not just yourself, but for the men and women that you serve with and for the people in the community.
Correct.
So I do thank you, and thank you for answering the questions that I've been asking over the last couple of years.
Thank you. Yeah, this won't really benefit me. I'm here for people after me. I only have, if I'm lucky, 5 more years in this department. This is to benefit people after me that come in, and most of all, the community.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Are there any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have 2 persons remotely standing by.
Okay, please proceed.
Hello, Chair Waters and members of the City Council. I know it's been a long day, so I'll try to be very brief. I submitted written testimony for today's meeting, as well as last month's public safety meeting with Chair Okimoto. I'll stand by the written testimony, but I also want to comment to pass on my apologies to Councilmember Okimoto for the delay in and the EMS responding to your home. That's totally unacceptable. When someone from the public or a visitor calls 911, they deserve immediate response and service. That's what they get paid for. That's why we pay taxes. But I hope she's doing well. I think it's your daughter. I'm not sure, but I hope she's doing well. And I hope it doesn't happen again. I just wanted to comment on Medic Ogden's comment about morale. I can concur that morale has gone down quite a bit. And part of that, I believe, is due because the medics in EMS and the EMTs feel that too much attention by the directors has been directed to core. Lots of money, lots of time, equipment. They have brand new ambulances. A lot of the personnel that core has came from EMS. And that's all I have to say today, but I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you, members. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, you said we have 1 more remote testifier?
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Please proceed.
Hello, Chair Waters and other esteemed members of the Honolulu City Council. I do understand today has been a long day, and I will do my best to make my testimony quick. My name is Kia Smith. I'm a paramedic and station supervisor with Honolulu EMS for the past 14 plus years. I do apologize for my inability to testify in person, as I'm currently off island. I have submitted written testimony online in full and complete support of Resolution 24-272. but that's not why I'm here before you folks this evening. Many of the rank and file in EMS, as paramedic Ogden testified, they're fearful of retaliation and retribution and are afraid to publicly express their stance on this resolution, whether for or against. We went ahead and we took it upon ourselves to do an internal survey amongst the personnel. 273 field personnel were given the opportunity to voice their support or opposition to this resolution. Out of the 273 personnel, we got a total of 190 responses. A total of 178 were in support of this resolution, and only 12 were opposed. Again, 178 were in support and 12 were opposed. In closing, Chair Waters, I urge you and the rest of the council to support this resolution, not only to support the personnel in the EMS division, but to ensure the residents and visitors of our home that they're receiving the best possible pre-hospital emergency medical care available to them. And that's the conclusion of my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. One quick question. Kea, thank you for being online and for testifying and for stating. I know once again, this is not the most comfortable thing for many of you to do, but I appreciate you taking that step forward. I just had a quick question because this resolution is just to urge the administration to create a task force. What do you hope to do to see with the task force in the departments or in your as a paramedic's minds? What would you like to see happen with the task force? What would be the end result of it? And how would it benefit you guys in the department?
I mean, personally, I think the task force, you know, it will just look at improving the working conditions of the men and women in EMS. But that's not the biggest reason I think the formulation of this task force should be done. It's more to better serve the public, the visitors that we serve. I mean, Paramedic Ogden hit a lot of the major points there as far as, you know, decreasing response times because of unit closures and whatnot. So I really think this task force will look into improving things drastically for all those involved.
Thank you. Thank you, Kea. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, excuse me. Mr. Clerk, any further testimony?
Mr. Chair, one phone caller with their hand raised.
Okay, please proceed.
Yeah, good evening, Tim Gary. I strongly support this resolution. Today, when I was down at the hallway waiting to testify on other matters, I had the opportunity to spend about 45 minutes with the fire chief. And we discussed every little detail of what the proposal might be. And he was very forward and gave me his opinions. And I would like this to be established so that we can look at all the possibilities that might improve service to our citizens. There's no denial that we've had problems in the past. So let's develop this task force, and I would like to be on it to provide some imagination. Have a great night, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify?
Mr. Chair, Donald Sakamoto.
Okay, please proceed.
Yeah, good evening, Chair. Donald Sakamoto for the record. Rest of council members. You know, I had to call ambulance in Kaneohe, and Kaneohe wasn't available. They tried to get Kailua. Kailua wasn't available. They had to get Waimaola. It took about almost an hour to get an ambulance, but luckily I didn't have a stroke or anything. I thought I was having one, but I appreciate the email. And I think the task force is about time we have a task force. And it's a former chief steward for Marine Corps Base Hawaii. You know, I fought for the members there, even non-members, who have to get better union representation to deal with management to improve the morale, which was pretty bad there. But yeah, I agree that this task force is really needed. And kudos for you to pass it if you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sakamoto. Okay, members, we are in discussion. Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you again to my colleagues. I know it's really late, but this is something that I've been passionate about, and I'm grateful for the many testimonies that were submitted in support of this, and those who stayed on to come here and testify either in person or online. I do know that, you know, we all care about our public safety and what we can do to make sure that our communities are safe, because at the end of the day, it's our family and friends who live in our communities. So I really hope that we can not just move this measure forward and looking towards what we can do to keep the community safe, but what we can do to help the department and the men and women who serve in it, both EMS and fire, because this affects both of the departments. I know that this is not an easy fix. It's not something that will happen overnight. I really hope that the administration will look at this as a way that the council is reaching out to get support, because we're hoping to find some kind of way to work together and address the needs that are currently being faced or that are currently happening and have been expressed through the testimonies we've heard. So I hope that as we move forward, we can look for ways. I hope that we can support this task force. And again, the administration will look at those being put on the task force to offer valuable insight and really look into finding ways to help out the public safety of our communities. And if you haven't read the testimonies, I really would encourage all of us to do so, because a lot of them were employees of the department, and they were really brave in submitting their testimonies in support of this. And so I thank you again for having this, and for the colleagues who have been able to stay on and hear it. And I appreciate those again who came to testify, but especially our first responders who go out each day. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 332 and Resolution 24-272 has been adopted. Councilmember Okimoto.
I move that Committee Report 333 and Resolution 24-275 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Okimoto for the explanation.
Urging the Hawaii State Legislature to adopt legislation that would address criminal street gangs.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to testify? Seeing none, members are in discussion. Noting none, any objections or reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations from Councilmember Okimoto. Thank you. CR 333 and Resolution 24-275 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 15, Councilmember Okimoto.
I move that Committee Report 334 and Resolution 24-276 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Okimoto for the explanation.
Authorizing the Chief of Police of the Honolulu Police Department to apply for and to enter into an agreement with the Bureau of Justice Assistance, U.S. Department of Justice, for funds from the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program, fiscal year 2024 local solicitation.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Okay. I do note that HPD has been here all day. It's up to you if you want to testify. Hello and welcome.
Elgin Arcaro, I'm a major for the Honolulu Police Department Finance Division in support of this resolution. Available for questions if needed.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for HPD? Councilmember Wire.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just since you've been here all day, could you just maybe give us an overview of what it relates to and pertains to in terms of the application and work with the Federal Justice Program?
Of course, Councilmember Wire. So the Edward Burns Grant supports initiatives for the police department to conduct operations that address narcotics, to enhance digital recovery. Some of the projects that we're applying for as well is to address, to fund trainings for better technologies, for investigations, safety, and protective equipment, trainings for Chinatown projects, also for, a little bit of a technical issue here. And 1/3 of the grant goes to the prosecutor's office as well.
Okay.
So it supports a variety of law enforcement operations and trainings.
I appreciate that. I'm curious, just out of curiosity, is there any type of like additional requirements that follow the grant program, like any type of like info sharing requirements, or how does it work? Or it's pretty much you just apply for the funding, you get it?
We apply and there's no, are you talking about formula grants?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no this is not a formula grant.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none, thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 334 and Resolution 24-276 has been adopted. Moving to the bottom of page 15 from the Committee on Executive Matters and Legal Affairs, Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that committee report number 335 and resolution 24-286 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
It is to request additional funds for contract number SCCOR Core -22000093 to continue the services of the Kobayashi, Sugita, and Goda LLP as special counsel to represent defendant Christopher Koanoi in a legal action entitled Robin Hall versus City and County of Honolulu et al. Civil number CV21-CV-0248 LEK-KJM USDC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 335 and Resolution 24-286 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 16 from the Committee on Zoning, Councilmember Say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that committee report number 339 and resolution 24-251, committee draft 1, as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
Granting a special management area major permit to allow the construction of a new single-family dwelling with an accessory dwelling unit and other improvements in Makaha, Oahu.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero. Councilmember Dos Santos-Tam.
Excused.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Say.
Aye.
Councilmember Talba.
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola.
Excused.
Councilmember Wire.
Aye.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 6 ayes, 3 members are absent.
Thank you. CR 339 and Resolution 24-251, CD1 has been adopted. Councilmember Say.
Thank you very much. I move that committee report number 340 and resolution 24-255, committee draft 1, as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
Granting a special management area major permit to allow for the construction of improvements for the Waimanalo Beach Park in Waimanalo, Oahu.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend? Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Resolution 24-255 CD1 be amended to the hand-carried FD1 OCS 2024-1052.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation of the amendment.
This FD1 would primarily clarify the scope of the project and some of the outdoor lighting conditions.
Thank you. I do believe we have one testifier, Mark Anthony Clemente. Thank you for being patient.
Evening Chair, Vice Chair, members. Mark Anthony Clemente on behalf of the Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters. I stand on my written testimony in support of the resolution. However, I do want to note that we are in strong opposition of the prefabricated restrooms. You know, based on the testimony I heard in the previous hearing about this reso, you know, members of the Waimanalo community really deserve to be heard with respect to their needs, you know, being able to change in the restroom facilities, regardless of the anti-vandalism measures that a prefabricated bathroom might have. I believe we do really need to take into account what the residents of Waimanalo really need in these facilities, and we strongly believe that conventionally constructed restrooms would be the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Councilmember Wire.
Quick question. Mahalo for your testimony. Was that related only to the general item within the SMA or within the resolution, or is that a part of the amendment?
I believe it was presented by the consultant.
Yeah.
And I think I did see some language in the resolution about that.
Okay, so it's irrespective of the amendment being proposed today. Okay, mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Clemente. We also have Director Thielen available. Thank you.
Thank you, members. I know it has been a long evening, and I will try to be brief. We understand the reason for the floor draft, and we support the concerns behind it. But I am going to ask that that you folks not pass it for the following reasons. I think what we found out recently is the lighting requirements that we have in place are based on the Federal Endangered Species Act. We have been working with 2 federal agencies that are involved in endangered species protection. One is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and the other is NOAA. Fish and Wildlife may be concerned about the seabirds, NOAA more about the sea turtles. Both of them have protections. We found we were in an interesting situation in a discussion with the 2 agencies that they had. Hawaii is working with us to have a sit-down meeting with them, cooler temperature of lighting, which may not meet the requirement that meets both of those standards. And so if we put in that type of specific language, what we may end up with is a approval by the City Council language in the SMA permit that prevents us from doing improvements to lighting because we're in this conflict. We will work with the federal agencies and with the community to find something that works for all of these concerns, but we ask that the language be, we stick with the original document because that gives us broad enough language that we can reach that and not be unduly restricted, as well-intentioned as these restrictions are. Again, we understand the reasoning behind it, and we credit Councilwoman Kia'aina for working with the community on it. But that's our request.
Oh,
Thank you very much. Councilmember Kia'aina.
Do you know that my amendment provides an exception to it? Or is there anything else? Because I don't want to hinder anything, so I'm willing to withdraw it. I'm trying to understand if your staff understand what I'm trying to do. I think the intent was to be helpful.
The exception is for the ball field light poles, but not for the other light poles, as far as the type of the cooler temperature and the Kelvin degrees. And then the exception for the cutoff shields is for the ball field light poles. So in the first case, we may have a requirement in the other light fixtures for something different. And in the second case, we're not allowed to have an exception for the shields for the ball field light poles. So we just need to have the standard language in the original document that would let us work through.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair, I withdraw my amendment, and this is just a good example of how we need to ensure that we talk to the appropriate parties, in this case, a DPR, and not just deal with this internally. So thank you for that. I withdraw my amendment.
Okay, so ordered.
And if I may make one other comment on the, again, the issue on the bathrooms, all it is a design. Whether it's prefabricated or custom built is not that important. It's just the design, and we will work with the community.
Okay.
As committed, we have a meeting.
That's correct.
Yeah, we will be setting that up.
DPP assured me that although we are only passing this is the SMA permit, that you are able to change some of the designs to address the concerns of the community. And I greatly appreciate the testifier being here. And I told him about the community meeting, and so we're going to just make sure that we have robust discussion, and we want to do it right? No sense in doing something that is well-intended, but the community doesn't want. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Say? No? Okay. Anybody else wishing to testify? Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero, Councilmember Dos Santos-Tam,
Excused.
Councilmember Kia Aina,
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto,
Aye.
Councilmember Say, Councilmember Talba,
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola,
Excused.
Councilmember Wire,
Aye.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there's 6 ayes, 3 members are absent.
Thank you. CR 340 and Resolution 24-255, CD1, FD1 has been adopted. Moving to the, excuse me. Let me reread that. CR 340 and Resolution 24-255, CD1 has been adopted. Thank you. Moving to the top of page 17, Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that committee report number 342 and resolution 24-258, committee draft 1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
This is granting a special management area major permit to allow for the construction of a new single-family dwelling with an attached garage, a swimming pool, an accessory dwelling unit, and other improvements in the Makaha, Oahu area.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero, Councilmember Dos Santos-Tam, Councilmember Kia Aina,
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto,
Aye.
Councilmember Say,
Aye.
Councilmember Talba,
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola, Councilmember Wire,
Aye.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there's 6 ayes, 3 members are absent.
Thank you. CR 342 and Resolution 24-258, CD1 has been adopted. Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that committee report number 343 and resolution 24-266, committee draft 1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
This is granting a special management area major permit to allow for the construction of a new single-family dwelling with a garage, a swimming pool, and other improvements in the Maili, Oahu area.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Noting none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero, Councilmember Dos Santos-Tam, Councilmember Kia Aina,
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto,
Aye.
Councilmember Say,
Aye.
Councilmember Talba,
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola, Councilmember Wire,
Aye.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there's 6 ayes, 3 members are absent.
Thank you. CR 343 and Resolution 24-266, CD1 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 18, Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that committee report number 344 and resolution 24-273, committee draft 1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
This is authorizing exemptions from certain requirements relating to the Hale Moena Affordable Rental Housing Project in Kapolei, Oahu by amending resolution 16-11, committee draft 1, as amended by resolution 17-320.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we had Mr. Clemente, if he's still here. I don't know if he just, I guess not.
Okay. Anybody else wishing to testify? Seeing none, discussion, members. Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero, Councilmember Dos Santos-Tam, Councilmember Kia Aina,
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto,
Aye.
Councilmember Say,
Aye.
Councilmember Talba,
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola, Councilmember Wire,
Aye.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 6 ayes, 3 members are absent.
Thank you. CR 344 and Resolution 24-273 CD1 has been adopted. Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that Committee Report Number 345 and Resolution 24-277, Committee Draft 1 as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
This is granting a special management area major permit to allow for upgrades and improvements to the secondary spill containment and stormwater management system at the Sand Island Bulk Jet Fuel Storage Facility in Kalihikai, Oahu.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any testifiers?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have 2 persons logged in remotely.
Okay, please proceed.
Hello, this is Jason Maga, the General Manager and Assistant Treasurer for Hawaii Fueling Facilities Corporation. Thank you, Chair. I stand on my written testimony and available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, members. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, the next testifier.
Hello, and thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Kevin Watson, as representative of Hawaii Fueling Facilities Corporation, and providing testimony in support of Resolution 24277, granting a special management area major permit to the stormwater upgrades at the HFFC Sand Island facility. I would like to stand by our previous testimony, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, members. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other, thank you, sir. Do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Thank you. Members who are in discussion. Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero, Councilmember Dos Santos-Tam, Councilmember Kia Aina.
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Say.
Aye.
Councilmember Talba.
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola. Councilmember Wire.
Aye.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 6 ayes, 3 members are absent.
Thank you. CR 345 and Resolution 24-277 CD1 has been adopted. We've already taken care of the top of page 19. Moving to the bottom of page 19 from the Committee on Housing, Sustainability, and Health. Councilmember Wire.
Move that Committee Report 351 and Resolution 24274 be adopted.
Second.
This is urging the Governor and City Administration to take action on the housing crisis and homelessness prior to the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles, California.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, I believe 1 testifier in the chamber.
Aloha, welcome. Thank you so much for waiting patiently all day today.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Vice Chair, council members. My name is Hartley Kara Caseta Adriana Kohana. Firstly, let me show my appreciation for the time and dedication put forth by each of us to show up in these spaces and our commitment to creating and upholding legislation to ensure the well-being of our communities. As such, when I see the law flouted or our rights not upheld by the very institutions put in place to protect them, when certain parties' interests take priority over the law, when reports be fabricated to keep overseas landlords, developers, and investors from accountability, violations and testimonies mounting, while others' rights, in this case, ours as community members, are overlooked, I believe that it jeopardizes our justice system and ultimately puts us at odds with ourselves. I've seen and experienced how this lack of accountability by the DPP and others has devastating effects on the safety and stability of our communities, leaving us to take more drastic measures further down the line. Although I am in favor of creating more affordable housing solutions, my concern is for our kupuna, ourselves, and our future generations, as our people and our land are left to continually shoulder the burden. Is it enough for the DPP to reluctantly agree to work with community members while their actions suggest otherwise? When exercising our rights comes at such a high cost to ourselves, what rights are we truly afforded? When affordable housing is not within the means of most, is it truly affordable? If those units are filled, what happens when the clock strikes 12 and these developments are no longer required to be affordable? Will there be another YMCA event? Councilmember Say asks us to consider not solely what lies before us now, but also how our current actions will determine what lie before us in the future. Is this the future that we see for affordable housing? When those seated in positions of leadership conduct themselves through harmful actions for selfish benefit, this monkey behavior trickles down systems of power, causing the most harm to our most vulnerable. These unregulated behaviors come at the price of erasure to the values of Hawaiian culture. Councilmember Kia Aina kindly reminds us, in fewer words, that elsewhere is not here. The burden left upon us is not only financial with the rise of transportation, housing, and food costs, but also the weight of mental illness, disease, and increased violence within our communities. While it is aloha that continues to hold our fabric together, there is much that has been sacrificed and overcome to stand before you today, a privilege not all are granted. Standing on the shoulders of many before, Twinkle Borge, George Keamohoi, Rel San, Queen Liliuokalani, whose plea remains unanswered. We dedicate much time and remarkable efforts to the language we choose in legislation. I invite us to ask ourselves, do our actions reflect our words and our values? For the period I am granted afoot this land, it is a gift to be embraced by the land, the culture, and its people. Kahuanani spoke of aloha spirit as community, resilience, and unwavering commitment to take care of one another. Aloha carries me here today, and I can only envision a future where it flourishes, practiced by all. Let us meet each other there. Malama pono, mahalo nui loa. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Okay, members are in discussion. Councilmember Say?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but in strong support, and the reason why this particular resolution was introduced, it was more as a preemptive, preparing oneself if there is an influx of homeless coming from the county and city of Los Angeles. Where are they going to go right before the 2028 Olympics? Are they going to be housed in their particular apartments or condominiums in LA, whereby there will be demands for these particular units by the visitors who go and participate in the Olympics? My concern was just that if some of these homeless are going to be sent by respective counties of the county of LA, that we should be aware. I do not want to see our future council members be criticized as far as not being able to address the homeless population problem that we may have in the future based on the premise that they may be coming over to the state of Hawaii. And you've seen that throughout the states, from what has happened with the immigrants from Central America that have been shipped up to New York, New Jersey, etc. These are the concerns that I have on behalf of the residents of Hawaii. I'm not being punitive, but more in anticipation of can we try to see what may be in store for this county of Oahu. So in closing, it is not against anyone or anybody. It is not about civil rights, but it is about our residents of Oahu also, and the homeless population that we have in a point in time count. So thank you very much for allowing me to introduce this measure. And I feel very fortunate that if it passes, it passes. If it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. But my point of the matter is that at least the council did take some action in trying to address if there will be homeless shipped to the county of Oahu. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objections or reservations? Noting none. CR 352 and Resolution 24-274 has been adopted. Members, moving to the top of page 20, from the Committee on Planning and the Economy, Councilmember Kia Aina.
I move that Committee Report 353 and Resolution 24-243 CD1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution reconvenes the Honolulu City Council's Agricultural Development Task Force to foster growth and enhancement of agricultural activities on Oahu.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we had 2 persons signed up, but I believe they have left already.
Okay. Was that Micah Munekata and Brian Miyamoto?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll note their absence. Are there anybody else who wishes to testify? Seeing none, members are in discussion. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Chair, I actually told them it was okay to go because I do know that they strongly support this. As everyone recalls, this was a recommendation by many of the testifiers during the consideration of Bill 64, and I thought it was meritorious, and we learned a lot of lessons through that process, and I believe that the task force would be good for the council as we deal with the complexity of agricultural development. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 353 and Resolution 24-243, CD1 has been adopted. From the Committee on Budget, Councilmember Wire.
I move that Committee Report 357, Resolution 24-18, CD1 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Wire for the explanation.
This is approving the non-exclusive license agreement with the United States of America Department of the Navy for continued use of land within portions of Kuahilani Neighborhood Park and Anania Drive, Mililani, Hawaii.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to amend? Councilmember Wire.
Yes, I move that Resolution 24-18 CD1 be amended to the proposed FD1.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do you have any testifiers?
Sorry.
Do I have a second?
Oh, we need a second?
Second.
Second. Been moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have no testifiers.
Thank you. Members are in discussion.
Pretty good for memory. No.
Seeing none, any objections or reservations to the motion to amend? Seeing none, Resolution 24-18 CD1 has been amended to the posted FD1. Members, we're now in discussion on the posted FD. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 357 and Resolution 24-18 CD1 FD1 has been adopted. Councilmember Wire.
I move that Resolution 24-192 CD1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Wire for the explanation.
Approving a communication site lease agreement with STC2 LLC for its existing telecommunications facility within the Laie Corporation Yard 56-020 Kamehameha Highway, Laie, Oahu, Hawaii, TMK 56006001.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we had 1 testifier, but that person's no longer logged on.
Okay, thank you. Members are in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 358 and Resolution 24-192 CD1 has been adopted. Councilmember Wire.
Move that Committee Report 359, Resolution 24-254 relating to the transfer of funds be adopted.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Thank you for the explanation. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, I believe we have HPD in the chamber.
Wonderful. Aloha, and thank you for waiting patiently.
Good evening, Council. In the interest of time, I'll make this very brief. My name is Paulo Komodo. I'm the Major of District 1 from the Honolulu Police Department. I'm here on behalf of Chief Logan and the Police Department to ask for your consideration for Resolution 24-254 relating to the transfer of funds. I want to start off by thanking the council for the funds allocated to our community policing teams earlier this year. As a patrol commander, I want to report to you that these kinds of funds for our CPT teams really does enable us to better interface with the public and to also sometimes bridge the gap between the police department and the community. So thank you very much. This resolution aims to transfer the categorization of some of the funding in order for us to purchase some equipment. As you know, there is a cap currently of $5,000, and so this resolution would change the categorization so that we're able to buy some of the more expensive equipment. In District 1 specifically, we aim to purchase some utility terrain vehicles, or UTVs, basically golf carts. And these golf carts will be deployed in the Chinatown and downtown area to better interface with the public and to also patrol the pedestrian malls and the public parks and some of the common spaces, public spaces in Chinatown and downtown. And to also handle some of the minor nuisance complaints that perhaps the patrol officers aren't able to get to because of the frequent calls for service that they go to. So I really do think that these funds will be beneficial to the district and to the community, and I ask for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for HPD? Councilmember Kia Aina.
I just wanted to say, clearly, I fully support it, and I just want to make sure that in the upcoming budget, because since many of us support this allocation, that we get the language right in the budgetary process so we don't have to come through this resolution process again. Can you guys work with us on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Elgin Arcaro, major for the Finance Division, definitely that's noted, and we will work closely with council members and
Yes.
BFS to make sure.
Okay, thank you. But greatly appreciate your guys' flexibility to ensure that the community policing teams who wanted to use the funding for this purpose, they get the funds. I just don't want to have to go through this every year, but I do know that we're going to continue to support them with their community outreach efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none, thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 359 and Resolution 24-254 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 22 from the Committee on Public Infrastructure and Technology. Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that committee report number 361 and resolution 24-265 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
Approving the grant of a perpetual non-exclusive water line easement to the United States of America, the Department of the Navy, to replace and install a new water line in the intersection of Salt Lake Boulevard and Bougainville Drive, TMK 19-9-002.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 361 and Resolution 24-265 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 23, balance of committee reports. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that the balance of committee reports be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
EMLA Committee Report 336, request for authorization to settle Ohana Control Systems Inc. et al. Versus Tim Cares et al. And Ohana Control System Inc. Versus Sheldon Yasso et al. EMLA Committee Report 337, request for authorization to settle a lawsuit against the City and County of Honolulu entitled Michael Sklars and Joe Frazier versus the City and County of Honolulu. Zoning Committee Report 341, granting a 90-day extension of time for Resolution 24-256, granting a special management area major permit to allow the construction of a new single-family dwelling unit and other improvements, and denying a shoreline setback variance for structures and activities in the shoreline setback area at tax map key 39002-031 in Hawaii Kai, Oahu.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. Any discussion? Noting no discussion, any objections or reservations? Seeing none, the balance of committee reports has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 24, there being no unfinished business, new business. Vice Chair Kia Aino.
I move that Resolution 24-278 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aino for the explanation.
This resolution authorizes the lease of city property to Catholic Charities Hawaii for special needs housing under Section 38, 3.4 revised ordinances of Honolulu.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend? Vice Chair Kia Aino.
This, yes, I move that it be amended to the posted FD1, which makes amendments set forth in the written summary as posted on the agenda.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers? Oh, wait, second. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded and explained. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations to the motion to amend? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 24-278 has been amended to the posted FD1. Members, we're now in discussion on the posted FD1. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting none, Resolution 24-278, FD1 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 25, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-279 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of travel, lodging, and conference fee valued at $2,481.36 to the city from the legal clinic for a member of the Office of Economic Vitalization to attend the National Immigrant Inclusion Conference December 8th to the 10th, 2024 in Houston, Texas.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members are in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting none, Resolution 24-279 has been adopted. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-280 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of $3,000 to the city from the Friends of Honolulu Parks and Recreation from the Department of Parks and Recreation Programs and/or Events.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members are in discussion. Seeing none, any reservations or objections? Seeing none, Resolution 24-280 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 26, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-281 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of a bench, concrete pad, and a bronze plaque with an inscription to read, donated by the Friends of the Oda family, valued at $3,529.51 from Inter Ohana CF, will be placed at Kupiolani Regional Park.
Thank you. Actually, I believe it reads $3.52. That's why we're amending it, but thank you.
What, $3?
We're amending the period on 3.5 to a comma, so it's 3,529.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
is there a motion to amend?
The motion to amend is discussed.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay.
I know it's been a long day.
Okay. Okay, so do we still have an FD1 or what?
Yes.
Okay. I move that Resolution 24-281 be amended to the posted FD1, which makes amendments set forth in the written summary as posted on the agenda.
Thank you very much.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members are in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations to the motion to amend? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 24-281 has been amended to the posted FD1. Members, any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Seeing none, Resolution 24-281 FD1 has been adopted. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-282 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kiana for the explanation.
Okay, it wasn't highlighted, but I'm
You want me to do
thinking
it?
this establishes a council friendship relationship between the City Council of Yamaguchi City, Japan, and the Council of the City and County of Honolulu.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend? Councilmember Wire.
I move that resolution 24-282 be amended to the hand-carried FD1 OCS 2024-1074.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Wire for the explanation of the amendment.
Proposed FD1 makes the following amendments. Amends the resolution establishing a friendship city relationship between Yamaguchi City, Japan and the City and County of Honolulu, a relationship governed by Resolution 21-212, rather than a council friendship relationship between the Yamaguchi City Council and the Council of the City and County of Honolulu. Specifically, the proposed FD1 amends the title as follows to reflect the amended purpose, establishing a friendship city relationship with Yamaguchi City, Japan. 2 adds 2 new whereas clauses, now the first and second whereas clauses that describe Resolution 21-212 and the city guidelines that govern the establishment and termination of its friendship city relationships. 3 amends the 5th whereas clause, now the 7th whereas clause, to clarify that Yamaguchi City shares common public policy goals with the city that includes business, trade, and tourism to more closely align with the guidelines. 4 amends the 10th and 11th whereas clauses, now the 12th and 13th whereas, to reflect the amended purpose. 5 adds a new 14th whereas clause to declare that the council finds that the guidelines and criteria for the establishment of a new friendship city relationship have been met. 6 amends the be it resolved clause to reflect the amended purpose. 7 adds a new be it further resolved clause to provide that the friendship city agreement shall be consistent with the implementation policies of Resolution 21-212, and amends the existing be it further resolved clause to request for the mayor or the mayor's designee, rather than the council chair of the City Council of Honolulu, to enter into an agreement with the mayor of Yamaguchi City or the appropriate public official. 8 amends the be it finally resolved clause to add executive director of the mayor's office of culture and the arts to the list of individuals who will receive and transmit a copy of the resolution, clarify that the mayor of Yamaguchi City, Japan, or the appropriate public official may receive a copy of the resolution, and remove from the list of recipients the council chair of Yamaguchi City, Japan, alongside other technical non-substantive amendments.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we had 2 testifiers, but they are no longer with us.
Thank you very much. Members are in discussion. Is there something the community would like to share?
I think someone interpreted no longer with us a different way.
Excuse me.
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you very much. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting none, Resolution 24-282 has been amended to the hand-carried FD1. Any objections or reservations to waiving Council Rule 19G, the 48-hour notice? Seeing none, the 48-hour notice has been waived. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 24-282 FD1 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 27, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-283 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of 50 cases of Aloha Kind cream crackers, valued at $1,200 to the city from Diamond Head Bakery for distribution to the Honolulu Fire Department personnel.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Oh, we do have someone from the fire department, and thank you as well for staying here.
Hi, good evening, Council Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. We are in support of this resolution, and we are very grateful for this generous gift, which will be shared amongst our personnel. Oh, I'm Battalion Chief J.C. Bish from the Honolulu Fire Department.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, members are in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 24-283 has been adopted. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-284 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kiana for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of 2 fabricated cattle gates valued at $7,500 from SureCan, Christopher Muraoka, DBA, which will be used in the undeveloped area at Kea'au Beach Park.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting none, Resolution 24-284 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 28, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-285 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of $20,000 to the city from the Honolulu Zoological Society for the replacement of tables and chairs and installation of new carpet in Hale'imi Ike, which is the education center and classroom at the Honolulu Zoo.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting none, Resolution 24-285 has been adopted. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-2... Oh, I'm sorry. I move that Resolution 24-287 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution urges the city administration to initiate discussions with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the State of Hawaii Department of Health, and other pertinent parties to terminate, modify, or extend the compliance deadlines of 2010 consent decree relating to the city and county of Honolulu wastewater system.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do we have any testifiers? Aloha, Director Babcock. Please proceed.
Aloha. Good evening, Chair, Council members. Roger Babcock, Director, Department of Environmental Services, testifying in support of Resolution 24-287. This asks the Department and the administration to seek relief from the 2010 federal consent decree about secondary treatment for Sand Island Wastewater Treatment Plant. The administration will commit to seeking relief from the 2010 consent decree from the US EPA and the Hawaii Department of Health. But we cannot support a delay in our need for our sewer fee increase that we've proposed, because this effort may end up not being successful. This effort, if received well initially from the EPA and the Department of Health, will take several additional steps that will take significant amount of time. That would include a need to have federal legislation to modify the Clean Water Act in order for a waiver to be received to necessitate this project not happening. In addition, it would also require going back into federal court, reopening the settlement, and having that modified. And the parties would have to be would have to agree to that. There'd be all kinds of filings and procedures that would occur. So in reality, relief from this will take probably on the order of years to happen. During that time, we cannot, separately, we have a very tight schedule to meet the terms of the consent decree. So therefore, we need to insist that this effort is not tied to our sewer fee increase proposal. We can't delay that effort. There would be very severe consequences if we do not receive relief and also then do not meet the deadlines. There will be fines. We would not be able to meet our bond coverage that we are committed to for our existing sewer bonds that we have out. And we would impact our sewer bond rating directly. That's actually in our most recent bond ratings was dependent upon the future and the anticipated sewer fee increases. In addition, if this is successful, then we would be able to reopen and go back in and adjust sewer fees downward as would be appropriate. However, my feeling is that it would be easy to reduce fees if we're successful. On the other hand, if we're not successful and we have to go back in and raise fees a lot, that would be very difficult for the council and anyone to actually achieve. So that is what I'd like to, how we'd like to testify, and I appreciate the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you for being here so late. Members, any questions? Councilmember Kiaina.
So I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So you support what this resolution is encouraging, so it would be a simultaneous approach. And you are referring to the integrated planning for municipal stormwater and wastewater efforts that is authorized under EPA. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here, because all of us have been contacted by various stakeholders because they've been asking for this for a while. And while I understand what you're saying with regard to the urgency of the increases, advocates who've been advocating that you engage in this system that is an alternative to the consent decree, and which is EPA authorized, is something that your department has not wanted to engage in. So if you're telling me you're willing to engage in that, that's a positive step. If we may have engaged in this several years ago, maybe we wouldn't be in this pickle, because it's hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't even know what the total funding is for this consent decree, but I'm just a little concerned. So while I welcome that you're going to be interested in pursuing this, I just want to let you know there are several of us. This was Councilmember Say's resolution. I am very interested in this. This is something that engineers, the Department of Land and Natural Resources, water advocates, they all support environmentalists. So if it could help as an alternative to the consent decree, and it is better for the environment, better for our forests, I guess I'm asking, I'm just letting you know that I hope that you guys are serious about this plan.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Council Member. The resolution refers to seeking relief from the consent decree from the EPA and the Department of Health. And it talks about to either rescind or delay the consent decree requirement for secondary treatment, specifically at Sand Island Wastewater Treatment Plant. And that is and that is what I was speaking to. Integrated planning is a different thing. Integrated planning does not allow you to rescind a consent decree. It allows you to come up with alternative projects that would have some other benefit, and in doing so, you can delay implementation, of a consent decree. We have we hired a consultant and completed over a 2-year period an integrated planning feasibility study, which has been completed and made recommendations about a full integrated planning evaluation, which we have not engaged, we have not issued a contract for that effort yet. But we are, so we're still evaluating whether or not to do that. So that is a different effort, a separate sort of effort from what, directly engaging with the regulators and the litigants on the consent decree itself. The integrated planning effort is, again, would be a parallel thing. It actually has, as part of the feasibility study, delaying the consent decree was not pointed out or determined by the consultant as being one of the potential benefits of proceeding with the full integrated planning project. There were several other projects where it could beneficially, where it was judged that it could beneficially be used for that. But it is possible that it could be used for that as well. Just so you know, that just the integrated planning effort would be another at least 2 to 3 years, to get that done. First of all, we would need to contract for it and, do a competitive procurement, to procure that service. But so I can tell you that will be making a serious effort in this area, and that it is not something that is we have tried to not do or anything like that. The department did previously contact, wrote letters requesting relief from this part of the consent decree to the EPA and the Department of Health and the Integrated Planning Ombudsman at EPA back in 2021. At that time, they said they were not interested, but we are willing to pursue that again at this time and see whether something can be done.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for that. Can I get your what you guys have done so far, and then maybe calculate what you need in the budget to do the food plan? But anyway, I look forward to seeing you in the hearing for Councilmember Say's resolution, because this is first reading, yeah? Is this
For adoption.
Oh, for adoption?
For adoption.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well, it was good to have a conversation on this, and I look forward to having future conversations on this.
Me too.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions for Dr. Babcock? I have a follow-up question. So you said in 2021, the EPA wasn't interested. The EPA wasn't interested in postponing the requirement?
That's correct.
But what was, if you recall, what was the reason that we gave the EPA for the postponement?
So, let me think, let me see if I can, I think that we did refer to integrated planning in that letter. That was before I came to ENV, came in 2022. But it was, I do have the letters, and it did talk about that we wanted to do integrated planning, and that we, in an effort to obtain relief from doing the secondary treatment at Sand Island.
Like you said, integrated planning basically means that we have to have another project, right? Wouldn't cesspool removal qualify as another project? Because my understanding is the cesspools across the island are causing damage to our aquifers as well.
Yes, that is potentially possible. We also will continue on our research, because in here it talks about San Diego, so we're pretty familiar with what they did, and we can continue. We'll be continuing our research and discussions with them about possibilities. What they did was quite different than cesspools or other alternative projects. They didn't do an integrated planning type approach. So it's, but you're correct in that some alternative project that would have some sort of great or greater impact would generally be required. So with that in mind, it's not necessarily savings that you're seeking. You're seeking sort of an alternative in general. But we'd be happy to, report back on that when we get a little further in.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was going to ask you, because I don't think there's a reporting requirement within this resolution. However, maybe you can come back and report at the hearing on the bill or resolution that will raise our rates. I do want to point out that I'm not sure if you're here earlier today, but a lot of testifiers talked about how expensive it is to live here, and how they wanted to reduce the cost of living. And, I take that to heart. I'm not sure you'll get the votes to increase the sewer fee. I'm just not sure. It may fail. So this, as well as other alternate plans, might be necessary. So thank you. Members, any follow-up? Councilmember Say.
Yes, thank you very much, Director Babcock, and thank you very much for your outreach to the respective neighborhood boards and the town hall meeting. Mr. Chair, my point this evening in regards to this resolution is basically to say that the City Council is ready, willing, and able to do whatever it can to control the costs of the secondary treatment plant. I stated for the record this morning and this afternoon, the total cost to the taxpayers of Oahu will be tremendous, on top of other fee increases that are still pending. So this protects the council members that we are trying our best, along with the administration, in seeing that we try to control the overall price of the secondary treatment plant. So in closing, it's something that the future council members will have to address next year when the fee increases are presented to you folks. And what you folks decide, you folks have tried to exhaust all channels. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up discussion, members? Seeing none. Thank you. Members are in this, or is there any other testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members are in discussion. Seeing none. Any objections or reservations? Noting none. Resolution 24-287 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 29, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-288 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of one high-back traditional bench, preparations of the grounds, and a bronze plaque with an inscription to read, donated by the family of Elma Maxwell and Shirley Bailey, valued at $2,585.67 to the city, for Marilyn Magnus, to be installed at Kailua Beach Park.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members are in discussion. Seeing none. Any objections or reservations? Seeing none. Resolution 24-288 has been adopted. Moving to the bottom of page 29, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-289 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of a one-day training class valued at $8,432 to the city from the National Fallen Firefighters Foundation for the Honolulu Fire Department.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers? Aloha, welcome again.
Hi, good evening again. Battalion Chief J.C. Bish from the Honolulu Fire Department. So the topic of this training class is going to be how we can better prepare ourselves for a line of duty death or a serious injury to one of our members.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Councilmember Okimoto.
Great question, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, BC Bish. So the $8,000, is that used to bring counselors in? Is that what's going to be used in this case?
Yes.
If it's the topic. Thank you for sharing the topic.
They're going to bring a team in that's funded through a federal grant. So there'll be no charge to the city, but if they were to charge, that would be the amount.
And this is again for the counselors
for the class to come down,
Okay,
yeah.
thank
For the
you.
instructors and the housing and everything.
And really quick, maybe you could share how pertinent at this time is this for the department based on what's been happening with fallen firefighters? It seems
Yes, so as you know, we've had some line of duty deaths, and it's very chaotic at the time. So this class will help us better prepare, better deal with grief and mourning, what benefits are out there available for the survivors, that type of stuff.
So who will attend it? Is it just a one-day thing where if you're not on duty, you get to go, or is it open to the whole department? How
It's
does
open
that
to
work?
the department, but we only have 50 slots.
50 slots. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none. Anybody else wishing to testify, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have no other testifiers.
Thank you. Members are in discussion. Seeing none. Any objections or reservations? Noting none. Resolution 24-289 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 30, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-290 be adopted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution approves an amendment to the City and County of Honolulu's list of Federal Transit Administration and Federal Highway Administration candidate projects in the federal fiscal years 2025 to 2028 Transportation Improvement Program.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers? Aloha, welcome.
Good evening, members. My name is Chris Clark. I'm the Chief Planner in the Department of Transportation Services. DTS supports this resolution, and I'm just here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here this late. Any further testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members who are in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Seeing none, Resolution 24-290 has been adopted. There are no items for the Committee on the Whole or executive session. Members, are there any announcements? Councilmember Tolba? No?
No, I think we want to just keep Calvin here as long as we can. Huh?
If that's the plan, it worked. Thank you. Any announcements, members? Councilmember Kiai?
No, I just wanted to say, and I think the mayor needs to extend the day because he's been here all day. He hasn't been able to enjoy Calvin Say Day.
Yeah,
So how about Calvin Say Week?
that's true. By the
Okay.
way, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it. Sorry.
Speaker, we do have this ceremonial poi pounder here for you. I was hoping more of the council members would be here for that, but I hope you enjoy it. I hope you put it on your mantle at home and think of us whenever you see it. I just want to encourage you folks to read the inscription if you have a chance, because it's really nice. And just aloha to you. We all love you, and we're going to miss you. All right. Vice Chair Kiaina for the motion to adjourn.
I move that the meeting stand adjourned until Thursday, January 2nd, 2025 at 12 o'clock noon.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. No objections, I'm sure. The council stands adjourned until Thursday, January 2nd, 2025 at 12 noon. Thank you to our staff for staying here so late. Thank you to all the testifiers who stayed here so late. And thank you to HPD for staying here so late. Mahalo. We are adjourned. Happy New Year and happy holidays.